Part 2, Chapter 11 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 2, The Office. Chapter 11. "I'm tired of the Grays. They're very nice people, but they can't talk," said Una to Bessie Kraker at lunch in the office on a February day. "How do you mean, can't talk? Are they dummies?" inquired Bessie. "Dummies?" "Yeah, sure, deef and dumb." "Why, no, I mean they don't talk my language. They don't I suppose you'd say conversationalize. Do you see?" "Oh, yes," said Bessie, doubtfully. "Say, listen, Miss Golden. Say, I don't want to butt in, and maybe you wouldn't be stuck on it much, but they say it's a dead swell place to live. Miss Kitson, the boss's secretary where I was before, lived there." "Say, for the love o' Mike, say it! Where?" interrupted the office boy. "You shut your nasty trap. I was just comin' to it. The Temperance and Protection Home, on Madison Avenue, just above 34th. They say it's kind of strict, but gee, there's a Ausgezeichnet bunch of dames there, artists and everything, and they say they feed you swell, and it only costs $8 a week." "Well, maybe I'll look at it," said Una, dubiously. Neither the forbidding name nor Bessie's moral recommendation made the Home for Girls sound tempting, but Una was hungry for companionship. She was cold now toward the unvarying, unimaginative desires of men. Among the women "artists and everything" she might find the friends she needed. The Temperance and Protection Home Club for Girls was in a solemn 5-story white sandstone structure with a severe doorway of iron grill, solid and capable looking as a national bank. Una rang the bell diffidently. She waited in a hall that, despite its mission settee and red-tiled floor, was barrenly clean as a convent. She was admitted to the businesslike office of Mrs. Harriet Fike, the matron of the home. Mrs. Fike had a brown, stringy neck and tan bangs. She wore a mannish coat and skirt, flat shoes of the kind called "sensible" by everybody except pretty women, and a large silver-mounted crucifix. "Well?" she snarled. "I'd like to find out about coming here to live, to see the place, and so on. Can you have somebody show me one of the rooms?" "My dear young lady, the first consideration isn't to have somebody show you or anybody else a room, but to ascertain if you are a fit person to come here." Mrs. Fike jabbed at a compartment of her desk, yanked out a corduroy-bound book, boxed its ears, slammed it open, glared at Una in a Christian and homelike way, and began to shoot questions. "What's your name?" "Una Golden." "Miss or Miss?" "I didn't quite—" "Miss or Mrs., I said. Can't you understand English?" "See here, I'm not being sent to jail that I know of." Una rose tremblingly. Mrs. Fike merely waited and snapped, "Sit down. You look as though you had enough sense to understand that we can't let people we don't know anything about enter a decent place like this. Miss or Mrs., I said." "Miss," Una murmured, feebly sitting down again. "What's your denomination? No agnostics or Catholics allowed." Una heard herself meekly declaring, "Methodist." "Smoke? Swear? Drink liquor? Got any bad habits?" "No." "Got a lover, sweetheart, gentleman friend? If so, what name or names?" "No." "That's what they all say. Let me tell you that later, when you expect to have all these male cousins visit you, we'll reserve the privilege to ask questions. Ever served a jail sentence?" "Now really, do I look it?" "My dear miss, wouldn't you feel foolish if I said yes? Have you? I warn you we look these things up." "No, I have not." Well, that's comforting. Age?
26.
Parents living? Name nearest relatives? Nearest friends? Present occupation?
Even as she answered this last simple question, and Mrs. Fike's suspicious query about her salary, Una felt as though she were perjuring herself, as though there were no such place as Troy Wilkins's office, and Mrs. Fike knew it, as though a large policeman were secreted behind the desk and would at any moment pop out and drag her off to jail. She answered with tremorous carefulness. By now, the one thing she wanted to do was to escape from that Christian and strictly supervised Napoleon, Mrs. Fike, and flee back to the Grays.
Previous history? Mrs. Fike was grimly continuing, and she followed this question by ascertaining Una's ambitions, health, record for insanity, and references. Mrs. Fike closed the query book and observed, "Well, you are rather fresh, but you seem to be acceptable. And now you may look us over and see whether we are acceptable to you. Don't think for one moment that this institution needs you, or is trying to lift you out of a life of sin, or that we suppose this to be the only place in New York to live. We know what we want. We run things on a scientific basis. But we aren't so conceited as to think that everybody likes us. Now, for example, I can see that you don't like me and my ways one bit. But Lord love you, that isn't necessary. The one thing necessary is for me to run this home according to the book. And if you're fool enough to prefer a slapdash boarding house to this hygienic home, why, you'll make your bed, or rather some slattern of a landlady will make it, and you can lie in it. Come with me. No, first read the rules."
Una obediently read that the young ladies of the temperance home were forbidden to smoke, make loud noises, cook or do laundry in their rooms, sit up after midnight, entertain visitors of any sort except mothers and sisters, in any place in the home, except in the parlors for that purpose provided. They were not permitted to be out after 10 unless their names were specifically entered in the out late book before their going, and they were requested to answer all reasonable questions of matron or board of visitors or duly qualified inspectors regarding moral, mental, physical, and commercial well-being and progress. Una couldn't resist asking, "I suppose it isn't forbidden to sleep in our rooms, is it?" Mrs. Fike looked over her, through her, about her, and remarked, "I'd advise you to drop all impudence. You see, you don't do it well. We admit East Side Jews here, and they are so much quicker and wittier than you country girls from Pennsylvania and Oklahoma and heaven knows where, that you might just as well give up and try to be ladies instead of humorists. Come, we will take a look at the home." By now Una was resolved not to let Mrs. Fike drive her away. She would show her. She would come and live here just for spite. What Mrs. Fike thought has not been handed down. She led Una past a series of closets, each furnished with 2 straight chairs on either side of a table, a carbon print of a chilly-looking cathedral, and a slice of carpet on which one was rather disappointed not to find the label "bath mat." "These are the reception rooms where the girls are allowed to receive callers. Any time, up to 9:45, Mrs. Fike said. Una decided that they were better fitted for a hairdressing establishment. The living room was her first revelation of the temperance home as something besides a prison, as an abiding place for living, eager, sensitive girls. It was not luxurious, but it had been arranged by some one who made allowance for a weakness for pretty things, even on the part of young females observing the rules in a Christian home.
There was a broad fireplace, built-in bookshelves, a long table, and, in wicker chairs with chintz cushions, were half a dozen curious girls. Una was sure that one of them, a fizzy-haired, laughing girl, secretly nodded to her, and she was comforted. Up the stairs to a marvelous bathroom with tempting shower baths, a small gymnasium, and, on the roof, a garden and loggia and basket-ball court. It was cool and fresh up here on even the hottest summer evenings, and here the girls were permitted to lounge in negligées till after 10, Mrs. Fike remarked, with a half smile. Una smiled back. As they went through the bedroom floors, with Mrs. Fike stalking ahead, a graceful girl in lace cap and negligée came bouncing out of a door between them, drew herself up and saluted Mrs. Fike's back, winked at Una amicably, and for 5 steps imitated Mrs. Fike's aggressive stride. "Yes, I would be glad to come here," Una said cheerfully to Mrs. Fike, who looked at her suspiciously, but granted, "Well, we'll look up your references. Meantime, if you like, or don't like, I suppose, you might talk to a Mrs. Esther Lawrence, who wants a roommate."
"Oh, I don't think I'd like a roommate."
"My dear young lady, this place is simply full of young persons who would like and they wouldn't like, and forsooth we must change every plan to suit their high and mighty convenience. I'm not at all sure that we shall have a single room vacant for at least 6 months, and of course "
"Well, could I talk to Mrs. Lawrence, was it?"
"Most assuredly. I expect you to talk to her. Come with me."
Una followed abjectly, and the matron seemed well pleased with her reformation of this wayward young woman. Her voice was curiously anemic, however, as she rapped on a bedroom door and called, "Oh, Mrs. Lawrence." A husky, capable voice within. "Yeah, what is it?"
"It's Mrs. Fike, dearie. I think I have a roommate for you."
"Well, you wait 'll I get something on, will you?"
Mrs. Fike waited. She waited 2 minutes. She looked at a wrist watch in a leather band while she tapped her sensibly clad foot. She tried again. "We're waiting, dearie." There was no answer from within, and it was 2 minutes more before the door was opened. Una was conscious of a room pleasant with white enameled woodwork, a denim-covered couch, and a narrow, prim brass bed, a litter of lingerie and sheets of newspaper, and, as the dominating center of it all, a woman of 30, tall, high-breasted, full-faced, with a nose that was large but pleasant, black eyes that were cool and direct and domineering. Mrs. Esther Lawrence. "You kept us waiting so long," complained Mrs. Fike. Mrs. Lawrence stared at her as though she were an impudent servant. She revolved on Una, and with a self-confident kindliness in her voice inquired, "What's your name, child?"
"Una Golden." "We'll talk this over. Thank you, Mrs. Fike."
"Well, now," Mrs. Fike endeavored, "be sure you both are satisfied."
"Don't you worry. We will, all right." Mrs. Fike glared at her and retired. Mrs. Lawrence grinned, stretched herself on the couch, mysteriously produced a cigarette, and asked, "Smoke?" "No, thanks." "Sit down, child, and be comfy. Oh, would you mind opening that window? Not supposed to smoke. Poor Ma Fike. I just can't help deviling her. Please don't think I'm usually as nasty as I am with her. She has to be kept in her place, or she'll worry you to death. Thanks. Do sit down. Woggle up the pillow on the bed and be comfy. You look like a nice kid. Me, I'm a lazy, slatternly, good-natured old hex, with all the bad habits there are, and a profound belief that the world is a hell of a place,
But I'm fine to get along with, and so let's take a shot at rooming together. If we scrap, we can quit instanter, and no bad feelings. I'd really like to have you come in, because you look as though you were on, even if you are rather meek and kitteny. And I'm scared to death they'll wish some tough little Mick onto me, or some pious sister who hasn't been married and believes in pussyfooting around and taking it all to God in prayer every time I tell her the truth. What do you think, Kitty? Una was, by this cocksure, disillusioned, large person, more delighted than by all the wisdom of Mr. Wilkins or the soothing of Mrs. Sessions. She felt that, except for Walter, it was the first time since she had come to New York that she had found an entertaining person. "Yes," she said. "Do let's try it." "Good. Now let me warn you first off that I may be diverting at times, but I'm no good. Tomorrow I'll pretend to be a misused and unfortunate victim. But your young and almost trusting eyes make me feel candid for about 15 minutes. I certainly got a raw deal from my beloved husband. That's all you'll hear from me about him. By the way, I'm typical of about 10,000 married women in business about whose noble spouses nothing is ever said. But I suppose I ought to have bucked up and made good in business. I'm a bum stenog for Pitcairn, McClure and Stockley, the bond house. But I can't. I'm too lazy, and it doesn't seem worth while. And oh, we are exploited, women who are on jobs. The bosses give us a lot of taffy and raise their hats, but they don't raise our wages, and they think that if they keep us till 2 GM taking dictation, they make it all right by apologizing. Women are a lot more conscientious on jobs than men are, but that's because we're fools. You don't catch the men staying till 6:30 because the boss has shystered all afternoon and wants to catch up on his correspondence. But we, of course we don't dare to make dates for dinner, lest we have to stay late. We don't dare." "I bet you do." "Yes, well, I'm not so much of a fool as some of the rest, or else more of a one. There's Mamie Magen, she's living here. She's with Pitcairn too. You'll meet her and be crazy about her. She's a lame Jewess, and awfully plain, except she's got lovely eyes. But she's got a mind like a tack. Well, she's the little angel pie about staying late, and some day she'll probably make $4,000 a year. She'll be mayor of New York, or executive secretary of the Young Women's Atheist Association or something. But still, she doesn't stay late and plug hard because she's scared, but because she's got ambition. But most of the women, Lord, they're just cowed sheep." "Yes," said Una. A million discussions of women in business going on, 1,000 of them at just that moment, perhaps. Men employers declaring that they couldn't depend on women in their offices, women asserting that women were the more conscientious. Una listened and was content. She had found someone with whom to play, with whom to talk, and hate the powers. She felt an impulse to tell Mrs. Lawrence all about Troy Wilkins and her mother and perhaps even about Walter Babson. But she merely treasured up the thought that she could do that some day, and politely asked, "What about Mrs. Fike? Is she as bad as she seems?" "Why, that's the best little skeleton of contention around here. There's 3 factions. Some girls say she's just plain devil, mean as a floor walker. That's what I think. She's a rotter and a four-flusher. You notice the way she crawls when I stand up to her. Why, they won't have Catholics here, and I'm one of those wicked people, and she knows it. When she asked my religion, I told her I was a Romanist Episcopalian, and she sniffed and put me down as an Episcopalian. I saw her. Then some of the girls think she's really good-hearted, just gruff, bark worse than her bite. But you ought to see how she barks at some of the younger girls. Scares 'em stiff, and keeps picking on them about regulations. Makes their lives miserable. Then there's a third section that thinks she's merely institutionalized. Training makes her as hard as any other kind of a machine. You'll find lots like her in this town, in all the charities."
But the girls, they do have a good time here?
"Yes, they do. It's sort of fun to fight Ma Fike and all the fool rules. I enjoy smoking here twice as much as I would anywhere else. And Fike isn't half as bad as the Board of Visitors. Bunch of fat, rich, old Upper West Siders with passementery bosoms, doing tea-table charity, and asking us impertinent questions, and telling a bunch of hard-worked slaves to be virtuous and wash behind their ears, the soft, ignorant, conceited, impractical parasites. But still, it's all sort of like a cranky boarding school for girls. And you know what fun the girls have there, with midnight fudge parties and a teacher pussyfooting down the hall trying to catch them."
"I don't know. I've never been to one."
"Well, doesn't matter. Another thing. Some day, when you come to know more men know many?"
"Very few."
"Well, you'll find this town is full of bright young men seeking an economical solution of the sex problem, to speak politely, and you'll find it a relief not to have them on your doorstep. It's safe here. Come in with me, kid. Give me an audience to talk to."
"Yes," said Una.
It was hard to leave the kindly Herbert Grays of the flat, but Una made the break, and arranged all her silver toilet articles, which consisted of a plated silver hairbrush, a German silver nail file, and a good plain honest rubber comb, on the bureau in Mrs. Lawrence's room. With the shyness of a girl on her first night in boarding school, Una stuck to Mrs. Lawrence's side in the noisy flow of strange girls down to the dining room. She was used to being self-absorbed in the noisiest restaurants, but she was trembly about the knees as she crossed the room among curious upward glances. She found it very hard to use a fork without clattering it on the plate when she sat with Mrs. Lawrence and 4 strangers at a table for 6.
They all were splendidly casual and wise and good-looking. With no men about to intimidate them, or to attract them, they made a solid phalanx of bland, satisfied femininity, and Una felt more barred out than in an office. She longed for a man who would be curious about her, or cross with her, or perform some other easy, customary, simple-hearted masculine trick. But she was taken into the friendship of the table when Mrs. Lawrence had finished a harangue on the cardinal sin of serving bean soup 4 times in 2 weeks. "Oh, shut up, Lawrence, and introduce the new kid," said one girl. "You wait till I get through with my introductory remarks, Cassavant. I'm inspired tonight. I'm going to take a plate of bean soup and fit it over Ma Fike's head, upside down." "Oh, give Ma Fike a rest." Una was uneasy. She wasn't sure whether this repartee was friendly good spirits or a nagging feud. Like all the ungrateful human race, she considered whether she ought to have identified herself with the noisy Esther Lawrence on entering the home. So might a freshman wonder, or the guest of a club. Always the amiable and vulgar Lawrences are most doubted when they are best intentioned. Una was relieved when she was welcomed by the 4. Mamie Magen, the lame Jewess, in whose big brown eyes was an eternal prayer for all of harassed humanity. Jennie Cassavant, in whose eyes was chiefly a prayer that life would keep on being interesting, she, the dark, slender, loquacious, observant child who had requested Mrs. Lawrence to shut up. Rose Larson,
like a pretty curly-haired boy, though her shoulders were little and adorable in a white silk waist. Mrs. Amesbury, a nun of business, pale and silent, her thin throat shrouded in white net, her voice low and self-conscious, her very blood seeming white, a woman with an almost morbid air of guarded purity, whom you could never associate with the frank crudities of marriage. Her movements were nervous and small. She never smiled. You couldn't be boisterous with her. Yet Mrs. Lawrence whispered she was one of the chief operators of the telephone company, and, next to the thoughtful and suffering Mamie Magen, the most capable woman she knew. "How do you like the Tempest and Protest, Miss Golden?" the lively Cassavant said, airily. "I don't Why, the Temperance and Protection Home." "Well, I like Mrs. Fike's shoes. I should think they'd be fine to throw at cats." "Good work, Golden. You're admitted." "Say, Magen," said Mrs. Lawrence, "Golden agrees with me about offices. No chance for women." Mamie Magen sighed and, "Esther," she said, in a voice which must naturally have been rasping, but which she had apparently learned to control like a violin, "Esther, dear, if you could ever understand what offices have done for me. On the East Side, always it was work and watch all the pretty girls in our block get T.B. in garment factories, or marry fellows that weren't any good and have a baby every year, and get so thin and worn out, and the garment workers' strikes and picketing on cold nights. And now I am in an office. All the fellows are dandy and polite, not like the floor superintendent where I worked in a department store. He would call down a cash girl for making change slow. I have a chance to do anything a man can do. The boss is just crazy to find women that will take an interest in the work, like it was their own, you know. He told you so himself." "Sure, I know the line of guff," said Mrs. Lawrence. "And you take an interest, and get 18 plunks per for doing statistics that they couldn't get a real college male in trousers to do for less than 35." "Or put it like this, Lawrence," said Jennie Cassavant. "Magen admits that the world in general is a muddle, and she thinks offices are heaven because by comparison with sweatshops they are halfway decent." The universal discussion was on. Everybody but Una and the nun of business threw everything from facts to bread pills about the table, and they enjoyed themselves in as unfeminized and brutal a manner as men in a cafe. Una had found some one with whom to talk her own shop, and shop is the only reasonable topic of conversation in the world. Witness authors being intellectual about editors and romanticism, lovers absorbed in the technique of holding hands, or mothers interested in babies, recipes, and household ailments. After dinner they sprawled all over the room of Una and Mrs. Lawrence, and talked about theaters, young men, and Mrs. Fike for 4 solid hours, all but the pretty boyish Rose Larson, who had a young man coming to call at 8. Even the newcomer, Una, was privileged to take part in giving Rose extensive, highly detailed, and not entirely proper advice of a completeness which would doubtless have astonished the suitor, then dressing somewhere in a furnished room and unconscious of the publicity of his call. Una also lent Miss Larson a pair of silk stockings, helped 3 other girls to coerce her curly hair, and formed part of the solemn procession that escorted her to the top of the stairs when the still unconscious young man was announced from below. And it was Una who was able to see the young man without herself being seen, and to win notoriety by being able to report that he had smooth black hair, a small mustache, and carried a stick. Una was living her boarding school days now, at 26. The presence of so many possible friends gave her self confidence and self expression. She went to bed happy that night, home among her own people, among the women who, noisy or reticent, slack or aspiring, were joined to make possible a life of work in a world still heavy scented with the ideals of the harem. End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 2, The Office. Chapter 12. That same oasis of a week gave to Una her first taste of business responsibility, of being in charge and generally comporting herself as do males. But in order to rouse her thus, chance broke the inoffensive limb of unfortunate Mr. Troy Wilkins as he was stepping from his small bronchial motor car to an icy cement block, on 7 o'clock of Friday evening. When Una arrived at the office on Saturday morning, she received a telephone message from Mr. Wilkins, directing her to take charge of the office, of Bessie Kraker, and the office boy, and the negotiations with the Comfy Coast Building and Development Company regarding the planning of 3 rows of semi-detached villas. For 3 weeks the office was as different from the treadmill that it familiarly had been, as the home club and Lawrence's controversial room were different from the Grays' flat. She was glad to work late, to arrive not at 8:30, but at 7:45, to gallop down to a cafeteria for coffee and a sandwich at noon, to be patient with callers, and to try to develop some knowledge of spelling in that child of nature, Bessie Kraker. She walked about the office quickly, glancing proudly at its neatness. Daily, with an operator's headgear, borrowed from the telephone company, over her head, she spent half an hour talking with Mr. Wilkins, taking his dictation, receiving his cautions and suggestions, reassuring him that in his absence the Subway ran and Tammany still ruled. After an agitated conference with the vice president of the Comfy Coast Company, during which she was eloquent as an automobile advertisement regarding Mr. Wilkins's former masterpieces, with their every modern improvement, parquet floors, beam ceilings, plate rack, hardwood trim throughout, natty and novel decorations, Una reached the zenith of salesman's virtues. She closed the deal. Mr. Wilkins came back and hemmed and hawed a good deal. He praised the work she hadn't considered well done, and pointed out faults in what she considered particularly clever achievements, and was laudatory but dissatisfying in general. In a few days he, in turn, reached the zenith of virtue on the part of boss. He raised her salary to $15 a week. She was again merely his secretary, however, and the office trudged through another normal period when all past drama seemed incredible and all the future drab. But Una was certain now that she could manage business, could wheedle Bessies and face pompous vice presidents, and satisfy querulous Mr. Wilkinses. She looked forward. She picked at architecture as portrayed in Mr. Wilkins's big books. She learned the reason and manner of the rows of semi-detached, semi-suburban, semi-comfortable, semi-cheap, and somewhat less than semi-attractive houses. She was not afraid of the office world now. She had a part in the city, and a home. She thought of Walter Babson. Sometimes, when Mrs. Lawrence was petulant, or the office had been unusually exhausting, she fancied that she missed him. But instead of sitting and brooding over folded hands, in woman's ancient fashion, she took a man's unfair advantage. She went up to the gymnasium of the home club and worked with the chest weights and flying rings, a solemn, happy, busy little figure. She laughed more deeply, and she felt the enormous rhythm of the city not as a menacing roar, but as a hymn of triumph. She could never be intimate with Mamie Magen as she was with the frankly disillusioned Mrs. Lawrence. She never knew whether Miss Magen really liked her or not. Her smile, which transfigured her sallow face, was equally bright for Una, for Mrs. Fike, and for beggars. Yet it was Miss Magen whose faith in the purpose of the struggling world inspired Una. Una walked with her up Madison Avenue, past huge old brownstone mansions, and she was unconscious of suiting her own quick step to Miss Magen's jerky lameness, as the Jewess talked of her ideals of a business world which should have generosity and chivalry and the accuracy of a biological laboratory, in which there would be no need of charity to employee or to employer. Mamie Magen was the most highly evolved person Una had ever known. Una had, from books and newspapers and Walter Babson, learned that there were such things as socialists and earnest pessimists, and the race sketchily called bohemians, writers and artists and social workers, who drank claret and made love and talked about the free theater, all on behalf of the brotherhood of man. Una pictured the socialists as always attacking capitalists, the pessimists as always being bitter and egotistic, bohemians as always being dissipated, but as handsome and noisy and gay. But Mamie Magen was a socialist who believed that the capitalists, with their profit sharing and search for improved methods of production, were as sincere in desiring the scientific era as were the most burning socialists, who loved and understood the most oratorical of the young socialists with their hair in their eyes, but also loved and understood the clean little college boys who came into business with a desire to make it not a war but a crusade. She was a socialist who was determined to control and glorify business. A pessimist who was, in her gentle, reticent way, as scornful of half churches, half governments, half educations, as the cynical Mrs. Lawrence. Finally, she who was not handsome or dissipated or gay, but sallow and lame and Spartan, knew Bohemia better than most of the professional hobohemians. As an East Side child she had grown up in the classes and parties of the university settlement. She had been held upon the then juvenile knees of half the distinguished writers and fighters for reform, who had begun their careers as settlement workers. She, who was still unknown, a clerk and a nobody, and who wasn't always syntactical, was accustomed to people whose names had been made large and sonorous by newspaper publicity, and at the age when ambitious lady artists and derailed Walter Babsons came to New York and determinedly seized on Bohemia, Mamie Magen had outgrown Bohemia and become a worker. To Una she explained the city, made it comprehensible, made art and economics and philosophy human and tangible. Una could not always follow her, but from her she caught the knowledge that the world and all its wisdom is but a booby blundering schoolboy that needs management and could be managed, if men and women would be human beings instead of just businessmen or plumbers or army officers or commuters or educators or authors or club women or traveling salesmen or socialists or Republicans or Salvation Army leaders or wearers of clothes. She preached to Una a personal kinghood, an education in brotherhood and responsible nobility, which took in Una's job as much as it did government ownership or reading poetry. Not always was Una breathlessly trying to fly after the lame but broad-winged Mamie Magen. She attended high mass at the Spanish church on Washington Heights with Mrs. Lawrence, felt the beauty of the ceremony, admired the simple classic church, adored the padre, and for about one day planned to scorn Panama Methodism and become a Catholic, after which day she forgot about Methodism and Catholicism. She also accompanied Mrs. Lawrence to a ceremony much less impressive and much less easily forgotten, to a meeting with a man. Mrs. Lawrence never talked about her husband, but in this reticence she was not joined by Rose Dawn or Jenny Cassavant. Jenny maintained that the misfitted Mr. Lawrence was alive, very much so; that Esther and he weren't even divorced, but merely separated. The only sanction Mrs. Lawrence ever gave to this report was to blurt out one night, "Keep up your belief in the mysticism of love and all that kind of sentimental sex stuff as long as you can. You'll lose it some day fast enough. Me, I know that a woman needs a man just the same as a man needs a woman, and just as darned unpoetically. Being brought up a Puritan, I never can quite get over the feeling that I oughtn't to have anything to do with men, me as I am. But believe me, it isn't any romantic ideal. I sure want 'em." Mrs. Lawrence continually went to dinners and theaters with men. She told Una all the details, as women do, from the first highly proper handshake down in the pure-minded hall of the home club at 8, to the less proper good night kiss on the dark doorstep of the home club at midnight. But she was careful to make clear that one kiss was all she ever allowed, though she grew dithyrambic over the charming lonely men with whom she played, a young doctor whose wife was in a madhouse, a clever, restrained, unhappy old broker. Once she broke out, "Hang it, I want love, and that's all there is to it. That's crudely all there ever is to it with any woman, no matter how much she pretends to be satisfied with mourning the dead, or caring for children, or swatting a job, or being religious, or anything else. I'm a lowbrow. I can't give you the economics of it and the spiritual brotherhood and all that stuff like Mamie Magen. But I know women want a man and love, all of it." Next evening she took Una to dinner at a German restaurant, as chaperone to herself and a quiet, insistent, staring, good-looking man of 40. While Mrs. Lawrence and the man talked about the opera, their eyes seemed to be defying each other. Una felt that she was not wanted. When the man spoke hesitatingly of a cabaret, Una made excuse to go home. Mrs. Lawrence did not return till 2. She moved about the room quietly, but Una awoke. "I'm glad I went with him," Mrs. Lawrence said, angrily, as though she were defending herself. Una asked no questions, but her good little heart was afraid. Though she retained her joy in Mrs. Lawrence's willingness to take her and her job seriously, Una was dismayed by Mrs. Lawrence's fiercely uneasy interest in men. She resented the insinuation that the sharp, unexpected longing to feel Walter's arms about her might be only a crude physical need for a man, instead of a mystic fidelity to her lost love. Being a lame marcher, a mind which was admittedly shocked at each discovery of the aliveness of theory, Una's observation of the stalking specter of sex did not lead her to make any very lucid conclusions about the matter. But she did wonder a little if this whole business of marriages and marriage ceremonies and legal bonds which any clerkly pastor can gild with religiosity was so sacred as she had been informed in Panama. She wondered a little if Mrs. Lawrence's obvious requirement of man's companionship ought to be turned into a sneaking theft of love. Una Golden was not a philosopher. She was a workaday woman. But into her workaday mind came a low light from the fire which was kindling the world. The dual belief that life is too sacred to be taken in war and filthy industries and dull education, and that most forms and organizations and inherited castes are not sacred at all. The aspirations of Mamie Magen and the alarming frankness of Mrs. Lawrence were not all her life at the home club. With pretty Rose Larson and half a dozen others she played. They went in fluttering, beribboned parties to the theater. They saw visions at symphony concerts, and slipped into exhibits of contemporary artists at private galleries on Fifth Avenue. When spring came they had walking parties in Central Park, in Van Cortlandt Park, on the Palisades, across Staten Island, and picnicked by themselves or with neat, trim-minded, polite men clerks from the various offices and stores where the girls worked. They had a perpetual joy in annoying Mrs. Fike by parties on fire escapes, by lobster Newburgh suppers at midnight. They were discursively excited for a week when Rose Larson was followed from the surface car to the door by an unknown man. And they were unhappily excited when, without explanations, slim, daring Jennie Cassavant was suddenly asked to leave the home club. And they had a rose-lighted dinner when Livy Hedger announced her engagement to a Newark lawyer. Various were the home club women in training and work and ways. They were awkward stenographers and dependable secretaries, fashion artists and department store clerks, telephone girls and clever college-bred persons who actually read manuscripts and proof, and wrote captions or household department squibs for women's magazines, real editors, or at least real assistant editors, persons who knew authors and illustrators, as did the great Magen. They were attendants in dentists' offices, and teachers in night schools, and filing girls, and manicurists, and cashiers, and blue linen gowned super waitresses in artistic tea rooms. And cliques, caste, they did have. Yet their comradeship was very sweet, quite real. The factional lines were not drawn according to salary or education or family, but according to gaiety or sobriety or propriety. Una was finding not only her lost boarding school days, but her second youth, perhaps her first real youth. Though the questions inspired by the exceptional Miss Magen and the defiant Mrs. Lawrence kept her restless, her association with the playgirls, her growing acquaintanceship with women who were easy-minded, who had friends and relatives and a place in the city, who did not agonize about their jobs or their loves, who received young men casually and looked forward to marriage and a comfortable flat in Harlem, made Una feel the city as her own proper dwelling. Now she no longer plodded along the streets wonderingly, a detached little stranger. She walked briskly and contentedly, heedless of crowds, returning to her own home in her own city. Most workers of the city remained strangers to it always, but chance had made Una an insider. It was another chapter in the making of a business woman, that spring of happiness and new stirrings in the home club. It was another term in the unplanned, uninstructed, muddling, chance-governed college which civilization unwittingly keeps for the training of men and women who will carry on the work of the world. It passed swiftly, and July and vacation time came to Una. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13, Part 1 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 2, The Office. Chapter 13, Part 1. It was hard enough to get Mr. Wilkins to set a definite date for her summer vacation. The time was delayed and juggled till Mrs. Lawrence, who was to have gone with Una, had to set off alone. But it was even harder for Una to decide where to go for her vacation. There was no accumulation of places which she had fervently been planning to see. Indeed, Una wasn't much interested in any place besides New York and Panama. And of the questions and stale reminiscences of Panama she was weary. She decided to go to a farm in the Berkshires, largely because she had overheard a girl in the subway say that it was a good place. When she took the train, she was brave, with a new blue suit, a new suitcase, a 2-pound box of candy, copies of the Saturday Evening Post and the Woman's Home Companion, and Jack London's People of the Abyss, which Mamie Magen had given her. All the way to Pittsfield, all the way out to the farm by stage, she sat still and looked politely at every large detached elm, every cow, or barefoot boy. She had set her methodical mind in order, had told herself that she would have time to think and observe. Yet if a census had been taken of her thoughts, not sex nor economics, not improving observations of the flora and fauna of western Massachusetts would have been found, but a half-glad, half-hysterical acknowledgment that she had not known how tired and office-soaked she was till now, when she had relaxed, and a dull, recurrent wonder if 2 weeks would be enough to get the office poison out of her body. Now that she gave up to it, she was so nearly sick that she couldn't see the magic of the sheer green hillsides and unexpected ponds, the elm-shrined, winding road, towns demure and white. She did not notice the huge, inn-like farmhouse, nor her bare room, nor the noisy dining room. She sat on the porch, exhausted, telling herself that she was enjoying the hill's slope down to a pond that was yet bright as a silver shield, though its woody shores had blurred into soft darkness, the enchantment of frog choruses, the cooing pigeons in the barnyard. Listen, a cow mooing. Thank the Lord I'm away from New York. Clean forgotten it. Might be 1,000,000 miles away, she assured herself. Yet all the while she continued to picture the office, Bessie's desk, Mr. Wilkins's inkwell, the sinister gray scrub rag in the washroom, and she knew that she needed some one to lure her mind from the office. She was conscious that some man had left the chattering rocking chair group at the other end of the long porch and had taken the chair beside her. "Miss Golden!" A thick voice hesitated. "Yes?" "Say, I thought it was you. Well, well, the world's pretty small after all. Say, I bet you don't remember me." In the porch light Una beheld a heavy-shouldered, typical American business man, in derby hat and clipped mustache, his jowls shining with a recent shave, an alert, solid man of about 45. She remembered him as a man she had been glad to meet. She felt guiltily that she ought to know him, Perhaps he was a Wilkins client, and she was making future difficulty in the office, but place him she could not. "Oh, yes, yes, of course, though I can't just remember your name. I always can remember faces, but I never can remember names," she achieved. "Sure, I know how it is. I've often said I never forget a face, but I never can remember names. Well, sir, you remember Sanford Hunt that went to the commercial college?" "Oh, now I know. You're Mr. Schwirtz of the Lowry Paint Company, who had lunch with us and told me about the paint company. Mr. Julius Schwirtz." "You got me. Though the fellows usually call me Eddie. Julius Edward Schwirtz is my full name. My father was named Julius, and my mother's oldest brother was named Edward. My old dad used to say it wasn't respectful to him because I always preferred Eddie. Old Codger used to get quite het up about it. Julius sounds like you was an old Roman or something, and in the business you got to have a good, easy name. Say, speaking of that, I ain't with Lowry any more. I'm chief salesman for the Etna Automobile Varnish and Wax Company. I certainly got a swell territory. New York, Philly, Beantown, Washington, Baltimore, Cleveland, Columbus, Akron, and so on, and of course most especially Detroit. Sell right direct to the jobbers and the big auto companies. Good bunch of live wires. Some class. I'm rolling in my little old $4,000 a year now, where before I didn't hardly make more'n 26 or 2800. Keeps me on the jump, all righty. Fact. I got so tired and run down, I hadn't planned to take any vacation at all, but the boss himself says to me, "Eddie, we can't afford to let you get sick. You're the best man we've got," he says, "and you got to take a good vacation now and forget all about business for a couple weeks." "Well," I says, "I was just wondering if you was smart enough to get along without me if I was to sneak out and rubber at some scenery, and maybe get up a flirtation with a pretty summer girl. And I guess that must be you, Miss Golden." And he laughs and says, "Oh, yes, I guess the business wouldn't go bust for a few days." And so I goes down and gets a shave and a haircut and a singe and a shampoo. There ain't as much to cut as there used to be, though, ha ha. And here I am.
"Yes," said Una affably. Miss Una Golden, of Panama and the office, did not in the least feel superior to Mr. Eddie Schwirtz's robust commonness. The men she knew, except for pariahs like Walter Babson, talked thus. She could admire Mamie Magen's verbal symphonies, but with Mr. Schwirtz she was able to forget her little private stock of worries and settle down to her holiday. Mr. Schwirtz hitched forward in his rocker, took off his derby, stroked his damp forehead, laid his derby and both his hands on his stomach, rocked luxuriously, and took a fresh hold on the conversation. "But say, here I am gassing all about myself, and you'll want to be hearing about Sandy Hunt. Seen him lately?" "No, I've lost track of him. You do know how it is in such a big city."
"Sure, I know how it is. I was saying to a fellow just the other day, 'Why, gosh all fish hooks,' I was saying, 'it seems like it's harder to keep in touch with a fellow here in New York than if he lived in Chicago. Time you go from the Bronx to Flatbush or Weehawken, it's time to turn round again and go home.' Well, Hunt's married, you know, to that same girl that was with us at lunch that day. And he's got a nice little house in Secaucus. He's still with Lowry. Good job, too. Assistant bookkeeper. Pulling down his little 2750 regular. And they got a baby. And let me tell you, she makes him a mighty fine wife. Mighty bright little woman. Well, now say, how are you getting along, Miss Golden? Everything going bright and cheery?"
"Yes, kind of."
"Well, that's good. You'll do fine, and pick up some good live wire of a husband, too."
"I'm never going to marry. I'm going—"
"Why, sure you are. Nice, bright woman like you sticking in an office? Office is no place for a woman. Takes a man to stand the racket. Home's the place for a woman. except maybe some hatchet-faced old battle-axe like the cashier at our shop. Shame to spoil a nice home with her. Why, she tried to hold up my vacation money because she said I'd overdrawn.
Oh, but Mr. Schwirtz, what can a poor girl do if you high and mighty men don't want to marry her?
Pshaw, there ain't no trouble like that in your case, I'll gamble.
Oh, but there is. If I were pretty, like Rose Larson, she's a girl that stays where I live. Oh, I could just eat her up, she's so pretty, curly hair and big brown eyes, and a round face like a boy in one of those medieval pictures.
That's all right about pretty squabs. They're all right for a bunch of young boys that like a cute nose and a good figure better than they do sense. Well, you notice I remembered you all right, when you went and forgot poor old Eddie Schwirtz. Yes, sir, by golly, teetotally plumb forgot me. I guess I won't get over that slam for a while.
Now, that isn't fair, Mr. Schwirtz. You know it isn't. It's almost dark here on the porch, even with the lamps. I couldn't really see you. And besides, I did recognize you. I just couldn't think of your name for the moment.
Yeah, that listens fine, but poor old Eddie's heart is clean busted just the same. Me thinking of you and your nice complexion and goldy hair, and the cute way you talked at our lunch, whenever Hunt shut up and gave you a chance. Honest, I haven't forgot yet the way you took off old man, what was it? The old stiff that ran the commercial college. What was his name?
Mr. Whiteside? Una was enormously pleased and interested. Far off and dim were Miss Magen and the distressing Mrs. Lawrence, and the office of Mr. Troy Wilkins was fading.
Yeah, I guess that was it. Do you remember how you gave us an imitation of him telling the class that if they'd work like 60 they might get to be little tin gods on wheels like himself? And how he'd always keep dropping his eyeglasses and fishing 'em up on a cord while he was talking? Don't you remember how you took him off? Why, I thought Mrs. Hunt, that is, I've forgotten what her name was before Sandy married her, why, I thought she'd split laughing. She admired you a whole pile, let me tell you. I could see that.
Not unwelcome to the ears of Una was this praise, but she was properly deprecatory. Why, she probably thought I was just a stuffy, stupid, ugly old thing, as old as
Eddie Schwirtz, hey? Go on, insult me. I can stand it. Let me tell you, I ain't 43 till next October. Look here now, little sister. I know when a woman admires another. Let me tell you, if you'd ever traveled for dry goods like I did, out of St. Paul once, for a couple of months, never again. Paint and varnish is good enough for Eddie any day. And if you'd sold a bunch of women buyers, you'd know how they looked when they liked a thing. All righty. Not that I want to knock the sex, you understand, but you know yourself, being a she-male, that there's an awful lot of cats among the ladies, God bless 'em, that wouldn't admit another lady was beautiful, not if she was as good looking as Lillian Russell, corking figure and the swellest dresser in town.
Yes, perhaps, sometimes, said Una. She did not find Mr. Schwirtz dull.
But I was saying, it was a cinch to see that Sandy's girl thought you was ace high all righty. She kept her eyes glommed onto you all the time.
But what would she find to admire?
Uh-huh, fishing for compliments.
No, I am not. So there. Una's cheeks burned delightfully. She was back in Panama again. In Panama, where for endless hours on dark porches, young men tease young women and tell them that they are beautiful. Mr. Schwirtz was direct and jolly, like Panama people, but he was so much more active and forceful than Henry Carson, so much more hearty than Charlie Martindale, so distinguished by that knowledge of New York streets and cafes and local heroes which, to Una, the recent convert to New York, seemed the one great science. Their rockers creaked in complete sympathy.
The perfect summer man took up his shepherd's tale. "There's a whole lot of things she'd certainly oughta have admired in you, lemme tell you. I suppose probably Maxine Elliott is better looking than what you are, maybe, but I always was crazy over your kind of girl. Blonde hair and nice, clear eyes and just shoulder high. Kind of a girl that could snuggle down beside a fireplace and look like she grew there. Not one of these domineering, sufferin' cats females. No, nor one of these overdressed New York chickens neither, but cute and bright." "Oh, you're just flattering me, Mr. Schwirtz. Mr. Hunt told me I should watch out for you." "No, no, you got me wrong there. I dwell on what is it mountain, and my name is Truthful James, like the poet says. Believe me, I may be a roughneck drummer, but I notice these things."
"Oh, oh, do you like poetry?" Without knowing precisely what she was trying to do, Una was testing Mr. Schwirtz according to the somewhat contradictory standards of culture which she had acquired from Walter Babson, Mamie Magen, Esther Lawrence, Mr. Wilkins's books on architecture, and stray copies of The Outlook, The Literary Digest, Current Opinion, The Nation, The Independent, The Review of Reviews, The World's Work, Collier's, and The Atlantic Monthly, which she had been glancing over in the Home Club library. She hadn't learned much of the technique of the arts, but she had acquired an uneasy conscience of the sort which rather discredits any book or music or picture which it easily enjoys. She was, for a moment, apologetic to these insistent new standards, because she had given herself up to Mr. Schwirtz's low conversation. She was not vastly different from a young lady just back in Panama from a term in the normal school, with new lights derived from a gentlemanly young English teacher with poetic interests and a curly mustache. "Sure," affirmed Mr. Schwirtz. "I like poetry fine. Used to read it myself when I was traveling out of St. Paul and got kind of stuck on a waitress at Eau Claire." This did not perfectly satisfy Una, but she was more satisfied that he had heard the gospel of culture after he had described, with much detail, his enjoyment of a "fella from Boston, professional reciter. They say he writes swell poetry himself. Gave us a program of Kipling and Ella Wheeler Wilcox before the Elks. Real poetic fella." "Do you go to concerts, symphonies, and so on, much?" Una next catechized. "Well, no, that's where I fall down. Just between you and I never did have much time for these highbrows that try to make out they're so darn much better than common folks by talking about motifs and symphony poems and all that long-haired stuff. Fellow that's in music goods took me to a Philharmonic concert once, and I couldn't make head or tail of the stuff. Conductor batting a poor musician over the ear with his swagger stick, and him a union man, oughta kicked to his union about the way the conductor treated him, and him coming back with a yawp on the fiddle and getting 2 laps ahead of the brass band, and they all blowing their stuffings out trying to catch up. Music, they call that. And once I went to grand opera. Lot of fat Dutchmen all singing together like they was sellin' old rags. Aw, nix, give me one of the good old songs like The Last Rose of Summer. I bet you could sing that so that even a sporting goods drummer would cry and think about the sweetheart he had when he was a kid." "No, I couldn't. I can't sing a note," Una said, delightedly. She had laughed very much at Mr. Schwirtz's humor. She slid down in her chair and felt more expansively peaceful than she ever had been in the stress of Walter Babson. "Straight now, little sister, own up. Don't you get more fun out of hearing Raymond Hitchcock sing than you do out of a bunch of fiddles and flutes fighting out a piece by Wagner like they was Kilkenny cats?
Fess up now. Don't you get more downright amusement?"
Well, maybe I do, sometimes. But that doesn't mean that all this cheap musical comedy music is as good as opera, and so on, if we had musical educations.
Oh, yes, that's what they all say. But I notice that Hitchcock and George M. Cohan go on drawing big audiences every night. Yes, and the swellest, best dressed, smartest people in New York and Brooklyn, too. It's in the gallery at the opera that you find all these wops and Swedes and Lord knows what all. And when a bunch of people are out at a lake, say, you don't ever catch 'em singing Wagner or Liszt or Grieg or any of them guys. If they don't sing "In the Good Old Summertime," it's "Old Black Joe" or "Nellie Was a Lady," or something that's really got some melody to it.
The neophyte was lured from her new won altar. Cold to her knees was the barren stone of the shrine, and she feebly recanted, "Yes, that's so." Mr. Schwirtz cheerfully took out a cigar, smelled it, bit it, luxuriously removed the band, requested permission to smoke, lighted the cigar without waiting for an answer to that request, sighed happily, and dived again.
Not that I'm knocking the highbrows, you understand. This dress suit music is all right for them that likes it, but what I object to is their trying to stuff it down my throat. I let 'em alone, and if I want to be a poor old lowbrow and like reg'lar music, I don't see where they get off to be telling me I got to go to concerts. Honest now, ain't that the truth?
"Oh, yes. That way."
All these here critics telling what lowbrows us American businessmen are. Just between you and I bet I knock down more good big round iron men every week than 9/10 of these highbrow fiddlers. Yes, and college professors and authors too.
"Yes, but you shouldn't make money your standard," said Una, in company with the invisible chorus of Mamie Magen and Walter Babson.
"Well, then, what are you going to make a standard?" asked Mr. Schwirtz triumphantly.
"Well," said Una, "understand me, I'm a highbrow myself, some ways. I never could stand these cheap magazines. I'd stop the circulation of every last one of them, pass an act of Congress to make every voter read some A1 high-class intellectual stuff. I read Reverend Henry Van Dyke and Newell Dwight Hillis and Herbert Kaufman and Billy Sunday and all these brainy, inspirational fellows, and let me tell you, I get a lot of talking points for selling my trade out of their spiels, too. I don't believe in all this cheap fiction, these nasty realistic stories, like all the author could see in life was just the bad side of things. I tell you, life's bad enough without emphasizing the rotten side, all these unhappy marriages and poverty and everything. I believe if you can't write bright, optimistic, cheerful things, better not write at all. And all these sex stories, don't believe in 'em. Sensational. Don't believe in cheap literature of no sort. Oh, of course, it's all right to read a couple of detective stories or a nice, bright, clean love story just to pass the time away. But me, I like real, classy, high-grade writers, with none of this slangy dialogue or vulgar stuff. Specially I like essays on strenuous, modern American life, about not being in a rut, but putting a punch in life. Yes, sir. "I'm glad," said Una. "I do like improving books."
"You've said it, little sister. Say, gee, you don't know what a luxury it is for me to talk about books and literature with an educated, cultured girl like you. Now take the rest of these people here at the farm. Nice folks, you understand. Mighty well traveled, broad gauged, intelligent folks, and all that. There's a Mr. and Mrs. Cannon. He's some kind of an executive in the Chicago stockyards. Nice, fat, responsible job. And he was saying to me, 'Mr. Schwirtz,' he says, 'Mrs. C. and I had never been to New England till this summer. But we'd toured every other part of the country, and we've done Europe thoroughly and put in a month doing Florida, and now," he says, "I think we can say we've seen every point of interest that's worth an American's time. They're good American people like that, well traveled and nice folks. But books, Lord! They can't talk about books no more than a Jersey City bartender. So you can imagine how pleased I was to find you here. World's pretty small, all right. Say, I just got here yesterday, so I suppose we'll be here about the same length of time. If you wouldn't think I was presumptuous, I'd like mighty well to show you some of the country around here. We could get up a picnic party, 10 or a dozen of us, and go up on Bald Knob and see the scenery and have a real jolly time. And I'd be glad to take you down to Lesterhampton. There's a real old-fashioned inn down there, they say, where Paul Revere stayed one time. They say you can get the best kind of fried chicken and corn on cob and real old-fashioned New England blueberry pie. Would you like to?"
"Why, I should be very pleased to," said Una. Mr. Schwirtz seemed to know everybody at the farm. He had been there only 36 hours, but already he called Mr. Cannon "Sam," and knew that Miss Vincent's married sister's youngest child had recently passed away with a severe and quite unexpected attack of cholera morbus. Mr. Schwirtz introduced Una to the others so fulsomely that she was immediately taken into the inner political ring. He gave her a first lesson in auction pinochle also. They had music and recitations at 10, and Una's shyness was so warmed away that she found herself reciting "I'm only Mammy's pickaninny coon." She went, candle lighted, up to a four-poster bed. As she lay awake, her job-branded mind could not keep entirely away from the office, the work she would have to do when she returned, the familiar series of indefinite worries and disconnected office pictures. But mostly she let the rustle of the breathing land inspirit her while she thought of Mr. Julius Edward Schwirtz. She knew that he was ungrammatical, but she denied that he was uncouth. His deep voice had been very kindly. His clipped mustache was trim. His nails, which had been ragged at that commercial college lunch, were manicured now. He was sure of himself, while Walter Babson doubted and thrashed about. All of which meant that the tired office woman was touchily defensive of the man who liked her. She couldn't remember just where she had learned it, but she knew that Mr. Schwirtz was a widower. The fact that she did not have to get up and go to the office was Una's chief impression at awakening, but she was not entirely obtuse to the morning, to the chirp of a robin, the cluck of the hens, the creak of a hay wagon, and the sweet smell of cattle. When she arose, she looked down a slope of fields so far away that they seemed smooth as a lawn. Solitary, majestic trees cast long shadows over a hilly pasture of crisp grass, worn to inviting paths by the cropping cattle. Beyond the valley was a range of the Berkshires with every tree distinct. Una was tired, but the morning's radiance inspired her. "My America, so beautiful! Why do we turn you into stuffy offices and ugly towns?" she marveled while she was dressing. But as breakfast was not ready, her sudden wish to do something magnificent for America turned into what she called a before coffee grouch, and she sat on the porch waiting for the bell, and hoping that the conversational Mr. Schwirtz wouldn't come and converse. It was to his glory that he didn't. He appeared in masterful white flannel trousers and a pressed blue coat and a new Panama, which looked well on his fleshy but trim head. He said, "Morning," cheerfully,
and went to prowl about the farm. All through the breakfast Una caught the effulgence of Mr. Schwirtz's prosperous-looking solidness, and almost persuaded herself that his jowls and the slabs of fat along his neck were powerful muscles. He asked her to play croquet. Una played a game which had been respected in the smartest croqueting circles of Panama. She defeated him, and while she blushed and insisted that he ought to have won, Mr. Schwirtz chuckled about his defeat and boasted of it to the group on the porch. "I was afraid," he told her, "I was going to find this farm kind o' tame. Usually expect a few more good fellows and highballs in mine, but thanks to you, little sister, looks like I'll have a bigger time than a Highline poker party." He seemed deeply to respect her, and Una, who had never had the debutante's privilege of ordering men about, who had avoided Henry Carson, and responded to Walter Babson, and obeyed chiefs in offices, was now at last demanding that privilege. She developed feminine whims and desires. She asked Mr. Schwirtz to look for her handkerchief, and bring her magazine, and arrange her chair cushions, and take her for a walk to the Glade. He obeyed breathlessly. Following an old and rutted woodland road to the Glade, they passed a Berkshire abandoned farm, a solid house of stone and red timbers, softened by the long grasses that made the orchard a pleasant place. They passed berry bushes, raspberry and blackberry and currant, now turned wild, green gold bushes that were a net for sunbeams. They saw yellow warblers flicker away, a kingbird swoop, a scarlet tanager glisten in flight. "Wonder what that redbird is?" he admiringly looked to her to know. "Why, I think that's a cardinal." "Golly, I wish I knew about nature." "So do I. I don't really know a thing." "Huh, I bet you do." "Though I ought to, living in a small town so long. I'd planned to buy me a bird book," she rambled on, giddy with sunshine, "and a flower book, and bring them along, but I was so busy getting away from the office that I came off without them. Don't you just love to know about birds and things?" "Yuh, I cer'nly do. I cer'nly do. Say, this beats New York, eh? I don't care if I never see another show or a cocktail. Cer'nly do beat New York. Cer'nly does. I was saying to Sam Cannon, 'Lord,' I says, 'I wonder what a fellow ever stays in the city for. Never catch me there if I could rake in the coin out in the country, no sir.' And he laughed and said he guessed it was the same way with him. No, sir. My idea of perfect happiness is to be hiking along here with you, Miss Golden." He gazed down upon her with a mixture of amorousness and awe. The leaves of scrub oaks along the road crinkled and shone in the sun. She was lulled to slumberous content. She lazily beamed her pleasure back at him, though a tiny hope that he would be circumspect, not be too ardent, stirred in her. He was touching in his desire to express his interest without ruffling her. He began to talk about Miss Vincent's affair with Mr. Starr, the wealthy old boarder at the farm. In that topic they passed safely through the torrid wilderness of summer shine and tangled blooms. The thwarted boyish soul that persisted in Mr. Schwirtz's barbered, unexercised, coffee-soaked, tobacco-filled, whiskey-rotted, fattily degenerated city body shone through his red-veined eyes. He was having a fête champêtre. He gathered berries and sang all that he remembered of nut brown ale, and chased a cow, and pantingly stopped under a tree and smoked a cigar as though he enjoyed it. In his simple pleasure Una was glad. She admired him when he showed his trained professional side and explained, with rather confusing details, why the Etna Automobile Varnish Company was a success. But she fluttered up to her feet, became the willful debutante again, and commanded, "Come on, Mr. Slow. We'll never reach the glade." He promptly struggled up to his feet. There was lordly devotion in the way he threw away his half-smoked cigar. It indicated perfect chivalry, even though he did light another in about 3 minutes. The glade was filled with a pale green light. Arching trees shut off the heat of the summer afternoon, and the leaves shone translucent. Ferns were in wild abundance. They sat on a fallen tree, thick upholstered with moss, and listened to the trickle of a brook. Una was utterly happy. In her very weariness there was a voluptuous feeling that the air was dissolving the stains of the office. He urged a compliment upon her only once more that day, but she gratefully took it to bed with her. "You're just like this glade. Make a fellow feel kind o' calm and want to be good," he said. "I'm going to cut out all this boozing and stuff. Course you understand I never make a habit of them things, but still a fellow on the road " "Yes," said Una. All evening they discussed croquet, Lenox, Florida, Miss Vincent and Mr. Starr, the presidential campaign, and the food at the farmhouse. Boarders from the next farmhouse came a-calling, and the enlarged company discussed the food at both of the farmhouses, the presidential campaign, Florida, and Lenox. The men and women gradually separated, relieved of the strain of general and polite conversation. The men gratefully talked about business conditions and the presidential campaign and food and motoring, and told sly stories about Mike and Pat, or about Ikey and Jakey, while the women listened to Mrs. Cannon's stories about her youngest son, and compared notes on cooking, village improvement societies, and what Mrs. Taft would do in Washington society if Judge Taft was elected president. Miss Vincent had once shaken hands with Judge Taft, and she occasionally referred to the incident. Mrs. Cannon took Una aside and told her that she thought Mr. Starr and Miss Vincent must have walked down to the village together that afternoon, as she had distinctly seen them coming back up the road. Yet Una did not feel Panama-ized. She was a grown-up person, accepted as one, not as Mrs. Golden's daughter, and her own gossip now passed at par. And all evening she was certain that Mr. Schwirtz was watching her. End of chapter 13, part 1. Part 2, chapter 13, part 2 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 2, The Office. Chapter 13, part 2. The boarders from the 2 farmhouses organized a tremendous picnic on Bald Knob, with sandwiches and chicken salad and cake and thermos bottles of coffee and a whole pail of beans and a phonograph with 7 records, with recitations and pastoral merriment and kodaks snapping every 2 or 3 minutes, with groups sitting about on blankets, and once in a while some one explaining why the scenery was so scenic. Una had been anxious lest Mr. Schwirtz pay her too marked attentions, make them as conspicuous as Mr. Starr and Miss Vincent, for in the morning he had hung about, waiting for a game of croquet with her. But Mr. Schwirtz was equally pleasant to her, to Miss Vincent, and to Mrs. Cannon, and he was attractively ardent regarding the scenery. "This certainly beats New York, eh? Especially you being here," he said to her aside. They sang ballads about the fire at dusk, and trailed home along dark paths that smelled of pungent leaf mold. Mr. Schwirtz lumbered beside her, heaped with blankets and pails and baskets, till he resembled a camel in a caravan, and encouraged her to tell how stupid and unenterprising Mr. Troy Wilkins was. When they reached the farmhouse, the young moon and the great evening star were low in a wash of turquoise above misty meadows. Frogs sang. Una promised herself a long and unworried sleep, and the night tingled with an indefinable magic. She was absolutely, immaculately happy, for the first time since she had been ordered to take Walter Babson's dictation. Mr. Schwirtz was generous. He invited all the boarders to a hayride picnic at Hawkins Pond, followed by a barn dance. He took Una and the Cannons for a motor ride, and insisted on buying, not giving, but buying, dinner for them at the Lesterhampton Inn. When the debutante Una bounced and said she did wish she had some candy, he trudged down to the village and bought for her a 2-pound box of exciting chocolates. And when she longed to know how to play tennis, he rented balls and 2 rackets, tried to remember what he had learned in 2 or 3 games of 10 years before, and gave her elaborate explanations. Lest the farmhouse experts Mr. Cannon was said by Mrs. Cannon to be one of the very best players at the Winnetka Country Club see them, Una and Mr. Schwirtz sneaked out before breakfast. Their tennis costumes consisted of new canvas shoes. They galloped through the dew and swatted at balls ferociously, 2 happy dubs who proudly used all the tennis terms they knew. Mr. Schwirtz was always there when she wanted him, but he never intruded, he never was urgent. She kept him away for a week. But in their second week, Mr. and Mrs. Cannon, Mr. Starr, Miss Vincent, and the pleasant couple from Gloversville all went away, and Una and Mr. Schwirtz became the elder generation, the seniors of the boarders. They rather looked down upon the new boarders who came in, tenderfeet, people who didn't know about Bald Knob, or the Glade, or Hawkins Pond, people who weren't half so witty or comfy as the giants of those golden olden days when Mr. Cannon had ruled. Una and Mr. Schwirtz deigned to accompany them on picnics, even grew interested in their new conceptions of the presidential campaign, and croquet and food, yet held rather aloof, as became the ancien régime, took confidential walks together, and in secret laughed enormously when the green generation gossiped about them as though they were interested in each other, as Mr. Starr and Miss Vincent had been in the far forgotten time. Una blushed a little when she discovered that everyone thought they were engaged, but she laughed at the rumor, and she laughed again, a nervous young laugh, as she repeated it to Mr. Schwirtz. "Isn't it a shame the way people gossip? Silly billies," she said. "We never talked that way about Mr. Starr and Miss Vincent, though in their case we would have been justified." "Yes, bet they were engaged. Oh, say, did I tell you about the first day I came here, and Starr took me aside and says he—" In their hour-long talks Mr. Schwirtz had not told much about himself, though of his business he had talked often. But on an afternoon when they took a book and a lunch and tramped off to a round-topped grassy hill, he finally confided in her, and her mild interest in him as an amiable companion deepened to sympathy. The book was The People of the Abyss, by Jack London, which Mamie Magen had given to Una as an introduction to a knowledge of social conditions. Una had planned to absorb it, to learn how the shockingly poor live. Now she read the first 4 pages to Mr. Schwirtz. After each page he said that he was interested. At the end of the 4th page, when Una stopped for breath, he commented, "Fine writer, that fella London. And they say he's quite a fella. Been a sailor and a miner and all kinds of things. Ver' intimate friend of mine knows him quite well. Met him in Frisco. And he says he's been a sailor and all kinds of things. But he's a socialist. Tell you, I ain't got much time for these socialists. Course I'm kind of a socialist myself, lots of ways, but these here fellas that go around making folks discontented, agitators. Don't suppose it's that way with this London. He must be pretty well fixed. And so of course he's probably growing conservative and sensible. But most of these socialists are just a lazy bunch of bums that try and see how much trouble they can stir up. They think that just because they're too lazy to find an opening, that they got the right to take the money away from the fellas that hustle around and make good. Trouble with all these socialist guys is that they don't stop to realize that you can't change human nature. They want to take away all the rewards for initiative and enterprise, just as Sam Cannon was saying. Do you suppose I'd work my head off putting a proposition through if there wasn't anything in it for me? Then another thing, about all this submerged tenth, these people of the abyss, and all the rest. I don't feel a darn bit sorry for them. They stick in London or New York or wherever they are and live on charity, and if you offered 'em a good job they wouldn't take it. Why, look here. All through the Middle West the farmers are just looking for men at $3 a day, and for hired girls, they'd give hired girls $3 and $4 a week and a good home. But do all these people go out and get the jobs? Not a bit of it. They'd rather stay home and yelp about socialism and anarchism and Lord knows what all. 'Nother thing, I never could figure out what all these socialists and IWWs, these I won't works, would do if we did divide up and hand all the industries over to them. I bet they'd be the very first ones to kick for a return to the old conditions. I tell you, it surprises me when a good, bright man like Jack London, or this fella Upton Sinclair, they say he's a well-educated fella too, don't stop and realize these things." "But," said Una. Then she stopped. Her entire knowledge of socialism was comprised in the fact that Mamie Magen believed in it, and that Walter Babson alternated between socialism, anarchism, and a desire to own a large house in Westchester and write poetry and be superior to the illiterate mass. So, to the economic spokesman for the great American businessman, her answer was, "But." "Then look here," said Mr. Schwirtz. "Take yourself. Suppose you like to work 8 hours a day? Course you don't. Neither do I. I always thought I'd like to be a gentleman farmer and take it easy. But the good Lord saw fit to stick us into these jobs. That's all we know about it. And we do our work and don't howl about it like all these socialists and radicals and other windjammers that know more than the Constitution and Congress and a convention of Philadelphia lawyers put together. You don't want to work as hard as you do and then have to divide up every Saturday with some lazy bum of a socialist that's too lazy to support himself, yes, or to take a bath, now do you?" "Well, no," Una admitted, in face of this triumphant exposure of liberal fallacies. The book slipped into her lap. "How wonderful that line of big woolly clouds is, there between the 2 mountains," she said. "I'd just like to fly through them. I am tired. The clouds rest me so." "Course you're tired, little sister. You just forget about all those guys in the abyss. Tell you, a person on the job's got enough to do looking out for himself."
"Well," said Una. Suddenly she lay back, her hands behind her head, her fingers outstretched among the long, cool grasses. A hum of insects surrounded her. The grasses towering above her eyes were a forest. She turned her head to watch a ladybug industriously ascend one side of a blade of grass, and with equal enterprise immediately descend the other side. With the office always in her mind as material for metaphors, Una compared the ladybug's method to Troy Wilkins's habit of having his correspondence filed and immediately calling for it again. She turned her face to the sky. She was uplifted by the bold contrast of cumulus clouds and the radiant blue sky. Here she could give herself up to rest. She was so secure now, with the affable Mr. Schwirtz to guard her against outsiders, more secure and satisfied, she reflected, than she could ever have been with Walter Babson. A hawk soared above her, a perfect thing of sun-brightened grace. The grasses smelled warm and pleasant, and under her beat the happy heart of the summer land.
"I'm a poor old roughneck," said Mr. Schwirtz. "But to day, up here with you, I feel so darn good that I almost think I'm a decent citizen. Honest, little sister, I haven't felt so bully for a blue moon."
"Yes, and I," she said. He smoked, while she almost drowsed into slumber to the lullaby of the afternoon. When a blackbird chased a crow above her, and she sat up to watch the aerial privateering, Mr. Schwirtz began to talk. He spoke of the flight of the Wright brothers in France and Virginia, which were just then, in the summer of 1908, arousing the world to a belief in aviation. He had as positive information regarding aeroplanes as he had regarding socialism. It seemed that a man who was tremendously on the inside of aviation, who was, in fact, going to use whole tons of aeroplane varnish on aeroplane bodies next month or next season, had given Mr. Schwirtz secret advices that within 5 years, by 1913, aeroplanes would be crossing the Atlantic daily, and conveying passengers and mail on regular routes between New York and Chicago. "Though," said Mr. Schwirtz in a sophisticated way, "I don't agree with these crazy enthusiasts that believe aeroplanes will be used in war. Too easy to shoot 'em down." His information was so sound that he had bought 100 shares of stock in his customer's company, in on the ground floor. Stock at $3 a share. Would be worth 200 a share the minute they started regular passenger carrying. "But at that I only took 100 shares. I don't believe in all this stock gambling. What I want is sound, conservative investments," said Mr. Schwirtz. "Yes, I should think you'd be awfully practical," mused Una. "My, $3 to 200. You'll make an awful lot out of it."
"Well, now, I'm not saying anything. I don't pretend to be a Weisenheimer. May be 9 or 10 years, 1917 or 1918, before we are doing a regular business. And at that the shares may never go above par. But still, I guess I'm middlin' practical. Not like these socialists, ha ha."
"How did you ever get your commercial training?" The question encouraged him to tell the story of his life. Mostly it was a story of dates and towns and jobs, jobs he had held and jobs from which he had resigned, and all the crushing things he had said to the wicked bosses during those victorious resignings. Clerk in a general store,
in a clothing store, in a hardware store, all these in Ohio. A quite excusable, almost laudable, failure in his own hardware store in a tiny Wisconsin town. Half a dozen clerkships. Collector for a harvester company in Nebraska, going from farm to farm by buggy. Traveling salesman for a St. Paul wholesaler, for a Chicago clothing house. Married. Partner with his brother-in-law in a drug, paint, and stationery store. Traveling for a Boston paint house. For the Lowry Paint Company of Jersey City. Now with the Automobile Wax Company. A typical American business career, he remarked, though somehow distinctive, different. A guiding star. Una listened murmuringly, and he was encouraged to try to express the inner life behind his jobs. Hesitatingly, he sought to make vivid his small boy life in the hills of West Virginia, carving initials, mowing lawns, smoking corn silk, being arrested on Halloween, his father's death, a certain Irving who was his friend, carrying a paper route during 2 years of high school, his determination to "make something of himself," his arrival in Columbus, Ohio, with just 78 cents, he emphasized it, "just 78 cents, that's every red cent I had, when I started out to look for a job, and I didn't know a single guy in town." His reading of books during the evenings of his first years in Ohio. He didn't "remember their titles exactly," he said, but he was sure that "he read a lot of them." At last he spoke of his wife, of their buggy riding, of their neat frame house with the lawn and the porch swing, of their quarrels. He made it clear that his wife had been "finicky" and had "fool notions." But he praised her for having "come around and learned that a man is a man, and sometimes he means a lot better than it looks like. Prob'ly he loves her a lot better than a lot of these plush-soled, soft-tongued fellas that give 'em a lot of guff and lovey-dovey stuff, and don't shell out the cash. She was a good sport, one of the best." Of the death of their baby boy. "He was the brightest little kid. Everybody loved him. When I came home tired at night, he would grab my finger, see, this first finger, and hold it, and want me to show him the bunny book. And then he died." Mr. Schwirtz told it simply, looking at clouds spread on the blue sky like a thrown handful of white paint. Una had hated the word "widower." It had suggested Henry Carson and the Panama undertaker, and funerals and tired men trying to wash children and looking for a new wife to take over that work. All the smell and grease of disordered side street kitchens. To her, now, Julius Edward Schwirtz was not a flabby-necked widower, but a man who mourned, who felt as despairingly as could Walter Babson the loss of the baby who had crowed over the bunny book. She, the motherless, almost loved him as she stood with him in the same depth of human grief, and she cried a little, secretly, and thought of her longing for the dead mother, as he gently went on. "My wife died a year later. I couldn't get over it. Seemed like I could have killed myself when I thought of any mean thing I might have said to her, not meaning anything, but hasty like, as a man will. Couldn't seem to get over it. Evenings were just hell. They were so empty. Even when I was out on the road, there wasn't anybody to write to, anybody that cared. Just sit in a hotel room and think about her. And I just couldn't realize that she was gone. Do you know, Miss Golden, for months, whenever I was coming back to Boston from a trip, it was her I was coming back to, seemed like, even though I knew she wasn't there. Yes, and evenings at home when I'd be sitting there reading, I'd think I heard her step, and I'd look up and smile, and she wouldn't be there. She wouldn't ever be there again. She was a lot like you. Same cute, bright sort of a little woman, with light hair. Yes, even the same eyeglasses. I think maybe that's why I noticed you particular when I first met you at that lunch, and remembered you so well afterward. Though you're really a lot brighter and better educated than what she was. I can see it now. I don't mean no disrespect to her. She was a good sport. They don't make 'em any better or finer or truer. But she hadn't never had much chance. She wasn't educated or a live wire, like you are. You don't mind my saying that, do you? How you mean to me what she meant?"
"No, I'm glad," she whispered.
Unlike the nimble Walter Babson, Mr. Schwirtz did not make the revelation of his tragedy an excuse for trying to stir her to passion. But he had taken and he held her hand among the long grasses, and she permitted it. That was all.
He did not arouse her. Still was it Walter's dark head, and the head of Walter's baby that she wanted to cradle on her breast. But for Mr. Schwirtz she felt a good will that was broad as the summer afternoon. "I am very glad you told me. I do understand. I lost my mother just a year ago," she said, softly. He squeezed her hand and sighed. "Thank you, little sister." Then he rose and more briskly announced, "Getting late. Better be hiking, I guess." Not again did he even touch her hand. But on his last night at the farmhouse he begged, "May I come to call on you in New York?" And she said, "Yes, please do." She stayed for a day after his departure, a long and lonely Sunday. She walked 5 miles by herself. She thought of the momently more horrible fact that vacation was over, that the office would engulf her again. She declared to herself that 2 weeks were just long enough holiday to rest her, to free her from the office, not long enough to begin to find positive joy. Between shudders before the swiftly approaching office, she thought of Mr. Schwirtz. She still called him that to herself. She couldn't fit "Eddie" to his trim bulkiness, his maturity. She decided that he was wrong about socialism. She feebly tried to see wherein, and determined to consult her teacher in ideals, Mamie Magen, regarding the proper answers to him. She was sure that he was rather crude in manners and speech, rather boastful, somewhat loquacious. "But I do like him," she cried to the hillsides and the free sky. "He would take care of me. He's kind, and he would learn. We'll go to concerts and things like that in New York. Dear me, I guess I don't know any too much about art things myself. I don't know why, but even if he isn't interesting like Mamie Magen, I like him, I think." On the train back to New York, early Monday morning, she felt so fresh and fit, with morning vigorous in her and about her, that she relished the thought of attacking the job. Why, she rejoiced, every fiber of her was simply soaked with holiday. She was so much stronger and happier. New York and the business world simply couldn't be the same old routine, because she herself was different. But the train became hot and dusty. The Italians began to take off their collars and hand-painted ties. And hot and dusty, perspiring and dizzily rushing, were the streets of New York when she ventured from the Grand Central Station out into them once more. It was late. She went to the office at once. She tried to push away her feeling that the Berkshires,
where she had arisen to a cool green dawn just that morning, were leagues and years away. Tired she was, but sunburnt and easy breathing. She exploded into the office, set down her suitcase, found herself glad to shake Mr. Wilkins's hand, and to answer his cordial, "Well, well, you're brown as a berry. Have a good time?" The office was different, she cried. Cried to that other earlier self who had sat in a train and hoped that the office would be different. She kissed Bessie Kraker, and by an error of enthusiasm nearly kissed the office boy, and told them about the farmhouse, the view from her room, the glade, Bald Knob, Hawkins Pond, about chickens and fresh milk and pigeons aflutter. She showed them the Kodak pictures taken by Mrs. Cannon, and indicated Mr. Starr and Miss Vincent, and laughed about them till "Oh, Miss Golden, could you take a little dictation now?" Mr. Wilkins called. There was also a pile of correspondence unfiled, and the office supplies were low, and Bessie was behind with her copying, and the office boy had let the place get as dusty as a hayloft, and the stiff old gray floor rag was grimly at its post in the washroom. "The office isn't changed," she said, and when she went out at 3 for belated lunch, she added, "And New York isn't either. Oh Lord, I really am back here. Same old hot streets. Don't believe there are any Berkshires. Just seems now as though I hadn't been away at all." She sat in negligee on the roof of the Home Club, and learned that Rose Larson and Mamie Magen and a dozen others had just gone on vacation. "Lord, it's over for me," she thought. 50 more weeks of the job before I can get away again. A whole year. Vacation is farther from me now than ever. And the same old grind. Let's see, I've got to get in touch with the Adine Company for Mr. Wilkins before I even do any filing in the morning. She awoke, after midnight, and worried, "I mustn't forget to get after the Adine Company the very first thing in the morning. And Mr. Wilkins has got to get Bessie and me a wastebasket apiece. Oh Lord, I wish Eddie Schwirtz were going to take me out for a walk to-morrow, the old darling that he is. I'd walk anywhere rather than ask Mr. Wilkins for those blame wastebaskets." End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 2, The Office. Chapter 14. Mrs. Esther Lawrence was, she said, bored by the general atmosphere of innocent and bounding girlhood at the Temperance Home Club, and she persuaded Una to join her in taking a flat, 3 small rooms, which they made attractive with Japanese toweling and Russian, or at least Russian Jew, brassware. Here Mrs. Lawrence's men came calling, and sometimes Mr. Julius Edward Schwirtz, and all of them, except Una herself, had cigarettes and highballs, and Una confusedly felt that she was getting to be an independent woman. Then, in January, 1909, she left the stiff, gray scrub rag which symbolized the routine of Mr. Troy Wilkins's office. In a magazine devoted to advertising, she had read that Mr. S. Herbert Ross, whom she had known as advertising manager of the Gas and Motor Gazette, had been appointed advertising manager for Pemberton's, the greatest manufactory of drugs and toilet articles in the world. Una had just been informed by Mr. Wilkins that, while he had an almost paternal desire to see her successful financially and otherwise, he could never pay her more than $15 a week. He used a favorite phrase of commuting captains of commerce: "Personally, I'd be glad to pay you more, but 15 is all the position is worth." She tried to persuade him that there is no position which cannot be made "worth more." He promised to "think it over." He was still taking a few months to think it over, while her Saturday pay envelope remained as thin as ever, when Bessie Kraker resigned, to marry a mattress renovator, and in Bessie's place Mr. Wilkins engaged a tall, beautiful blonde, who was too much of a lady to take orders from Una. This wrecked Una's little office home, and she was inspired to write to Mr. S. Herbert Ross at Pemberton's, telling him what a wise, good, noble, efficient man he was, and how much of a privilege it would be to become his secretary. She felt that Walter Babson must have been inexact in ever referring to Mr. Ross as "Sherbet Souse." Mr. Ross disregarded her letter for 10 days, then so urgently telephoned her to come and see him that she took a taxicab clear to the Pemberton Building in Long Island City. After paying a week's lunch money for the taxicab, it was rather hard to discover why Mr. Ross had been quite so urgent. He rolled about his magnificent mahogany and tapestry office, looked out of the window at the Long Island Railroad tracks, and told her, in confidence, what fools all the Gas Gazette chiefs had been, and all his employers since then. She smiled appreciatively, and tried to get in a tactful remark about a position. She did discover that Mr. Ross had not as yet chosen his secretary at Pemberton's, but beyond this Una could find no evidence that he supposed her to have come for any reason other than to hear his mellow wisdom and even mellower stories. After more than a month, during which Mr. Ross diverted himself by making appointments, postponing them, forgetting them, telephoning, telegraphing, sending special delivery letters, being paged at hotels, and doing all the useless melodramatic things he could think of, except using an aeroplane or a submarine, he decided to make her his secretary at $20 a week. 2 days later it occurred to him to test her in regard to speed in dictation and typing, and a few other minor things of the sort which her ability as a long-distance listener had made him overlook. Fortunately, she also passed this test. When she told Mr. Wilkins that she was going to leave, he used another set of phrases which all side street office potentates know. They must learn these clichés out of a little red leather manual. He tightened his lips and tapped on his desk pad with a blue pencil. He looked grieved and said touchingly, "I think you're making a mistake. I was making plans for you. In fact, I had just about decided to offer you $18 a week, and to advance you just as fast as the business will warrant. I think you're making a mistake in leaving a sure thing, a good, sound, conservative place, for something you don't know anything about. I'm not in any way urging you to stay, you understand, but I don't like to see you making a mistake." But he had also told Bessie Kraker that she was "making a mistake" when she had resigned to be married, and he had been so very certain that Una could never be "worth more" than 15. Una was rather tart about it. Though Mr. Ross didn't want her at Pemberton's for 2 weeks more, she told Mr. Wilkins that she was going to leave on the following Saturday. It did not occur to her, till Mr. Wilkins developed nervous indigestion by trying to break in a new secretary who couldn't tell a blueprint from a set of specifications, that he had his side in the perpetual struggle between ill-paid failure employers and ill-paid ambitious employees. She was sorry for him as she watched him putter, and she helped him, stayed late, and powerfully exhorted her successor. Mr. Wilkins revived and hoped that she would stay another week, but stay she could not. Once she knew that she was able to break away from the scrub rag, that specter of the washroom, and the bleak, frosted glass on the semi-partition in front of her desk, no wage could have helped her. Every moment here was an edged agony. In this refusal there may have been a trace of aspiration. Otherwise the whole affair was a hodgepodge of petty people and ignoble motives, of Una and Wilkins and S. Herbert Ross and Bessie Kraker, who married a mattress renovator, and Bessie's successor, of $15 a week, and everybody trying to deceive everybody else, of vague reasons for going and vaguer reasons for letting Una go, and no reason at all for her remaining. In all, an ascent from a scrub rag to a glorified soap factory designed to provide Mr. Pemberton's daughters-in-law with motors. So long as her world was ruled by chance, half-training, and lack of clear purpose, how could it be other than a hodgepodge? She could not take as a holiday the 2 weeks intervening between the Wilkins office and Pemberton's. When she left Wilkins's, exulting, "This is the last time I'll ever go down in one of these rickety elevators," she had, besides her $15 in salary, $1.17 in the savings bank. Mamie Magen gave her the opportunity to spend the 2 weeks installing a modern filing system at Hertzfeld and Cohen's. So Una had a glimpse of the almost beautiful thing business can be. Hertzfeld and Cohen were Jews, old, white-bearded, orthodox Jews. Their unpoetic business was the jobbing of iron beds, and Una was typical of that New York which the Jews are conquering, in having nebulous prejudices against the race, in calling them mean and grasping and un-American, and wanting to see them shut out of offices and hotels. Yet with their merry eyes, their quick little foreign cries and gestures of sympathy, their laughter that rumbled in their tremendous beards, their habit of having coffee and pinochle in the office every Friday afternoon, their sincere belief that, as the bosses, they were not omniscient rulers, but merely elder fellow workers, with these un-American, eccentric, patriarchal ways, Hertzfeld and Cohen had made their office a joyous adventure. Other people "in the trade" sniffed at Hertzfeld and Cohen for their quixotic notions of discipline, but they made it pay in dividends as well as in affection. At breakfast Una would find herself eager to get back to work, though Hertzfeld and Cohen had but a plain office in an ugly building of brownstone and iron Corinthian columns, resembling an old-fashioned post office, and typical of all that block on Church Street. There was such gentleness here as Una was not to find in the modern, glazed brick palace of Pemberton's. Above railroad yards and mean tenements in Long Island City, just across the East River from New York, the shining, milky walls of Pemberton's bulk up like a castle overtowering a thatched village. It is magnificently the new-fashioned, scientific, efficient business institution, except perhaps in one tiny detail. King Pemberton and his princely sons do not believe in all this nonsense about profit sharing, or a minimum wage, or an 8-hour day, or pensions, or any of the other fads by which dangerous persons like Mr. Ford, the motor manufacturer, encourage the lazier workmen to think that they have just as much right to rise to the top as the men who have had nerve and foresight. And indeed Mr. Pemberton may be sound. He says that he bases wages on the economic law of supply and demand, instead of on sentiment. And how shrewdly successful are he and his sons is indicated by the fact that Pemberton's is one of the largest sources of drugs and proprietary medicines in the world, the second largest manufactory of soda fountain syrups, of rubber, celluloid, and leather goods of the kind seen in corner drug stores, and the third largest manufactory of soaps and toilet articles. It has been calculated that 93 million women in all parts of the world have ruined their complexions, and therefore their souls, by Pemberton's creams and lotions for saving the same, and that nearly 3/10 of the alcohol consumed in Prohibition counties is obtained in Pemberton's tonics and blood builders and women's specifics, the last being regarded by large farmers with beards as especially tasty and stimulating. Mr. Pemberton is the Napoleon of patent medicine, and also the Napoleon of drugs used by physicians to cure the effects of patent medicine. He is the Shakespeare of ice cream sodas, and the Edison of hot water bags. He rules more than 5,000 employees, and his name is glorious on cartons in drug stores, from Sandy Hook to San Diego, and chemists' shops from Hong Kong to the Scilly Isles. He is a modern Allah, and Mr. S. Herbert Ross is his prophet. Una discovered that Mr. Ross, who had been negligible as advertising manager of the Gas and Motor Gazette, had, in 2 or 3 years, become a light domestic great man, because he so completely believed in his own genius, and because advertising is the romance, the faith, the mystery of business. Mr. Pemberton, though he knew well enough that soap making was a perfectly natural phenomenon, could never get over marveling at the supernatural manner in which advertising seemed to create something out of nothing. It took a cherry fountain syrup, which was merely a chemical imitation that under an old name was familiar to everybody, it gave the syrup a new name, and made 20 million children clamor for it. Mr. Pemberton could never quite understand that advertising was merely a matter of salesmanship by paper and ink, nor that Mr. Ross's assistants, who wrote the copy and drew the pictures and selected the mediums and got the "mats" over to the agency on time, were real advertising men. No, the trusting old pirate believed it was also necessary to have an ordained advertising manager like Mr. Ross, a real initiate, who could pull a long face and talk about "the psychology of the utilitarian appeal," and "pulling power," and all the rest of the theology. So he, who paid packing girls as little as $4 a week, paid Mr. Ross $15,000 a year, and let him have competent assistants, and invited him out to the big, lonely, unhappy Pemberton house in the country, and listened to his sacerdotal discourses, and let him keep 4 or 5 jobs at once. For, besides being advertising manager for Pemberton's, Mr. Ross went off to deliver lyceum lectures and Chautauqua addresses and club chit-chats on the blessings of selling more soap or underwear, and for the magazines he wrote prose poems about stars, and sympathy, and punch, and early rising, and roadside flowers, and argosies, and farming, and saving money. All this doge-like splendor Una discovered, but could scarcely believe, for in his own office Mr. Ross seemed but as the rest of us, a small round man, with a clown-like little face, and hair cut Dutch-wise across his forehead. When he smoked a big cigar he appeared naughty; one expected to see his mother come and judiciously smack him. But more and more Una felt the force of his attitude that he was a genius incomparable. She could not believe that he knew what a gorgeous fraud he was. On the same day he received an advance in salary, discharged an assistant for requesting an advance in salary, and dictated a magazine filler to the effect that the chief duty of executives was to advance salaries. She could not chart him. Thus for thousands of years have servants been amazed at the difference between pontiffs in the pulpit and pontiffs in the pantry. Doubtless it helped Mr. Ross in maintaining his sublimity to dress like a cleric, black modest suits of straight lines, white shirts, small black ties. But he also wore silk socks, which he reflectively scratched while he was dictating. He was of an elegance in linen handkerchiefs, in a chased gold cigarette case, in cigarettes with a monogram. Indeed, he often stopped during dictation to lean across the enormous mahogany desk and explain to Una how much of a connoisseur he was in tennis, fly casting, the ordering of small smart dinners at the Plaza. He was fond of the word smart. "Rather smart poster, eh?" he would say, holding up the latest creation of his genius, that is to say, of his genius in hiring the men who had planned and prepared the creation. Mr. Ross was as full of ideas as of elegance. He gave birth to ideas at lunch, at conferences, while motoring, while being refreshed with a manicure and a violet ray treatment at a barber shop in the middle of one of his arduous afternoons. He would gallop back to the office with notes on these ideas, pant at Una in a controlled voice, "Quick, your book. Got a idea," and dictate the outline of such schemes as the Tranquility Lunchroom, a place of silence and expensive food; the Grand Arcade, a 10-block long rival to Broadway, all under glass; the Barber Shop Syndicate, with engagement cards sent out every third week to notify customers that the time for a haircut had come again. None of these ideas ever had anything to do with assisting Mr. Pemberton in the sale of soap, and none of them ever went any farther than being outlined. Whenever he had dictated one of them, Mr. Ross would assume that he had already made $1 million out of it, and in his quiet, hypnotizing voice he would permit Una to learn what a great man he was. Hitching his chair an inch nearer to her at each sentence, looking straight into her eyes, in a manner as unboastful as though he were giving the market price of eggs, he would tell her how J. Pierpont Morgan, Burbank, or William Randolph Hearst had praised him, or how much more he knew about electricity, or toxicology, or frogs, or Java than anybody else in the world. Not only a priest, but a virtuoso of business was he, and Una's chief task was to keep assuring him that he was a great man, a very great man, in fact as great as he thought he was. This task was, to the uneasily sincere Una, the hardest she had ever attempted. It was worth $5 more a week than she had received from Troy Wilkins. It was worth $1 million more. She got confidence in herself from the ease with which she satisfied Mr. Ross by her cold, canned compliments. And though she was often dizzied by the whirling dynamo of Pemberton's, she was not bored by the routine of valeting Mr. Ross in his actual work. For Mr. Ross actually did work now and then, though his chief duty was to make an impression on old Mr. Pemberton, his sons, and the other big chiefs. Still, he did condescend to "put his O.K." on pictures, on copy and proof for magazine advertisements, car cards, window display cutouts, and he dictated highly ethical reading matter for the house organ, which was distributed to 10,000 drug stores, and which spoke well of honesty, feminine beauty, gardening, and Pembertons. Occasionally he had a really useful idea, like the celebrated slogan, "Pemberton's means pure," which you see in every street car on every fourth or fifth billboard. It is frequent as the "In God We Trust" on our coins, and at least as accurate. This slogan, he told Una, surpassed "A train every hour on the hour," or "The watch that made the dollar famous," or "The ham what am," or any of the other masterpieces of lyric advertising. He had created it after going into a sibyllic trance of 5 days, during which he had drunk champagne and black coffee, and ridden about in hansoms, delicately brushing his nose with a genuine California poppy from the Monterey garden of R.L.S. If Mr. Ross was somewhat agitating, he was calm as the desert compared with the rest of Pemberton's. His office, which was like a $1,000,000 hotel lobby, and Una's own den, which was like the baggage porter's den adjoining the same, were the only spots at Pemberton's where Una felt secure. Outside of them, 14 stories up in the Titanic factory, was an enormous office floor, which was a wilderness of desks, toilet rooms, elevators, waiting rooms, filing cabinets. Her own personality was absorbed in the cosmic, though soapy, personality of Pemberton's. Instead of longing for a change, she clung to her own corner, its desk and spring-back chair, and the insurance calendar with a high-colored picture of Washington's farewell. She preferred to rest here rather than in the "club room and rest room for women employees," on which Mr. Pemberton so prided himself. Una heard rumors of rest rooms which were really beautiful, really restful. But at Pemberton's the room resembled a Far Rockaway cottage rented by the week to feeble-minded bookkeepers. Musty it was, with curtains awry, and it must have been of use to all the branches of the Pemberton family in cleaning out their attics. Here was the old stuffed chair in which Pemberton the First had died, and the cot which had been in the cook's room till she had protested. The superstition among the chiefs was that all the women employees were very grateful for this charity. The room was always shown to exclamatory visitors, who told Mr. Pemberton that he was almost too good. But in secret conclaves at lunch the girls called the room the junk shop, and said that they would rather go out and sit on the curb. Una herself took one look, and one smell, at the room, and never went near it again. But even had it been enticing, she would not have frequented it. Her caste as secretary forbade. For Pemberton's was as full of caste and politics as a Republican National Convention. Caste and politics, cliques and factions, plots and secrets, and dynasties that passed and were forgotten. Plots and secrets Una saw as secretary to Mr. Ross. She remembered a day on which Mr. Ross, in her presence, assured old Pemberton that he hoped to be with the firm for the rest of his life, and immediately afterward dictated a letter to the president of a rival firm in the effort to secure a new position. He destroyed the carbon copy of that letter and looked at Una as serenely as ever. Una saw him read letters on the desks of other chiefs while he was talking to them, saw him listen in on telephone calls, and casually thrust his foot into doors in order to have a glimpse of the visitors in offices. She saw one of the younger Pembertons hide behind a bookcase while his father was talking to his brother. She knew that this Pemberton and Mr. Ross were plotting to oust the brother, and that the young, alert purchasing agent was trying to undermine them both. She knew that one of the girls in the private telephone exchange was the mistress and spy of old Pemberton. All of the chiefs tried to emulate the Moyen Age Italians in the arts of smiling poisoning, but they did it so badly. They were as fussily ineffectual as a group of schoolboys who hate their teacher. Not big deals, and vast grim power did they achieve, but merely a constant current of worried insecurity, and they all tended to prove Mrs. Lawrence's assertion that the office world is a method of giving the largest possible number of people the largest possible amount of nervous discomfort to the end of producing the largest possible quantity of totally useless articles. The struggle extended from the chiefs to the clerks, they who tramped up and down a corridor, waiting till a chief was alone, glaring at others who were also maneuvering to see him, they who studied the lightest remark of any chief and rushed to allies with the problem of, "Now, what did he mean by that, do you think?" A thousand questions of making an impression on the overlords, and of house policy, that malicious little spirit which stalks through the business house and encourages people to refuse favors. Una's share in the actual work at Pemberton's would have been only a morning's pastime, but her contact with the high voltage current of politics exhausted her, and taught her that commercial rewards come to those who demand and take. The office politics bred caste. Caste at Pemberton's was as clearly defined as ranks in an army. At the top were the big chiefs, the officers of the company, and the heads of departments, Mr. Pemberton and his sons, the treasurer, the general manager, the purchasing agent, the superintendents of the soda fountain syrup factory, of the soap works, of the drug laboratories, of the toilet accessories shops, the sales manager, and Mr. S. Herbert Ross. The Olympian Council were they, divinities to whom the lesser clerks had never dared to speak. When there were rumors of "a change," of "a cut down in the force," every person on the office floor watched the chiefs as they assembled to go out to lunch together. Big, florid, shaven, large-chinned men, talking easily, healthy from motoring and golf, able in a moment's conference at lunch to shift the policy, and to bring instant poverty to the families of 40 clerks or 400 workmen in the shops. When they jovially entered the elevator together, some high-strung stenographer would rush over to one of the older women to weep and be comforted. An hour from now her tiny job might be gone. Even the chief's outside associates were tremendous, buyers and diplomatic representatives, big-chested men with watch chains across their beautiful tight waistcoats. And like envoys extraordinary were the efficiency experts whom Mr. Pemberton occasionally had in to speed up the work a bit more beyond the point of human endurance. One of these experts, a smiling and pale-haired young man, who talked to Mr. Ross about the new poetry, arranged to have office boys go about with trays of water glasses at 10, 12, 2, and 4. Thitherto the stenographers had wasted a great deal of time in trotting to the battery of water coolers, in actually being human and relaxed and gossipy for 10 minutes a day. After the visitation of the expert, the girls were so efficient that they never for a second stopped their work, except when one of them would explode in hysteria and be hurried off to the restroom. But no expert was able to keep them from jumping at the chance to marry any one who would condescend to take them out of this efficient atmosphere. Just beneath the chiefs was the caste of bright young men who would some day have the chance to be beatified into chiefs. They believed enormously in the virtue of spreading the blessings of Pemberton's patent medicines. They worshipped the house policy. Once a month they met at what they called punch lunches, and listened to electrifying addresses by Mr. S. Herbert Ross or some other inspirer, and turned fresh, excited eyes on one another, and vowed to adhere to the true faith of Pemberton's, and not waste their evenings in making love or reading fiction or hearing music, but to read diligently about soap and syrups and window displays, and to keep firmly before them the vision of $15,000 a year. They had quite the best time of any one at Pemberton's, the bright young men. They sat, in silk shirts and new ties, at shiny, flat-topped desks in rows. They answered the telephone with an air. They talked about tennis and business conditions, and were never, never bored. Intermingled with this caste were the petty chiefs, the office managers and bookkeepers, who were velvety to those placed in power over them, but twangily nagging to the girls and young men under them. Failures themselves, they eyed sourly the stenographers who desired $2 more a week, and assured them that while personally they would be very glad to obtain the advance for them, it would be unfair to the other girls. They were very strong on the subject of not being unfair to the other girls, and their own salaries were based on keeping down overhead. Oldish men they were, wearing last year hats and smoking Virginia cigarettes at lunch, always gossiping about the big chiefs, and at night disappearing to homes and families in New Jersey or Harlem. Awe-encircled as the very chiefs they appeared when they lectured stenographers, but they cowered when the chiefs spoke to them, and tremblingly fingered their frayed cuffs. Such were the castes above the buzzer line. Una's caste, made up of private secretaries to the chiefs, was not above the buzzer. She had to leap to the rattlesnake tattoo when Mr. Ross summoned her, as quickly as did the newest Jewish stenographer. But hers was a staff corps, small and exclusive and out of the regular line. On the one hand, she could not associate with the chiefs; on the other, it was expected of her in her capacity as daily confidant to one of the gods, that she should not be friendly, in coat room or rest room or elevator, with the unrecognized horde of girls who merely copied or took the bright young men's dictation of letters to drug stores. These girls of the common herd were expected to call the secretaries "Miss," no matter what street corner impertinences they used to one another. There was no caste, though there was much factional rivalry, among the slaves beneath. the stenographers, copyists, clerks, waiting room attendants, office boys, elevator boys. They were expected to keep clean and be quick moving. Beyond that, they were as unimportant to the larger phases of office politics as frogs to a summer hotel. Only the cashier's card index could remember their names. Though they were not deprived of the chief human satisfaction and vice, feeling superior. The most snuffle-nosed little mailing girl on the office floor felt superior to all of the factory workers, even the foremen, quite as negro house servants look down on poor white trash. Jealousy of position, cattishness, envy of social standing, these were as evident among the office women as they are in a woman's club, and Una had to admit that woman's cruelty to woman often justified the prejudices of executives against the employment of women in business, that women were the worst foes of woman. To Una's sympathies, the office proletarians were her own poor relations. She sighed over the cheap jackets with silesia linings and raveled buttonholes, which nameless copyists tried to make attractive by the clean embroidered linen collars which they themselves laundered in wash bowls in the evening. She discovered that even after years of experience with actual office boys and elevator boys, Mr. Ross still saw them only as slangy comic paper devils. Then, in the elevator, she ascertained that the runners made about 200 trips up and down the dark chutes every day, and wondered if they always found it comic to do so. She saw the office boys, just growing into the age of interest in sex and acquiring husky male voices and shambling sense of shame, yearn at the shrines of pasty-faced stenographers. She saw the humanity of all this mass, none the less that they envied her position and spoke privily of "those snippy private secretaries that think they're so much sweller than the rest of us." She watched with peculiar interest one stratum, the old ladies, the white-haired, fair-handed women of 50 and 60 and even 70, spinsters and widows, for whom life was nothing but a desk and a job of petty pickings, mailing circulars or assorting letters or checking up lists. She watched them so closely because she speculated always, "Will I ever be like that?" They seemed comfortable, gossipy they were, and fond of mothering the girls. But now and then one of them would start to weep, cry for an hour together, with her white head on a spotty desk blotter, till she forgot her homelessness and uselessness. Epidemics of hysteria would spring up sometimes, and women of 35 or 40, normally well content, would join the old ladies in sobbing. Una would wonder if she would be crying like that at 35, and at 65, with 30 barren, weeping years between. Always she saw the girls of 22 getting tired, the women of 28 getting dry and stringy, the women of 35 in a solid maturity of large bosomed and widowed spinsterhood, the old women purring and catty and tragic. She herself was 28 now, and she knew that she was growing sallow, that the back of her neck ached more often, and that she had no release in sight save the affably dull Mr. Julius Edward Schwirtz. Machines were the Pemberton force, and their greatest rivals were the machines of steel and wood, at least one of which each new efficiency expert left behind him. Machines for opening letters and sealing them, automatic typewriters, dictation phonographs, pneumatic chutes. But none of the other machines was so tyrannical as the time clock. Una admitted to herself that she didn't see how it was possible to get so many employees together promptly without it, and she was duly edified by the fact that the big chiefs punched it too. But she noticed that after punching it promptly at 9, in an unctuous manner which said to all beholders, "You see that even I subject myself to this delightful humility," Mr. S. Herbert Ross frequently sneaked out and had breakfast. She knew that the machines were supposed to save work. But she was aware that the girls worked just as hard and long and hopelessly after their introduction as before. And she suspected that there was something wrong with a social system in which time-saving devices didn't save time for anybody but the owners. She was not big enough nor small enough to have a patent cure-all solution ready. She could not imagine any future for these women in business except the accidents of marriage or death, or a revolution in the attitude toward them. She saw that the comfortable average men of the office, sooner or later, if they were but faithful and lived long enough, had opportunities, responsibility, forced upon them. No such force was used upon the comfortable average women. She endeavored to picture a future in which women, the ordinary, philoprogenitive, unambitious women, would have some way out besides being married off or killed off. She envisioned a complete change in the fundamental purpose of organized business from the increased production of soap, or books, or munitions, to the increased production of happiness. How this revolution was to be accomplished, she had but little more notion than the other average women in business. She blindly adopted from Mamie Magen a half-comprehended faith in a Fabian socialism, a socializing that would crawl slowly through practical education and the preaching of kinship, through profit sharing and old age pensions, through scientific mosquito slaying and cancer curing and food reform and the abolition of anarchistic business competition, to a goal of tolerable and beautiful life. Of one thing she was sure. This age, which should adjudge happiness to be as valuable as soap or munitions, would never come so long as the workers accepted the testimony of paid spokesmen like S. Herbert Ross to the effect that they were contented and happy, rather than the evidence of their own wincing nerves to the effect that they lived in a polite version of hell. She was more and more certain that the workers weren't discontented enough, that they were too patient with lives insecure and tedious. But she refused to believe that the age of comparative happiness would always be a dream, for already, at Hertzfeld and Cohen's, she had tasted of an environment where no one considered himself a divinely ruling chief, and where it was not a crime to laugh easily. But certainly she did not expect to see this age during her own life. She and her fellows were doomed, unless they met by chance with marriage or death, or unless they crawled to the top of the heap. And this last she was determined to do, though she did hope to get to the top without unduly kicking the shrieking mass of slaves beneath her, as the bright young men learned to do. Whenever she faced Mr. Ross's imperturbable belief that things as they are were going pretty well, that you can't change human nature, Una would become meek and puzzled, lose her small store of revolutionary economics, and wonder, grope, doubt her millennial faith. Then she would again see the dead eyes of young girls as they entered the elevators at 5:30, and she would rage at all chiefs and bright young men. A gold-eye-glassed, kitten-stepping, good little thing she was, and competent to assist Mr. Ross in his mighty labors; yet at heart she was a shawled Irish peasant, or a moujik lost in the vastness of the steppes, a creature elemental and despairing, facing mysterious powers of nature, human nature. End of chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job, by Sinclair Lewis. Part 2, The Office. Chapter 15. Mr. Julius Edward Schwirtz was a regular visitant at the flat of Mrs. Lawrence and Una. Mrs. Lawrence liked him. In his presence she abandoned her pretense of being interested in Mamie Magen's arid intellectualism, and Una's quivering anxieties. Mr. Schwirtz was ready for any party, whenever he was "in off the road." Una began to depend on him for amusements. Mrs. Lawrence encouraged her to appear at her best before him. When he or one of Mrs. Lawrence's men was coming, the two women had an early and quick dinner of cold ham and canned soup, and hastily got out the electric iron to press a frock; produced Pemberton's flesh-tinted Vanisho powder, and the lipstick whose use Una hated, but which she needed more and more as she came back from the office bloodless and cold. They studied together the feminine art of using a new veil, a flower, or fresh white kid gloves to change one's appearance. Poor Una! She was thinking now, secretly and shamefacedly, of the "beautifying methods" which she saw advertised in every newspaper and cheap magazine. She rubbed her red, desk-calloused elbows with Pemberton's cold cream. She cold creamed and massaged her face every night, standing wearily before a milky mirror in the rather close and lingerie-scattered bedroom, solemnly rotating her fingers about her cheeks and forehead, stopping to conjecture that the pores in her nose were getting enlarged. She rubbed her hair with Pemberton's olivine and petrol to keep it from growing thin, and her neck with coconut oil to make it more full. She sent for a bottle of Madame Legrand's Bust Developer, and spent several Saturday afternoons at the beauty parlors of Madame Isolde, where in a little booth shut off by a white rubber curtain she received electrical massages, applications of a magic N-ray hair brush, vigorous cold creaming and warm compressing, and enormous amounts of advice about caring for the hair follicles, from a young woman who spoke French with a Jewish accent. By a twist of psychology, though she had not been particularly fond of Mr. Schwirtz, but had anointed herself for his coming because he was a representative of men, yet after months of thus dignifying his attentions, the very effort made her suppose that she must be fond of him. Not Mr. Schwirtz, but her own self did she befool with Pemberton's Preparations de Paris. Sometimes with him alone, sometimes with him and Mrs. Lawrence and one of Mrs. Lawrence's young business man attendants, Una went to theaters and dinners and heterogeneous dances. She was dazzled and excited when Mr. Schwirtz took her to the opening of the Champ du Pom Pom, the latest potpourri of amusements on Broadway. All under one roof were a super vaudeville show, a smart musical comedy, and the fireworks of one-act plays. A Chinese restaurant, and a Louis Quinze restaurant, and a Syrian desert caravan restaurant, a ballroom and an ice skating rink, a summer garden that in midwinter luxuriated in real trees and real grass, and a real brook crossed by Japanese bridges. Mr. Schwirtz was tireless and extravagant and hearty at the Champ du Pom Pom. He made Una dance and skate. He had a box for the vaudeville. He gave her caviar canopy and lobster à la Rue des Trois Soeurs in the Louis Quinze room, and sparkling burgundy in the summer garden, where mockingbirds sang in the wavering branches above their table. Una took away an impressionistic picture of the evening. Scarlet and shadowy green, sequins of gold, slim shoulders veiled in costly mist. The glitter of spangles, the hissing of silk, low laughter, and continual music quieter than a dream. Crowds that were not harsh busy folk of the streets, but a nodding procession of gallant men and women. A kindly cleverness which inspirited her, and a dusky perfume in which she could meditate forever, like an Egyptian goddess throned at the end of incense-curtained aisles. Great tapestries of velvet and jeweled lights, swift smiling servants, and the languorous well-being of eating strange delicious foods. Orchids and the scent of poppies and spell of the lotus flower, the bead of wine and lips that yearned, ecstasy and the oriental pride of a superb Jewess who was singing to the demure enchantment of little violins. Her restlessness satisfied, a momentary pang of distrust healed by the brotherly talk of the broad-shouldered man who cared for her and nimbly fulfilled her every whim. An unvoiced desire to keep him from drinking so many highballs. An enduring thankfulness to him when she was back at the flat. A defiant joy that he had kissed her good night, just once, and so tenderly. A determination to "be good for him," and a fear that he had "spent too much money on her tonight," and a plan to reason with him about whiskey and extravagance. A sudden hatred of the office to which she would have to return in the morning, and a stronger, more sardonic hatred of hearing Mr. S. Herbert Ross pluck out his vest pocket harp and hymn his own praise in a one-man choir, cherubic but slightly fat. A descent from high gardens of moonlight to the reality of the flat, where Lawrence was breathing loudly in her sleep, the oily smell of hairs tangled in her old hairbrush, the sight of the alarm clock which in just 6 hours would be flogging her off to the mill, a sudden frightened query as to what scornful disdain Walter Babson would fling at her if he saw her glorying in this Broadway circus with the heavy Mr. Schwirtz. A ghostly, night-born feeling that she still belonged to Walter, living or dead, and a wonder as to where in all the world he might be. A defiant protest that she idealized Walter, that he wasn't so awfully superior to the Champ du Pom Pom as this astral body of his was pretending, and a still more defiant gratitude to Mr. Schwirtz as she crawled into the tousled bed, and Mrs. Lawrence half woke to yawn. "Oh, that you, Golden? God, I'm sleepy. What time is it?" Una was sorry. She hated herself as what she called a "quitter," but now, in January, 1910, she was at an impasse. She could just stagger through each day of S. Herbert Ross and office diplomacies. She had been at Pemberton's for a year and a third, and longer than that with Mrs. Lawrence at the flat. The summer vacation of 1909 she had spent with Mrs. Lawrence at a Jersey coast resort. They had been jealous, had quarreled, and made it up every day, like lovers. They had picked up two summer men, and Mrs. Lawrence had so often gone off on picnics with her man that Una had become uneasy, felt soiled, and come back to the city early. For this Mrs. Lawrence had never forgiven her. She had recently become engaged to a doctor who was going to Akron, Ohio, and she exasperated Una by giving her bland advice about trying to get married. Una never knew whether she was divorced or whether the mysterious Mr. Lawrence had died. But even the difficile Lawrence was preferable to the strain at the office. Una was tired clean through and through. She felt as though her very soul had been drained out by a million bloodsucker details, constant adjustments to Ross's demands for admiration of his filthiest office political deals, and the need of keeping friendly with both sides when Ross was engaged in one of his frequent altercations with an assistant. Often she could not eat in the evening. She would sit on the edge of the bed and cry hopelessly, with a long, feeble, peculiarly feminine sobbing, till Mrs. Lawrence slammed the door and went off to the motion pictures. Una kept repeating a little litany she had made regarding the things she wished people would stop doing, praying to be delivered from Ross's buoyant egotism, from Mrs. Lawrence's wearing of Una's best veils, from Mr. Schwirtz's acting as though he wanted to kiss her whenever he had a whiskey breath, from the office manager who came in to chat with her just when she was busiest, from the office boy who always snapped his fingers as he went down the corridor outside her door, and from the elevator boy who sucked his teeth. She was sorry. She wanted to climb. She didn't want to be a quitter. But she was at an impasse. On a January day the Pemberton office beheld that most terrifying crisis that can come to a hard slave-driving office. As the office put it, the old man was on a rampage. Mr. Pemberton, Sr., most horribly awful of all the big chiefs, had indigestion or a poor balance sheet. He decided that everything was going wrong. He raged from room to room. He denounced the new poster, the new top for the talcum powder container, the arrangement of the files, and the whispering in the amen corner of veteran stenographers. He sent out flocks of office memos. Everybody trembled. Mr. Pemberton's sons actually did some work, and as the fire spread and the minor bosses in turn raged among their subordinates, the girls who packed soap down in the works expected to be fired. After a visitation from Mr. Pemberton and 3 raging memos within 15 minutes, Mr. S. Herbert Ross retreated toward the Lafayette Café, and Una was left to face Mr. Pemberton's bear-like growls on his next appearance. When he did appear, he seemed to hold her responsible for all the world's long sadness. Meanwhile the printer was telephoning for Mr. Ross's okay on copy, the engravers wanted to know where the devil was that color proof, the advertising agency sarcastically indicated that it was difficult for them to insert an advertisement before they received the order, and a girl from the cashier's office came nagging in about a bill for India ink. The memos began to get the range of her desk again, and Mr. Pemberton's voice could be heard in a distant part of the office, approaching, menacing, all-pervading. Una fled. She ran to a washroom, locked the door, leaned panting against it, as though detectives were pursuing her. She was safe for a moment. They might miss her, but she was insulated from demands of, "Where's Ross, Miss Golden? Well, why don't you know where he is?" From telephone calls, and from memos whose polite "please" was a gloved threat. But even to this refuge the familiar sound of the office penetrated. The whir which usually sounded as a homogeneous murmur, but which, in her acute sensitiveness, she now analyzed into the voices of different typewriters: one flat, rapid staccato, one a steady, dull rattle. The zzz of typewriter carriages being shoved back, the roll of closing elevator doors, and the rumble of the ascending elevator. The long burr of an unanswered telephone at a desk, again and again, and at last an angry, "Well, hello? Yes, yes, this is Mr. Jones. What do you want?" Voices mingled. A shout for Mr. Brown. The hall attendant yelping, "Miss Golden! Where's Miss Golden? Anything for Sanford? Mr. Smith, do you know if there's anything for Sanford?" Always, over and through all, the enveloping clatter of typewriters, and the city roar behind that, breaking through the barrier of the door. The individual analyzed sounds again blended in one insistent noise of hurry which assailed Una's conscience, summoned her back to her work. She sighed, washed her stinging eyes, opened the door, and trailed back toward her den. In the corridor she passed 3 young stenographers and heard one of them cry, "Yes, but I don't care if old Alfalfa goes on a rampage 25 hours a day. I'm through. Listen, May, say, what do you know about me? I'm engaged. No, honest, straight, I am. Look at me ring. Oh, it is not. It's a regular engagement ring. I'm going to be out of this hell hole in 2 weeks, and Papa Pemberton can work off his temper on somebody else. Me, I'm going to do a slumber marathon till noon every day." "Gee!" "Engaged," said the other girls, and "Engaged. Going to sleep till noon every day, and not see Mr. Ross or Mr. Pemberton. That's my idea of heaven," thought Una. There was a pile of inquiring memos from Mr. Pemberton and the several department heads on her desk. As she looked at them, Una reached the point of active protest. "S. Herbert runs for shelter when the storm breaks, and leaves me here to stand it. Why isn't he supposed to be here on the job just as much as I am?" she declaimed. "Why haven't I the nerve to jump up and go out for a cup of tea the way he would? By Jiminy, I will!" She was afraid of the indefinite menace concealed in all the Pemberton system as she signaled an elevator. But she did not answer a word when the hall attendant said, "You are going out, Miss Golden?" She went to a German Jewish bakery and lunchroom, and reflectively got down thin coffee served in a thick cup, a sugar-warted coffee kuch, and 2 crullers. She was less willing to go back to work than she had been in her refuge in the washroom. She felt that she would rather be dead than return and subject herself to the strain. She was through. Like the little engaged girl, she was a quitter. For half an hour she remained in the office, but she left promptly at 5:30, though her desk was choked with work, and though Mr. Ross telephoned that he would be back before 6, which was his chivalrous way of demanding that she stay till 7. Mr. Schwirtz was coming to see her that evening. He had suggested vaudeville. She dressed very carefully. She did her hair in a new way. When Mr. Schwirtz came, she cried that she couldn't go to a show. She was clean played out. She didn't know what she could do. Pemberton's was too big a threshing machine for her. She was tired. Absolutely all in. "Poor little sister," he said, and smoothed her hair. She rested her face on his shoulder. It seemed broad and strong and protective. She was glad when he put his arm about her. She was married to Mr. Schwirtz about 2 weeks later. She had got herself to call him Ed. Eddie she could not encompass, even in that fortnight of rushing change and bewilderment. She asked for a honeymoon trip to Savannah. She wanted to rest. She had to rest or she would break, she said. They went to Savannah, to the live oaks and palmettos and quiet old squares. But she did not rest. Always she brooded about the unleashed brutality of their first night on the steamer, the strong, inescapable man smell of his neck and shoulders, the boisterous jokes he kept telling her. He insisted on their staying at a commercial hotel at Savannah. Whenever she went to lie down, which was frequently, he played poker and drank highballs. He tried in his sincerest way to amuse her. He took her to theaters, restaurants, roadhouses. He arranged a 3 days hunting trip with a darky cook. He hired motor boats and motor cars and told her every "here's a new one" that he heard. But she dreaded his casual seeming suggestions that she drink plenty of champagne, dreaded his complaints, whiny as a small boy. "Come now, Unie, show a little fire. I tell you a fellow's got a right to expect it at this time." She dreaded his frankness of undressing, of shaving, dreaded his occasional irritated protests of, "Don't be a finicking, romantic schoolmiss. I may not wear silk underclo' and perfume myself like some bum actor, but I'm a regular guy." Dreaded being alone with him, dreaded always the memory of that first cataclysmic night of their marriage, and mourned, as in secret for year on year thousands of women do mourn, "Oh, I wouldn't care now if he had just been gentle, been considerate. Oh, Ed is good. He does mean to care for me and give me a good time, but " When they returned to New York, Mr. Schwirtz said robustly, "Well, little old trip made consid'able hole in my wad. I'm clean busted. Down to $100 in the bank." "Why, I thought you were several thousand ahead." Oh, I lost most of that in a little flyer on stocks. Thought I'd make a killing, and got turned into lamb chops. Tried to recoup my losses on that damn flying machine, passenger carrying game that blank 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 let me in for. Never mind, little sister, we'll start saving now. And it was worth it. Some trip, eh? You enjoyed it, didn't you, after the first couple days, while you were seasick? You'll get over all your fool girly notions now. Women always are like that. I remember the first missus was, too. And maybe a few other skirts, though I guess I hadn't better tell no tales out of school on little old Eddie Schwirtz, eh? Course you high-strung virgin kind of she-males take some time to learn to get over your choosy, finicky ways. But, Lord love you, I don't mind that much. Never could stand for these roughnecks that claim they'd rather have a good, healthy, walloping country wench than a nice, refined city lady. Why, I like refinement. Yes, sir, I sure do. Well, it sure was some trip. Guess we won't forget it in a hurry, eh? Sure is nice to rub up against some Southern swells like we did that night at the Avocado Club. And that live bunch of salesmen. Gosh! Say, I'll never forget that Jock Sanderson. He was a comical cuss, eh? That story of his?"
"No," said Una. "I'll never forget the trip." But she tried to keep the frenzy out of her voice. The frenzy was dying, as so much of her was dying. She hadn't realized a woman can die so many times and still live. Dead had her heart been at Pemberton's, yet it had secreted enough life to suffer horribly now, when it was again being mauled to death. And she wanted to spare this man. She realized that poor Ed Schwirtz, puttering about their temporary room in a side street family hotel, yawning and scratching his head, and presumably comfortable in suspenders over a woolen undershirt, she realized that he treasured a joyous memory of their Savannah diversions. She didn't want to take joy away from anybody who actually had it, she reflected, as she went over to the coarse lace hotel curtains, parted them, stared down on the truck-filled street, and murmured, "No, I can't ever forget." End of chapter 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 3, Man and Woman. Chapter 16. For 2 years Una Golden Schwirtz moved amid the blank procession of phantoms who haunt cheap family hotels, the apparitions of the corridors, to whom there is no home, nor purpose, nor permanence. Mere lodgers for the night, though for score on score of tasteless years they used the same alien hotel room as a place in which to take naps, and store their trunks, and comb their hair, and sit waiting for nothing. The men are mysterious. They are away for hours or months, or they sit in the smoking room, glancing up expectant of fortunes that never come. But the men do have friends. They are permitted familiarities by the bartender in the cafe. It is the women and children who are most dehumanized. The children play in the corridors. They become bold and sophisticated. They expect attention from strangers. At 14 the girls have long dresses and mature admirers, and the boys ape the manners of their shallow elders and discuss brands of cigarettes. The women sit and rock, empty-hearted and barren of hands. When they try to make individual homes out of their fixed molds of rooms, the hard walls, the brass bedsteads, the inevitable bureaus, the small rockers, and the transoms that always let in too much light from the hall at night, then they are only the more pathetic. For the small pictures of pulpy babies photographed as cupids, the tin souvenirs, and the pseudo-Turkish scarves draped over trunks, rob the rooms of the simplicity which is their only merit. For 2 years, 2 years snatched out of her life and traded for somnambulatory peace, Una lived this spectral life of one room in a family hotel on a side street near 6th Avenue. The only other dwelling places she saw were the flats of friends of her husband. He often said, with a sound of pride, "We don't care a darn for all these would-be social climbers. The wife and I lead a regular bohemian life. We know a swell little bunch of live ones, and we have some pretty nifty parties, let me tell you, with plenty poker and hard liquor. And 1-2 of the bunch have got their own cars. I tell you they make a whole lot more coin than a lot of these society column guys, even if they don't throw on the agony, and we all pile in and go up to some roadhouse, and sing and play the piano and have a real time." Conceive Una,
if through the fumes of cheap cigarettes you can make out the low lights of her fading hair, sitting there, trying patiently to play a "good canny fist of poker," which, as her husband often and irritably assured her, she would never learn to do. He didn't, he said, mind her losing his "good hard earned money," but he "hated to see Eddie Schwirtz's own wife more of a boob than Mrs. Jock Sanderson, who's a regular guy, plays poker like a man." Mrs. Sanderson was a black-haired, big-bosomed woman with a face as hard and smooth and expressionless as a dinner plate, with cackling laughter and a tendency to say, "Oh, hell, boys," apropos of nothing. She was a "good sport," and a "good mixer," Mr. Schwirtz averred, and more, as the satisfaction of having for his new married mistress a "refined lady" grew dull, he adjured the refined lady to imitate Mrs. Sanderson. Fortunately, Mr. Schwirtz was out of town 2/3 of the time. But 1/3 of the time was a good deal, since for weeks before his coming she dreaded him, and for weeks after his going she remembered him with chill shame, since she hadn't even the whole-hearted enthusiasm of hating him, but always told herself that she was a prude, an abnormal, thin-blooded creature, and that she ought to appreciate Ed's desire to have her share his good times, be coarse and jolly and natural. His extravagance was constant. He was always planning to rent an expensive apartment and furnish it, but the money due him after each trip he spent immediately, and they were never able to move away from the family hotel. He had to have taxicabs when they went to theaters. He would carol, "Oh, don't let's be pikers, little sister. Nothing too good for Eddie Schwirtz, that's my motto." And he would order champagne, the one sort of good wine that he knew. He always over-tipped waiters and enjoyed his own generosity. Generous he really was, in a clumsy way. He gave to Una all he had over from his diversions, urged her to buy clothes and go to matinees while he was away, and told it as a good joke that he "blew himself" so extensively on their parties that he often had to take day coaches instead of sleepers for a week after he left New York. Una had no notion of how much money he made, but she knew that he never saved it. She would beg, "Why don't you do like so many of the other traveling men? Your Mr. Sanderson is saving money and buying real estate, even though he does have a good time. Let's cut out some of the unnecessary parties and things." "Rats! My Mr. Sanderson is a leetle tight, like all them Scotch laddies. I'm going to start saving one of these days. But what can you do when the firm screws you down on expense allowances and don't hardly allow you 1 red cent of bonus on new business? There's no chance for a man today. These damn capitalists got everything lashed down. I tell you, I'm getting to be a socialist." He did not seem to be a socialist of the same type as Mamie Magen, but he was interested in socialism to this extent: he always referred to it at length whenever Una mentioned saving money. She had not supposed that he drank so much. Always he smelled of whiskey, and she found quart bottles of it in his luggage when he returned from a trip. But he never showed signs of drunkenness, except in his urgent attentions to her after one of their jolly bohemian parties. More abhorrent to her was the growing slackness in his personal habits. He had addressed her with great volubility and earnestness upon his belief that now they were married she must get rid of all her virginal book-learned notions about reticence between husband and wife. Such feminine hanky-panky tricks, he assured her, were the cause of "all these finicky, unhappy marriages and these rotten divorces. Lot of fool club women and suffragettes and highbrows expecting a man to be like a nun. A man's a man, and the sooner a female gets on to that fact and doesn't nag him, and lets him go round being comfortable and natural, the kinder he'll be to her, and the better it'll be for all parties concerned. Every time. Don't forget that, old lady. Why, there's J. Vance at our shop. Married one of these up-dee-dee, poetry-reading, finicky women. Why, he did everything for that woman. Got a swell little house in Yonkers, and a vacuum cleaner, and a hired girl, and everything. Then, my God, she said she was lonely. Didn't have enough housework, that was the trouble with her. And darned if she doesn't kick when J. comes in all played out at night because he makes himself comfortable and sits around in his shirt sleeves and slippers. Tell you, the first thing these women have got to learn is that a man's a man, and if they learn that, they won't need a vote." Mr. Schwirtz's notion of being a man was to perform all hygienic processes as publicly as the law permitted. Apparently he was proud of his God-given body, though it had been slightly bloated since God had given it to him, and wanted to inspire her not only with the artistic vision of it, but with his care for it. His thick woolen undergarments were so uncompromisingly wooleny. Nor had Mr. Schwirtz any false modesty in his speech. If Una had made out a list of all the things she considered the most banal or nauseatingly vulgar, she would have included most of the honest fellow's favorite subjects. And at least once a day he mentioned his former wife. At a restaurant dinner he gave a full account of her death, embalming, and funeral. Una identified him with vulgarity so completely that she must often have been unjust to him. At least she was surprised now and then by a reassertion that he was a "highbrow," and that he decidedly disapproved of any sort of vulgarity. Several times this came out when he found her reading novels which were so coarsely realistic as to admit the sex and sweat of the world. "Even if they are true to life," he said, "I don't see why it's necessary to drag in unpleasant subjects. I tell you, a fellow gets too much of bad things in this world without reading about 'em in books. Trouble with all these realists, as you call 'em, is that they're such dirty-minded hounds themselves that all they can see in life is the bad side." Una surmised that the writers of such novels might, perhaps, desire to show the bad side in the hope that life might be made more beautiful. But she wasn't quite sure of it, and she suffered herself to be overborne when he snorted, "Nonsense! These fellas are just trying to show how sensational they can be, to say nothing of talking like they was so damn superior to the rest of us. Don't read 'em. Read pure authors like Howard Bancock Binch, where, whenever any lady gets seduced or anything like that, the author shows it's because the villain is an atheist or something, and he treats all those things in a nice, fine, decent manner. Good God! Sometimes a fella'd think, to see you scrooge up your nose when I'm shaving, that I'm common as dirt, but lemme tell you right now, miss, I'm a darn sight too refined to read any of these nasty novels where they go to the trouble of describing homes that ain't any better than pig pens. Oh, and another thing. I heard you telling Mrs. Sanderson you thought all kids ought to have sex education. My God! I don't know where you get those rotten ideas. Certainly not from me. Let me tell you, no kid of mine is going to be made nasty-minded by having a lot of stuff like that taught her. Yes, sir, actually taught her right out in school."
Una was sufficiently desirous of avoiding contention to keep to novels which portrayed life, offices and family hotels and perspiratory husbands as all for the best. But now and then she doubted, and looked up from the pile of her husband's white-footed black cotton socks to question whether life need be confined to Panama and Pemberton and Schwirtz. In deference to Mr. Schwirtz's demands on the novelists, one could scarce even suggest the most dreadful scene in Una's life, lest it be supposed that other women really are subject to such horror, or that the statistics regarding immoral diseases really mean anything in households such as we ourselves know. She had reason to suppose that her husband was damaged goods. She crept to an old family doctor and had a fainting joy to find that she had escaped contamination. "Though," said the doctor, "I doubt if it would be wise to have a child of his." "I won't," she said, grimly. She knew the ways of not having children. The practical Mr. Schwirtz had seen to that. Strangely enough, he did not object to birth control, even though it was discussed by just the sort of people who wrote these sensational realistic novels. There were periods of reaction when she blamed herself for having become so set in antipathy that she always looked for faults, saw as a fault even the love for amusements which had once seemed a virtue in him. She tried, wistfully and honestly, to be just. She reminded herself constantly that she had enjoyed some of the parties with him, theater and a late supper, with a couple just back from South America. But there were so many buts. Life was all one obliterating but. Her worst moments were when she discovered that she had grown careless about appearing before him in that drabbest, most ignoble of feminine attire, a pair of old corsets, that she was falling into his own indelicacies. Such marionette tragedies mingled ever with the grander passion of seeing life as a ruined thing, her birthright to aspiring cleanness sold for a mess of quick lunch pottage. And as she walked in a mist of agony, a dumb, blind creature heroically distraught, she could scarce distinguish between sordidness and the great betrayals, so chill and thick was the fog about her. She thought of suicide, often, but too slow and sullen was her protest for the climax of suicide. And the common sense which she still had urged her that some day, incredibly, there might again be hope. Oftener she thought of a divorce. Of that she had begun to think even on the second day of her married life. She suspected that it would not be hard to get a divorce on statutory grounds. Whenever Mr. Schwirtz came back from a trip, he would visibly remove from his suitcase bunches of letters in cheaply pretentious envelopes of pink and lavender. She scorned to try to read them, but she fancied that they would prove interesting to the judges. When Mr. Schwirtz was away, Una was happy by contrast. Indeed, she found a more halcyon rest than at any other period since her girlhood, and in long hours of thinking and reading and trying to believe in life, the insignificant good little thing became a calm-browed woman. Mrs. Lawrence had married the doctor and gone off to Ohio. They motored much, she wrote, and read aloud, and expected a baby. Una tried to be happy in them.
Una had completely got out of touch with Mr. and Mrs. Sessions, but after her marriage she had gone to call on Mamie Magen, now prosperous and more earnest than ever, in a Greenwich Village flat; on Jenny Cassavant, sometime of the Home Club, now obscurely on the stage; on curly-haired Rose Larson, who had married a young lawyer. But Una had fancied that they were suspiciously kind to her, and in angry pride she avoided them. She often wondered what they had heard about Mr. Schwirtz from the talkative Mrs. Lawrence. She conceived scenes in which she was haughtily rhapsodic in defending her good, sensible husband before them. Then she would long for them and admit that doubtless she had merely imagined their supercilious pity. But she could not go back to them as a beggar for friendship. Also, though she never admitted this motive to herself, she was always afraid that some day, if she kept in touch with them, her husband would demand, "Why don't you trot out these fussy lady friends of yours? Ashamed of me, eh?" So she drifted away from them, and at times when she could not endure solitariness, she depended upon the women of the family hotel, whom she met in the corridors and café and "parlor." The aristocrats among them, she found, were the wives of traveling salesmen, good husbands and well loved, most of them, writing to their wives daily, and longing for the time when they could have places in the suburbs, with room for chickens and children and love. These aristocrats mingled only with the sound middle class of the hotel women, whose husbands were clerks and bookkeepers resident in the city, or traveling machinery experts who went about installing small power plants. They gossiped with Una about the husbands of the déclassé women, men suspected to be itinerant quack doctors, sellers of dubious mining or motor stock, or even crooks and gamblers. There was a group of 3 or 4 cheery, buxom, much bediamonded, much massaged women, whose occasionally appearing husbands were sleek and overdressed. To Una these women were cordial. They invited her to go shopping, to matinees. But they stopped so often for cocktails, they told so many intimate stories of their relations with their husbands, that Una was timid before them, and edged away from their invitations except when she was desperately lonely. Doubtless she learned more about the mastery of people from them, however, than from the sighing, country-bred hotel women of whom she was more fond, for the cheerful hussies had learned to make the most of their shoddy lives. Only one woman in the hotel did Una accept as an actual friend, Mrs. Wade, a solid, slangy, contented woman with a child to whom she was devoted. She had, she told Una, "been stuck with a lemon of a husband. He was making $5,000 a year when I married him, and then he went to pieces. Good looking, but regular poor white trash. So I cleaned house, kicked him out. He's in Boston now, touches me for a 10 spot now and then. I support myself and the kid by working for a department store. I'm a whiz at bossing dressmakers. Make a Lucille gown out of the rind of an Edam cheese. Take nothing off nobody, especially you don't see me taking any more husbands off nobody." Mostly Una was able to make out an existence by herself. She read everything, from the lacy sentimentalism of Myrtle Reed to Samuel Butler and translations of Gorky and Flaubert. She nibbled at histories of art, and was confirmed in her economic theology by shallow but earnest manuals of popular radicalism. She got books from a branch public library, or pick them up at second-hand stalls. At first she was determined to be "serious" in her reading, but more and more she took light fiction as a drug to numb her nerves, and forgot the tales as soon as she had read them. In 10 years of such hypnotic reading, Mrs. Una Golden Schwirtz would not be very different from that Mrs. Captain Golden, who, alone in a flat, had read all day, and forgotten what she had read, and let life dream into death. But now Una was still fighting to keep in life. She began to work out her first definite philosophy of existence. In essence, it was not so very different from the blatant optimism of Mr. S. Herbert Ross, except that it was sincere. "Life is hard and astonishingly complicated," she concluded. "No one great reform will make it easy. Most of us who work, or want to work, will always have trouble or discontent. So we must learn to be calm, and train all our faculties, and make others happy." No more original than this was her formulated philosophy, the commonplace creed of a commonplace woman in a rather less than commonplace family hotel. The important thing was not the form of it, but her resolve not to sink into nothingness. She hoped that some day she would get a job again. She sometimes borrowed a typewriter from the manager of the hotel, and she took down in shorthand the miscellaneous sermons by Baptists, Catholics, Reformed rabbis, Christian Scientists, Theosophists, High Church Episcopalians, Hindu yogis, or any one else handy, with which she filled up her dull Sundays. Except as practice in stenography, she found their conflicting religions of little value to lighten her life. The ministers seemed so much vaguer than the hard-driving business men with whom she had worked, and the question of what Joshua had done seemed to have little relation to what Julius Schwirtz was likely to do. The city had come between her and the Panama belief that somehow, mysteriously, one acquired virtue by enduring dull sermons. She depended more on her own struggle to make a philosophy. That philosophy, that determination not to sink into paralyzed despair, often broke down when her husband was in town, but she never gave up trying to make it vital to her. So, through month on month, she read, rocking slowly in the small wooden rocker, or lying on the coarse coverletted bed, while round her the hotel room was still and stale-smelling and fixed, and outside the window passed the procession of life, trucks laden with crates of garments consigned to Kansas City and Bangor and Seattle and Bemidji, taxicabs with passengers for the mammoth hotels, office girls and policemen and salesmen and all the lusty crew that had conquered the city, or were well content to be conquered by it. End of chapter 16. Part 3, Chapter 17 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job, by Sinclair Lewis. Part 3, Man and Woman. Chapter 17. Late in the summer of 1912, at a time when Una did not expect the return of her husband for at least 3 weeks, she was in their room in the afternoon reading Salesmanship for Women, and ruminatively eating lemon drops from a small bag. As though he were a betrayed husband dramatically surprising her, Mr. Schwirtz opened the door, dropped a large suitcase, and stood, glaring. "Well," he said, with no preliminary, "so here you are. For once you could " "Why, Ed, I didn't expect to see you for " He closed the door and gesticulated. "No, of course you didn't. Why ain't you out with some of your swell friends that I ain't good enough to meet, shopping and buying dresses and God knows what " "Why, Ed!" "Oh, don't 'why Ed' me. Well, ain't you going to come and kiss me? Nice reception when a man's come home tired from a hard trip, wife so busy reading a book that she don't even get up from her chair and make him welcome in his own room that he pays for. Yes, by " "Why, you don't act as though " "Yes, sure, that's right. Lay it all on." "You wanted me to kiss you." "Well, neither would anybody if they'd had all the worries I've had, sitting there worrying on a slow, hot train that stopped at every pig pen. Yes, and on a day coach, too, by golly. Somebody in this family has got to economize. While you sit here cool and comfortable, not a thing on your mind but your hair, not a thing to worry about except thinking how damn superior you are to your husband. Oh, sure. But I made up my mind. I thought it all out for once, and I made up my mind to one thing. You can help me out by economizing, anyway."
"Oh, Ed, I don't know what you're driving at. I haven't been extravagant, ever. Why, I've asked you any number of times not to spend so much money for suppers and so forth."
"Yes, sure, lay it all on to me. I'm fair game for everybody that's looking for a nice, soft, easy, safe boob to kick. Why, look there." While she still sat marveling, he pounced on the meek little 5-cent bag of lemon drops, shook it as though it were a very small kitten, and whined, "Look at this! Candy or something all the while! You never have a single cent left when I come home, candy and ice cream sodas and matinees and dresses and everything you can think of. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Well, you'll either save from now on "
"Look here, what do you mean, working off your grouch on "
"Or else you won't have anything to spend, understand? And when it comes down to talking about grouches, I suppose you'll be real pleased to know this will be sweet news, probably, to you. I've been fired."
"Fired? Oh, Ed!"
"Yes, fired, oh Ed. Canned. Got the gate. Thrown out. Got the razzle dazzle. Got the hook thrown into me. Bounced. Coyoodled. That is, at least I will be, as soon as I let the old man get at me, judging from the love letters he's been sending me, inviting me to cut a switch and come out to the woodshed with him."
"Oh, Ed, dear, what was the trouble?" She walked up to him, laid her hand on his shoulder. Her voice was earnest, her eyes full of pity. He patted her hand, seemed from her gentle nearness to draw comfort, not passion. He slouched over to the bed and sat with his thick legs stuck out in front of him, his hands in his trousers pockets, while he mused. "Oh, I don't hardly know what it is all about. My sales have been falling off, all righty. But, good Lord, that's no fault of mine. I work my territory just as hard as I ever did, but I can't meet the competition of the floor wax people. They're making an auto polish now. Better article at a lower price, and what can I do? They got a full line, varnish, cleaner, polish, swell window displays, national advertising, swell discounts, everything. And I can't buck competition like that. And then a lot of the salesmen at our shop are jealous of me, and one thing and another. Well, now I'll go down and spit the old man in the eye a couple of times and get canned, unless I can talk him out of his bad acting. Oh, I'll throw a big bluff, I'll be the little misunderstood boy, but I don't honestly think I can put anything across on him. Oh hell, I guess I'm getting old. I ain't got the pep I used to have. Not but what J. Eddie Schwirtz can still sell goods, but I can't talk up to the boss like I could once. I gotta feel some sympathy at the home office. And I by God deserve it, way I've worked and slaved for that bunch of cutthroats, and now sure, that's the way it goes in this world.
I tell you, I'm going to turn socialist."
"Ed, listen, Ed. Please, oh, please don't be offended now, but don't you think perhaps the boss thinks you drink too much?"
"How could he? I don't drink very much, and you know it. I don't hardly touch a drop, except maybe just for sociability. God, this temperance wave gets my goat. Lot of hot air females telling me what I can do and what I can't do. Fella that knows when to drink and when to stop. Drink? Why, you ought to see some of the boys. There's Burke McCullough. Say, I bet he puts away 40 drinks a day if he does one, and I don't know that it hurts him any. But me "
"Yes, I know, dear. I was just thinking, maybe your boss is one of the temperance cranks," Una interrupted. Mr. Schwirtz's arguments regarding the privileges of a manly man sounded very familiar. This did not seem to be a moment for letting her husband get into the full swing of them. She begged, "What will you do if they let you out? I wish there was something I could do to help."
"Dunno. There's a pretty close agreement between a lot of the leading paint and varnish people, gentlemen's agreement. And it's pretty hard to get in any place if you're in Dutch with any of the others. Well, I'm going down now and watch 'em guillotine me. You better not wait to have dinner with me. I'll be there late, thrashing all over the carpet with the old man. And then I gotta see some fellas and start something. Come here, Una." He stood up. She came to him, and when he put his two hands on her shoulders, she tried to keep her aversion to his touch out of her look. He shook his big bald head. He was unhappy, and his eyes were old. "Nope," he said. "Nope. Can't be done. You mean well, but you haven't got any fire in you. Kid, can't you understand that there are wives who've got so much passion in 'em that if their husbands came home clean licked, like I am, their husbands would just naturally completely forget their troubles in love, real love, with fire in it. Women that aren't ashamed of having bodies. But oh, Lord, it ain't your fault. I shouldn't have said anything. There's lots of wives like you. More'n one man's admitted his wife was like that, when he's had a couple drinks under his belt to loosen his tongue. You're not to blame, but I'm sorry. Don't mind my grouch when I came in. I was so hot, and I'd been worrying and wanted to blame things onto somebody. Don't wait for me at dinner. If I ain't here by 7, go ahead and feed. Good by." All she knew was that at 6 a woman's purring voice on the telephone asked if Mr. Eddie Schwirtz had returned to town yet. That he did not reappear till after midnight. That his return was heralded by wafting breezes with whiskey laden. That in the morning there was a smear of rice powder on his right shoulder, and that he was not so urgent in his attentions to her as ordinarily. So her sympathy for him was lost. But she discovered that she was neither jealous nor indignant, merely indifferent. He told her at breakfast that, with his usual discernment, he had guessed right. When he had gone to the office he had been discharged. "Went out with some business acquaintances in the evening. Got to pull all the wires I can now," he said. She said nothing. They had less than $200 ahead. But Mr. Schwirtz borrowed $100 from his friend, Burke McCullough, and did not visibly have to suffer from want of highballs, cigars, and Turkish baths. From the window of their room, Una used to see him cross the street to the cafe entrance of the huge Saffron Hotel, and once she saw him emerge from it with a fluffy blonde. But she did not attack him. She was spellbound in a strange apathy, as in a dream of swimming on forever in a warm and slate-hued sea. She was confident that he would soon have another position. He had overridden her own opinions about business, the opinions of the underling who never sees the great work as a rounded whole, till she had come to have a timorous respect for his commercial ability. Apparently her wifely respect was not generally shared in the paint business. At least Mr. Schwirtz did not soon get his new position. The manager of the hotel came to the room with his bill and pressed for payment. And after 3 weeks, after a night when he had stayed out very late, and come home reeking with perfume, Mr. Schwirtz began to hang about the room all day long and to soak himself in the luxury of complaining despair. Then came the black days. There were several scenes, during which she felt like a beggar about to be arrested, between Mr. Schwirtz and the landlord, before her husband paid part of a bill whose size astounded her. Mr. Schwirtz said that he was expecting something to turn up. Nothing he could do but wait for some telephone calls. He sat about with his stockinged feet cocked up on the bed, reading detective stories till he fell asleep in his chair. He drank from unlabeled pint flasks of whiskey all day. Once, when she opened a bureau drawer of his by mistake, she saw half a dozen whiskey flasks mixed with grimy collars, and the sour smell nauseated her. But on food, they had to economize on that. He took her to a restaurant of 15-cent breakfasts and 25-cent dinners. It was the parlor floor of an old brownstone house, 2 rooms, with eggy tablecloths and moldings of dusty stucco. She avoided his presence as much as possible. Mrs. Wade, the practical dressmaker, who was her refuge among the women of the hotel, seemed to understand what was going on, and gave Una a key to her room. Here Una sat for hours. When she went back to their room, quarrels would spring up apropos of anything or nothing. The fault was hers as much as his. She was no longer trying to conceal her distaste, while he, who had a marital conscience of a sort, was almost pathetic in his apologies for being unable to show her a good time. And he wanted her soothing. He was more and more afraid of her as the despair of the jobless man in the hard city settled down on him. He wanted her to agree with him that there was a conspiracy against him. She listened to him and said nothing, till he would burst out in abuse. "You women that have been in business simply ain't fit to be married. You think you're too good to help a man. Yes, even when you haven't been anything but dub stenographers. I never noticed that you were such a whale of a success. I don't suppose you remember how you used to yawp to me about the job being too much for you. And yet when I want a little sympathy, you sit there and hand me the frozen stare like you were the president of the Standard Oil Company and I was a bum office boy. Yes, sir, I tell you, business simply unfits a skirt for marriage." "No," she said, "not for marriage that has any love and comradeship in it. But I admit a businesswoman doesn't care to put up with being a cow in a stable." "What the devil do you mean?" "Maybe," she went on, "the business women will bring about a new kind of marriage, in which men will have to keep up respect and courtesy. I wonder how many millions of women in what are supposed to be happy homes are sick over being chambermaids and mistresses till they get dulled and used to it. Nobody will ever know. All these books about women being emancipated, you'd think marriage had changed entirely. Yet right now, in 1912, in Panama and this hotel, not changed a bit. The business women must simply compel men oh, to shave." She went out perhaps she slammed the door a little, in an unemancipated way to Mrs. Wade's room. That discussion was far more gentle and coherent than most of their quarrels. It may have been rather to the credit of Mr. Schwirtz, it may have been a remnant of the clean pride which the boy Eddie Schwirtz must once have had, that, whenever she hinted that she would like to go back to work, he raged. "So you think I can't support you, eh? My God! I can stand insults from all my old friends, the fellas that used to be tickled to death to have me buy 'em a drink, but now they dodge around the corner as though they thought I was going to try to borrow 4 bits from 'em. I can stand their insults, but by God! It is pretty hard on a man when his own wife lets him know that she don't think he can support her." And he meant it. She saw that, felt his resentment. But she more and more often invited an ambition to go back to work, to be independent and busy, no matter how weary she might become. To die, if need be, in the struggle. Certainly that death would be better than being choked in muck. One of them would have to go to work anyway. She discovered that an old acquaintance of his had offered him an $18 a week job as a clerk in a retail paint shop, till he should find something better. Mr. Schwirtz was scornful about it, and his scorn, which had once intimidated Una, became grotesquely absurd to her. Then the hotel manager came with a curt ultimatum. "Pay up or get out," he said. Mr. Schwirtz spent an hour telephoning to various acquaintances, trying to raise another $100. He got the promise of 50. He shaved, put on a collar that for all practical purposes was quite clean, and went out to collect his 50 as proudly as though he had earned it. Una stared at herself in the mirror over the bureau, and said aloud, "I don't believe it. It isn't you, Una Golden, that worked and paid your debts. You can't, dear, you simply can't be the wife of a man who lives by begging, a dirty, useless, stupid beggar. Oh, no, no. You wouldn't do that. You couldn't marry a man like that simply because the job had exhausted you. Why, you'd die at work first. Why, if you married him for board and keep, you'd be a prostitute. You'd be marrying him just because he was a good provider. And probably, when he didn't provide any more, you'd be quitter enough to leave him, maybe for another man. You couldn't do that. I don't believe life could bully you into doing that. Oh, I'm hysterical. I'm mad. I can't believe I am what I am. And yet I am. Now he's getting that 50 and buying a drink." Mr. Schwirtz actually came home with 45 out of the 50 intact. That was because he wanted to be able to pay the hotel manager and insultingly inform him that they were going to leave. The manager bore up under the blow. They did move to a furnished housekeeping room on West 19th Street, in the very district of gray rooms and pathetic landladies where Una had sought a boarding house after the death of her mother. As furnished housekeeping rooms go, theirs was highly superior. Most of them are carpetless, rusty and small of coal stove, and filled with cockroaches and the smell of carbolic acid. But the Maison Schwirtz was almost clean. It had an impassioned green carpet, a bedspring which scarcely sagged at all, a gas range, and at least a dozen vases with rococo handles and blobs of gilt. "Gee, this ain't so bad," declared Mr. Schwirtz. "We can cook all our eats here, and live on next to nothing per till the big job busts loose." With which he prepared to settle down to a life of leisure. He went out and bought a pint of whiskey, a pound of steak, a pound of cheese, a loaf of bread, 6 cigars, and for her a bar of fudge. So far as Una could calculate, he had less than $40. She burst out on him. She seemed to be speaking with the brusque voice of an accomplishing man. In that voice was all she had ever heard from executives, all the subconsciously remembered man-driving force of the office world. She ordered him to go and take the job in the paint shop, at $18 a week or $8 a week. She briefly but thoroughly depicted him as alcohol-soaked, poor white trash. She drove him out, and when he was gone she started to make their rooms presentable with an energy she had not shown for months. She began to dust, to plan curtains for the room, to plan to hide the bric-a-brac, to plan to rent a typewriter and get commercial copying to do. If any one moment of life is more important than the others, this may have been her crisis, when her husband had become a begging pauper and she took charge. Began not only to think earnest, commonplace little Una thoughts about mastering life, but actually to master it. End of chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 3, Man and Woman. Chapter 18. So long as Mr. Schwirtz contrived to keep his position in the retail paint store, Una was busy at home, copying documents and specifications and form letters for a stenographic agency, and trying to make a science of quick and careful housework. She suspected that, now he had a little money again, Mr. Schwirtz was being riotous with other women, as riotous as one can be in New York on $18 a week, with debts and a wife to interfere with his manly pleasures. But she did not care. She was getting ready to break the cocoon, and its grubbiness didn't much matter. Sex meant nothing between them now. She did not believe that she would ever be in love again, in any phase, noble or crude. While she aspired and worked, she lived like a nun in a cell. And now that she had something to do, she could be sorry for him. She made the best possible dinners for him on their gas range. She realized, sometimes, not often, for she was not a contemplative seer, but a battered woman, that their marriage had been as unfair to him as it was to her. In small town boy gang talks behind barns, in clerkly confidences as a young man, in the chatter of smoking cars and provincial hotel offices, he had been trained to know only two kinds of women, both very complacent to smart live wires. The bouncing lassies who laughed and kissed and would share with a man his pleasures, such as poker and cocktails and rapid motoring to no place in particular, and the meek, attentive, refined kind, the wives and mothers who cared for a man and admired him and believed whatever he told them about his business. Una was of neither sort for him, though for Walter Babson she might have been quite of the latter kind. Mr. Schwirtz could not understand her, and she was as sorry for him as was compatible with a decided desire to divorce him and wash off the stain of his damp, pulpy fingers with the water of life. But she stayed home, and washed and cooked, and earned money for him, till he lost his retail store position by getting drunk and being haughty to a customer. Then the chrysalis burst, and Una was free again, free to labor, to endeavor, to die perhaps, but to die clean, to quest and meet whatever surprises life might hold. She couldn't go back to Troy Wilkins's, nor to Mr. S. Herbert Ross and the little Pemberton stenographers who had enviously seen her go off to be married. But she made a real business of looking for a job. While Mr. Schwirtz stayed home and slept and got mental bed sores and drank himself to death, rather too slowly, on another $50 which he had borrowed after a Verdun campaign, Una was joyous to be out early, looking over advertisements, visiting typewriter companies' employment agencies. She was slow in getting work because she wanted $20 a week. She knew that any firm taking her at this wage would respect her far more than if she was an easy purchase. Work was slow to come, and she, who had always been so securely above the rank of paupers who submit to the dreadful surgery of charity, became afraid. She went at last to Mamie Magen. Mamie was now the executive secretary of the Hebrew Young Women's Professional Union. She seemed to be a personage. In her office she had a secretary who spoke of her with adoring awe, and when Una said that she was a personal friend of Miss Magen, the secretary cried, "Oh, then perhaps you'd like to go to her apartment at Washington Place. She's almost always home for tea at 5." The small, tired-looking Una, a business woman again, in her old tailor-made and a new small hat, walked longingly toward Washington Place and tea. In her 7 years in New York she had never known anybody except S. Herbert Ross who took tea as a regular function. It meant to her the gentlest of all forms of distinction, more appealing than riding in motors or going to the opera. That Mamie Magen had, during Una's own experience, evolved from a home club girl to an executive who had tea at her apartment every afternoon, was inspiriting, meeting her an adventure. An apartment of buff-colored walls and not bad prints was Mamie's, small but smooth, and taking tea in a manner which seemed to Una impressively suave were the insiders of the young charity workers' circle. But Mamie's uncouth face and eyes of molten heroism stood out among them all, and she hobbled over to Una and kissed her. When the cluster had thinned, she got Una aside and invited her to the Southern Kitchen on Washington Square. Una did not speak of her husband. "I want to get on the job again, and I wish you'd help me. I want something at 20 a week, I'm more than worth it, and a chance to really climb," was all she said, and Mamie nodded. And so they talked of Mrs. Harriet Fike of the Home Club, of dreams and work and the fight for suffrage. Una's marriage slipped away. She was ardent and unstained again. Mamie's nod was worth months of Mr. Schwirtz's profuse masculine boasts. Within 10 days, Mamie's friend, Mr. Fine, of Truax and Fine, the real estate people, sent for Una and introduced her to Mr. Daniel T. Truax. She was told to come to work on the following Monday as Mr. Truax's secretary, at $21 a week. She went home defiant, determined to force her husband to let her take the job. She didn't need to use force. He, slippered and drowsy by the window, said, "That's fine. That'll keep us going till my big job breaks. I'll hear about it by next week, anyway. Then, in 3-4 weeks, you can kick Truax and Fein in the face and beat it. Say, girlie, that's fine. Say, tell you what I'll do. Let's have a little party to celebrate. I'll chase out and rush a growler of beer and some weenies."
No, I've got to go out again.
"Can't you stop just long enough to have a little celebration? I been kind of lonely last few days, little sister. You been away so much, and I'm too broke to go out and look up the boys now."
He was peering at her with a real wistfulness, but in the memory of Mamie Magen, the lame woman of the golden heart, Una could not endure his cackling enthusiasm about the job he would probably never get. "No, I'm sorry," she said, and closed the door. From the walk she saw him puzzled and anxious at the window. His face was becoming so ruddy and fatuous and babyish. She was sorry for him, but she was not big enough to do anything about it. Her sorrow was like sympathy for a mangy alley cat which she could not take home. She had no place to go. She walked for hours, planlessly, and dined at a bakery and lunchroom in Harlem. Sometimes she felt homeless, and always she was prosaically footsore. But now and then came the understanding that she again had a chance. End of chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job, by Sinclair Lewis. Part 3, Man and Woman. Chapter 19. So, toward the end of 1912, when she was 31 years old, Mrs. Una Golden Schwirtz began her business career as confidential secretary to Mr. Truax of Truax and Fein. Her old enemy, routine, was constantly in the field. Routine of taking dictation, of getting out the letters, prompting Mr. Truax's memory as to who Mrs. A was and what Mr. B had telephoned, keeping plats and plans and memos in order, making out cards regarding the negotiations with possible sellers of suburban estates. She did not, as she had hoped, always find this routine one jolly round of surprises. She was often weary, sometimes bored. But in the splendor of being independent again, and of having something to do that seemed worth while, she was able to get through the details that never changed from day to day. And she was rewarded, for the whole job was made fascinating by human contact. She found herself enthusiastic about most of the people she met at Truax and Fein's. She was glad to talk with them, to work with them, to be taken seriously as a brain, a loyalty, a woman. By contrast with 2 years of hours either empty or filled with Schwirtz, the office world was of the loftiest dignity. It may have been that some of the men she met were Schwirtzes to their wives, but to her they had to be fellow workers. She did not believe that the long hours, the jealousies, the worry, or Mr. Truax's belief that he was several planes above ordinary humanity, were desirable or necessary parts of the life at Truax and Fein's. Here, too, she saw 9 hours of daily strain aging slim girls into skinny females. But now her whole point of view was changed. Instead of looking for the evils of the business world, she was desirous of seeing in it all the blessings she could, and, without ever losing her belief that it could be made more friendly, she was, nevertheless, able to rise above her own personal weariness,
and see that the world of jobs, offices, business, had made itself creditably superior to those other muddled worlds of politics and amusement and amorous Schwartzes. She believed again, as in commercial college she had callowly believed, that business was beginning to see itself as communal, world-ruling, and beginning to be inspired to communal kingly virtues and responsibility. Looking for the good, sometimes in her joy of escape, looking for it almost with the joy of an S. Herbert Ross in picking little lucrative flowers of sentiment along the roadside, she was able to behold more daily happiness about her. Fortunately, Truax and Fein's was a good office, not too hard, not too strained and factional like Pemberton's, not wavering like Troy Wilkins's. Despite Mr. Truax's tendency to courteous whining, it was doing its work squarely and quietly. That was fortunate. Offices differ as much as office managers, and had chance condemned Una to another nerve-twanging Pemberton's, her slight strength might have broken. She might have fallen back to Schwirtz and the gutter. Peaceful as reapers singing on their homeward path now seemed the teasing voices of men and girls as, in a group, they waited for the elevator at 5:35. The cheerful "Good night, Mrs. Schwirtz," was a vesper benediction, altogether sweet with its earnest of rest and friendship. Tranquillity she found when she stayed late in the deserted office. Here no Schwirtz could reach her. Here her toil counted for something in the world's work, in the making of suburban homes for men and women and children. She sighed, and her breast felt barren, as she thought of the children. But tranquillity there was, and a brilliant beauty of the city, as across dark spaces of evening were strung the jewels of light, as in small French restaurants sounded desirous violins. On warm evenings of autumn, Una would lean out of the window and be absorbed in the afterglow above the North River, smoke clouds from Jersey factories drifting across the long carmine stain, air sweet and cool, and the yellow-lighted windows of other skyscrapers giving distant companionship. She fancied sometimes that she was watching the afterglow over a far northern lake, among the pines, and with a sigh more of content than of restlessness, she turned back to her work. Time ceased to exist when she worked alone. Of time and of the office she was manager. What if she didn't go out to dinner till 8? She could dine whenever she wanted to. If a clumsy man called Eddie Schwirtz got hungry, he could get his own dinner. What if she did work slowly? There were no telephone messages, no Mr. Truax to annoy her. She could be leisurely, and do the work as it should be done. She was no longer afraid of the rustling silence about her, as Una Golden had been at Troy Wilkins's. She was a woman now, and trained to fill the blank spaces of the deserted office with her own colored thoughts. Hours of bustling life in the daytime office had their human joys as well. Una went out of her way to be friendly with the ordinary stenographers, and, as there was no vast Pembertonian system of caste, she succeeded, and had all the warmth of their little confidences. Nor after her extensive experience with Messrs. Schwirtz, Sanderson, and McCullough did even the noisiest of the salesmen offend her. She laughed at the small signs they were always bringing in and displaying. "Oh, forget it. I've got troubles of my own." Or, "Is that you again? Another half hour gone to hell." The sales manager brought this latter back from Philadelphia, and hung it on his desk, and when the admiring citizenry surrounded it, Una joined them. As a married woman she was not expected to be shocked by the word hell. But most beautiful was Christmas Eve, when all distinctions were suspended for an hour before the office closed, when Mr. Truax distributed gold pieces and handshakes, when Chas, the hat-tilted sales manager, stood on a chair and sang a solo. Mr. Fein hung holly on all their desks, and for an hour stenographers and salesmen and clerks and chiefs all were friends. When she went home to Schwirtz, she tried to take some of the holiday friendship. She sought to forget that he was still looking for the hypothetical job, while he subsisted on her wages and was increasingly apologetic. She boasted to herself that her husband hated to ask her for money, that he was large and strong and masculine. She took him to dinner at the Pequoit, in a room of gold and tapestry. But he got drunk, and wept into his sherbet that he was a drag on her, and she was glad to be back in the office after Christmas. The mist of newness had passed, that confusion of the recent arrival in office or summer hotel or revengeful reception, and she now saw the office inhabitants as separate people. She wondered how she could ever have thought that the sales manager and Mr. Fein were confusingly alike, or have been unable to get the salesmen's names right. There was the chief, Mr. Daniel T. Truax, usually known as D.T., a fussily courteous whiner with a rabbity face his pink nose actually quivered, a little yellow mustache, and a little round stomach. Himself and his business he took very seriously, though he was far less tricky than Mr. Pemberton. The Real Estate Board of Trade was impressed by his unsmiling insistence on the dignity of the profession, and always asked him to serve on committees. It was Mr. Truax who bought the property for subdevelopment, and though he had less abstract intelligence than Mr. Fein, he was a better judge of "what the people want," of just how high to make restrictions on property, and what whim would turn the commuters north or south in their quest for homes. There was the super chief, the one person related to the firm whom Una hated, Mrs. D.T. Truax. She was not officially connected with the establishment, and her office habits were irregular. Mostly they consisted in appearing at the most inconvenient hours and asking maddening questions. She was fat, massaged, glittering, wheezy-voiced, nagging. Una peculiarly hated Mrs. Truax's nails. Una's own fingertips were hard with typing. Her manicuring was a domestic matter of clipping and hypocritical filing. But to Mrs. Truax, manicuring was a life work. Because of much clipping of the cuticle, the flesh at the base of each nail had become a noticeably raised cushion of pink flesh. Her nails were too pink, too shiny, too shapely, and sometimes they were an unearthly white at the ends because of nail paste left under them. At that startling whiteness Una stared, all the while Mrs. Truax was tapping her fingers and prying into the private morals of the pretty hall girl, and enfilading Una with the lorgnon that so perfectly suited her Upper West Side jowls. Collating Mrs. Truax and the matrons of the visiting board of the Temperance Home Club, Una concluded that women trained in egotism, but untrained in business, ought to be legally enjoined from giving their views to young women on the job. The most interesting figure in the office was Mr. Fein, the junior partner, a Harvard Jew, who was perfectly the new type of business man. Serious, tall, spectacled, clean-shaven, lean-faced, taking business as a profession, and kindly justice as a religion, studying efficiency but hating the metamorphosis of clerks into machines, he was the distinction and the power of Truax and Fein. At first Una had thought him humorless and negligible, but she discovered that it was he who pulled Mr. Truax out of his ruts, his pious trickeries, his cramping economies. She found that Mr. Fein loved books and the opera, and that he could be boyish after hours. Then the sales manager, that driving but festive soul, Mr. Charles Salmond, whom everybody called Chas, pronounced Chaz, a good soul who was a little tiresome because he was so consistently an anthology of New York. He believed in Broadway, the Follies, good clothes, a motor car, Palm Beach, and the value of the Salvation Army among the lower classes. When Mr. Fein fought for real beauty in their suburban developments, it was Chas who echoed all of New York by rebelling. "We aren't in business for our health. This idealistic game is okay for the guys that have the cash, but you can't expect my salesmen to sell this simplicity and high thinking stuff to prospects that are interested in nothing but a sound investment with room for a garage and 2 kids." 60 or 70 salesmen, clerks, girls, these Una was beginning to know. Finally there was a keen, wide-awake woman, willing to do anything for anybody, not forward, but not to be overridden, a woman with a slight knowledge of architecture and a larger knowledge of the way of promotion, a woman whom Una took seriously, and the name of this paragon was Mrs. Una Golden Schwirtz. Round these human islands flowed a sea of others. She had a sense of flux and change and energy, of hundreds of thousands of people rushing about her always, crowds on Broadway and Fifth Avenue and Sixth, and on 34th Street where stood the Zodiac Building in which was the office. Crowds in the hall of the Zodiac Building, examining the black and white directory board with its list of 200 offices, or waiting to surge into one of the 12 elevators, those packed vertical railroads. A whole village life in the hallway of the Zodiac Building, the imperial elevator starter in a uniform of blue and gold, and merely regal elevator runners with less gold and more faded blue. The oldest of the elevator boys, Harry the Greek, who knew everybody in the building. The cigar stand, with piles of cigarettes, cans of advertised tobacco, maple fudge wrapped in tin foil, stamps, and even a few cigars. Also the keeper thereof, an Italian with an air of swounding romance. More romantic Italians in the glass-enclosed barber shop, desperate Desmond devils, with white coats like undress uniforms, and mustaches that recalled the Riviera and Baccarat and a Secret Service count. The 2 manicure girls of the barber shop, princesses reigning among admirers from the offices upstairs. Janitors with brooms, and charwomen with pails. And a red, sarcastic man, the engineer, and a meek puppet who was merely the superintendent of the whole thing. Una watched these village people, to whom the Zodiac Hall was Main Street, and in their satisfied conformation to a life of marble floors and artificial light, she found such settled existence as made her feel at home in this town, with its 18 strata called floors. She, too, at least during the best hours of the day, lived in the Zodiac Building's microcosm. And to her office penetrated the ever-flowing crowds, salesmen, buyers of real estate, inquirers, persons who seemed to have as a hobby the collection of real estate folders. Indeed, her most important task was the strategy of handling callers, the callers who came to see Mr. Truax himself, and were passed on to Una by the hall girl. To the clever secretary, the management of callers becomes a question of scientific tactics, and Una was clever at it because she liked people. She had to recognize the type of awkward, shabby visitor who looks like a beggar, but has in his pocket the cash for investment in lots. And the insinuating caller, with tailor-made garments and a smart tie, who presents himself as one who yearns to do a good turn to his dear, dear personal friend Mr. D.T. Truax, but proves to be an insurance agent or a salesman of adding machines. She had to send away the women with high-pitched voices and purely imaginary business, who came in for nothing whatever, and were willing to spend all of their own time and Mr. Truax's in obtaining the same. Women with unsaleable houses to sell, or improbable lots to buy, dissatisfied clients or mere cranks, old, shattered, unhappy women, to whom Una could give sympathy, but no time. She was expert at standing filially listening to them at the elevator, while all the time her thumb steadily pressed the elevator signal. Una had been trained, perhaps as much by enduring Mr. Schwirtz as by pleasing Mr. S. Herbert Ross, to be firm, to say no, to keep Mr. Truax's sacred rights undisturbed. She did not conventionally murmur, "Mr. Truax is in a conference just now, and if you will tell me the nature of your business." Instead, she had surprising, delightful, convincing things for Mr. Truax to be doing, just at that particular moment. From Mr. Truax himself she learned new ways of delicately getting rid of people. He did not merely rise to indicate that an interview was over, but also arranged a system of counterfeit telephone calls, with Una calling up from the outside office, and Mr. Truax answering, "Yes, I'll be through now in just a moment," as a hint for the visitor. He even practiced such play acting as putting on his hat and coat and rushing out to greet an important but unwelcome caller with, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm just going out. Late for important engagement. Give my secretary full instructions, and I know she'll take care of you just as well as I could personally," and returning to his private office by a rear door. Mr. Truax, like Mr. S. Herbert Ross, gave Una maxims, but his had very little to do with stars and argosies, and the road to success, and vivisection, and the abstract virtues. They concerned getting to the office on time, and never letting a customer bother him if an office salesman could take care of the matter. So round Una flowed all the energy of life, and she of the listening and desolate hotel room and the overshadowing storm clouds was happy again. She began to make friendships. Chas., the office manager, stopped often at her desk to ridicule, and Mr. Fein to praise, the plans she liked to make for garden suburbs, which should be filled with poets, thatched roofs, excellent plumbing, artistic conversation, fireplaces, incinerators, books, and convenient trains. "Some day," said Mr. Fein to her, "we'll do that sort of thing, just as the Sage Foundation is doing it at Forest Hills." And he smiled encouragingly. "Some day," said Mr. Truax, "when you're head of a women's real estate firm, after you women get the vote, and rusty, old-fashioned people like me are out of the way, perhaps you can do that sort of thing." And he smiled encouragingly. "Rot," said Chas., and amiably chucked her under the chin. End of chapter 19. Part 3, Chapter 20 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job, by Sinclair Lewis. Part 3, Man and Woman. Chapter 20. Truax and Fein was the first firm toward which Una was able to feel such loyalty as is supposed to distinguish all young aspirants. Loyalty which is so well spoken of by bosses, and which is so generally lacking among the bossed. Partly this was her virtue, partly it was the firm's, and partly it was merely the accident of her settling down. She watched the biological growth of Truax and Fein with fascination, was excited when they opened a new subdivision, and proudly read the half-page advertisements thereof in the Sunday newspapers. That loyalty made her study real estate, not merely stenography. For to most stenographers their work is the same whether they take dictation regarding real estate, or book publishing, or felt slippers, or the removal of taconite. They understand transcription, but not what they transcribe. She read magazines, System, Printer's Ink, Real Estate Record, solemnly studying Recorded Conveyances and Plans Filed for New Construction Work and Mechanics' Liens. She got ideas for houses from architectural magazines, garden magazines, women's magazines. But what most indicated that she was a real devotee was the fact that, after glancing at the front page headlines, the society news, and the joke column in her morning paper, she would resolutely turn to the real estate field. On Sundays she often led Mr. Schwirtz for a walk among the new suburban developments. For always, no matter what she did at the office, no matter how much Mr. Truax depended on her, or Mr. Fein praised her, she went home to the same cabbage rose carpeted housekeeping room, and to a Mr. Schwirtz who had seemingly not stirred an inch since she had left him in the morning. Mr. Schwirtz was of a harem type, and not much adapted to rustic jaunting, but he obediently followed his master and tried to tell stories of the days when he had known all about real estate, while she studied model houses, the lay of the land, the lines of sewers and walks. That was loyalty to Truax and Fein as much as desire for advancement. And that same loyalty made her accept as fellow workers even the noisiest of the salesmen, and even Beatrice Joline. Though Mr. Truax didn't "believe in" women salesmen, one woman briskly overrode his beliefs, Miss Beatrice Joline, of the Gramercy Park Jolines, who cheerfully called herself one of the nouveaux pauvres, and condescended to mere Upper West Side millionaires, and had to earn her frocks and tea money. She earned them, too, but she declined to be interested in office regulations or office hours. She sold suburban homes as a free lance, and only to the very best people. She darted into the office now and then, slender, tall, shoulder swinging, an exclamation point of a girl, in a smart check suit and a Bendel hat. She ignored Una with a coolness which reduced her to the status of a new stenographer. All the office watched Miss Joline with hypnotized envy. Always in offices Those who have social position outside are observed with secret awe by those who have not. Once, when Mr. Truax was in the act of persuading an unfortunate property owner to part with a Long Island estate for approximately enough to buy one lot after the estate should be subdivided into 600 lots, Miss Joline had to wait. She perched on Una's desk, outside Mr. Truax's door, swung her heels, inspected the finger ends of her chamois gloves, and issued a command to Una to perform conversationally. Una was thinking, "I'd like to spank you, and then I'd adore you. You're what story writers call a thoroughbred." While unconscious that a secretary in a tabby gray dress and gold eyeglasses was venturing to appraise her, Miss Joline remarked in a high, clear voice, "Beastly bore to have to wait, isn't it? I suppose you can rush right in to see Mr. Truax any time you want to, Mrs. Schwirtz. Rotten name, isn't it?" Una smiled up condescendingly. Miss Joline stopped kicking her heels and stared at Una as though she might prove to be human, after all. "Oh no, it's a very nice name," she said. "Fancy being called Joline. Now Schwirtz sounds rather like Schenk, and that's one of the smartest of the old names. Would it be too much trouble to see if Mr. Truax is still engaged?" "He is. Miss Joline, I feel like doing something I've wanted to do for some time. Of course, we both know you think of me as that poor little dub, Mrs. What's her name, D.T.'s secretary." "Why, really! Or perhaps you hadn't thought of me at all. I'm naturally quite a silent little dub, but I've been learning that it's silly to be silent in business. So I've been planning to get hold of you and ask you where and how you get those suits of yours, and what I ought to wear. You see, after you marry I'll still be earning my living, and perhaps if I could dress anything like you, I could fool some business man into thinking I was clever." "As I do, you mean?" said Miss Joline, cheerfully. "Well, oh, I don't mind. But, my dear good woman, oh, I suppose I oughtn't to call you that." "I don't care what you call me, if you can tell me how to make a 1750 suit look like Vogue. Isn't it awful, Miss Joline, that us lower classes are interested in clothes too?" "My dear girl, even the beautiful, the accomplished Beatrice Joline, I'll admit it, knows when she is being teased. I went to boarding school, and if you think I haven't ever been properly and thoroughly and oh, most painstakingly told what a disgusting natural snob I am, you ought to have heard Tomlinson, or any other of my dear friends, taking me down. I rather fancy you're kinder hearted than they are, but anyway, you don't insult me half so scientifically." "I'm so sorry. I tried hard. I'm a well-meaning insulter, but I haven't the practice." "My dear, I adore you. Isn't it lovely to be frank? When us females get into Mr. Truax's place, we'll have the most wonderful time insulting each other, don't you think? But really, please don't think I like to be rude. But you see, we Jolines are so poor that if I stopped it, all my business acquaintances would think I was admitting how poor we are. So I'm practically forced to be horrid. Now that we've been amiable to each other, what can I do for you? Does that sound businesslike enough?" "I want to make you give me some hints about clothes. I used to like terribly crude colors, but I've settled down to Tessie things that are safe, this gray dress, and brown, and black." "Well, my dear, I'm the best little dressmaker you ever saw, and I do love to lay down the law about clothes. With your hair and complexion, you ought to wear clear blues. Order a well-made, be sure it's well made, no matter what it costs. Get some clever little Jew socialist tailor off in the outskirts of Brooklyn, or some heathenish place, and stand over him. A well-made tailored suit of not too dark navy blue, with matching blue crêpe de chine blouses with nice soft white collars, and cuffs of crêpe or chiffon, and change 'em often." "What about a party dress? Ought I to have satin or chiffon or blue net, or what?" "Well, satin is too dignified, and chiffon too perishable, and blue net is too tessy. Why don't you try black net over black satin? You know there's really lots of color in black satin if you know how to use it. Get good materials, and then you can use them over and over again. Perhaps white chiffon over the black satin." "White over black?" Though Miss Joline stared down with one of the quick, secretive smiles which Una hated, the smile which reduced her to the rank of a novice, her eyes held Miss Joline, made her continue her oracles. "Yes," said Miss Joline, "and it isn't very expensive. Try it with the black net first, and have soft little folds of white tulle along the edge of the décolletage. It's scarcely noticeable, but it does soften the neckline. And wear a string of pearls. Get these Artifico pearls, $1.90 a string. Now you see how useful a snob is to the world? I'd never give you all this godlike advice if I didn't want to advertise what an authority I am on smart fashions for limited incomes." "You're a darling," said Una. "Come to tea," said Miss Joline. They did go to tea; but before it, while Miss Joline was being voluble with Mr. Truax, Una methodically made notes on the art of dress, and filed them for future reference. Despite the fact that, with the support of Mr. Schwirtz as her chief luxury, she had only $16 in the world, she had faith that she would sometime take a woman's delight in dress, and a business woman's interest in it. This had been an important hour for her, though it cannot be authoritatively stated which was the more important, learning to dress, or learning not to be in awe of a Joline of Gramercy Park. They went to tea several times in the 5 months before the sudden announcement of Miss Joline's engagement to Wally Castle, of the Tennis and Racquet Club. And at tea they bantered and were not markedly different in their use of forks or choice of pastry. But never were they really friends. Una, of Panama, daughter of Captain Golden and wife of Eddie Schwirtz, could comprehend Walter Babson and follow Mamie Magen, and even rather despised that Diogenes of an enameled tub, Mr. S. Herbert Ross, but it seemed probable that she would never be able to do more than ask for bread and railway tickets in the language of Beatrice Joline, whose dead father had been ambassador to Portugal, and friend to Henry James and John Hay. It hurt a little, but Una had to accept the fact that Beatrice Joline was no more likely to invite her to the famous and shabby old house of the Jolines than was Mrs. Truax to ask her advice about manicuring. They did, however, have dinner together on an evening when Miss Joline actually seemed to be working late at the office. "Let's go to a Café des Enfants," said Miss Joline. "Such a party! And honestly, I do like their coffee and the nice shiny bathroom walls." "Yes," said Una. "It's almost as much of a party to me as running a typewriter. Let's go Dutch to the Martha Washington." "Very well, though I did want buckwheats and little sausages. Exciting." "Huh!" said Una, who was unable to see any adventurous qualities in a viand which she consumed about twice a week. Miss Joline's clean litheness, Her gaiety, that had never been made timorous or grateful by defeat or sordidness, her whirlwind of nonsense, blended in a cocktail for Una at dinner. Schwirtz, money difficulties, weariness did not exist. Her only trouble in the entire universe was the reconciliation of her admiration for Miss Joline's amiable superiority to everybody, her jibes at the salesmen and even at Mr. Truax, with Mamie Magen's philanthropic socialism. So far as this history can trace, she never did reconcile them. She left Miss Joline with a laugh, and started home with a song, then stopped. She foresaw the musty room to which she was going, the slatternly incubus of a man; saw, with just such distinctness as had once dangled the stiff gray scrub rag before her eyes, Schwirtz's every detail: bushy chin, stained and collarless shirt, trousers like old chair covers. Probably he would always be like this. Probably he would never have another job. But she couldn't cast him out. She had married him, in his own words, as a good provider. She had lost the bet. She would be a good loser, and a good provider for him. Always, perhaps. Always that mass of spoiled babyhood waiting at home for her. Always apologetic and humble. She would rather have the old, grumbling, dominant male. She tried to push back the moment of seeing him again. Her steps dragged, but at last, inevitably, grimly, the house came toward her. She crept along the moldy hall, opened the door of their room, saw him. She thought it was a stranger, an intruder. But it was veritably her husband, in a new suit that was fiercely pressed and shaped, in new, gleaming oxblood shoes, with a haircut and a barber shave. He was bending over the bed, which was piled with new shirts, Afro-American ties, new toilet articles, and he was packing a new suitcase. He turned slowly, enjoying her amazement. He finished packing a shirt. She said nothing, standing at the door. Teetering on his toes and watching the effect of it all on her, he lighted a large cigar. "Some class, eh?" he said. "Well." "Nifty suit, eh? And how are those for swell ties?" "Very nice. From whom did you borrow the money?" "Now that certainly is a nice sweet way to congratulate friend hubby. Oh, sure. Man lands a job, works his head off getting it, gets an advance for some new clothes he's simply got to have, and of course everybody else congratulates him, everybody but his own wife. She sniffs at him. Not a word about the new job, of course. First crack out of the box, she gets busy suspecting him and says, 'Who you been borrowing of now?' And this after always acting as though she was an abused little innocent that nobody appreciated." He was in mid-current, swimming strong, and waving his cigar above the foaming waters, but she pulled him out of it with, "I am sorry. I ought to have known. I'm a beast. I am glad, awfully glad you've got a new job. What is it?" "New company handling a new kind of motor for rowboats. Converts 'em to motor boats in a jiffy. Outboard motors, they call 'em. Got a swell territory, and plenty bonus on new business."
"Oh, isn't that fine? It's such a fine surprise. And it's cute of you to keep it to surprise me with all this while."
"Well, as a matter of fact, I just got onto it today. Ran into Burke McCullough on 6th Avenue, and he gave me the tip."
"Oh."
A forlorn little "oh" it was. She had pictured him proudly planning to surprise her. And she longed to have the best possible impression of him, because of a certain plan which was hotly being hammered out in her brain. She went on, as brightly as possible. "And they gave you an advance? That's fine." Well, no, they didn't, exactly, but Burke introduced me to his clothier, and I got a swell line of credit."
"Oh!"
"Now, for the love of Pete, don't go ohing and awing like that. You've handed me the pickled visage since I got the rowdy dow on my last job. Good Lord! You acted like you thought I liked to sponge on you. Now let me tell you, I've kept account of every red cent you've spent on me, and I expect to pay it back." She tried to resist her impulse, but she couldn't keep from saying, as nastily as possible, "How nice. When?" "Oh, I'll pay it back all right, trust you for that. You won't fail to keep wising me up on the fact that you think I'm a drunken bum. You'll sit around all day in a hotel and take it easy and have plenty time to figure out all the things you can roast me for, and then spring them on me the minute I get back from a trip all tired out, like you always used to."
"Oh, I did not!" she wailed.
"Sure you did."
"And what do you mean by my sitting around from now on?"
"Well, what the hell else are you going to do? You can't play the piano or maybe run an aeroplane, can you?"
"Why, I'm going to stay on my job, of course, Ed."
"You are not going to of course stay on your job, Ed, any such a thing. Let me tell you that right here and now, my lady. I've stood just about all I'm going to stand of your top lofty independence and business airs, as though you weren't a wife at all, but just as be damned to you independent as though you were as much of a business man as I am. No, sir, you'll do what I say from now on. I've been tied to your apron strings long enough, and now I'm the boss, see? Me!" He tapped his florid bosom. "You used to be plenty glad to go to poker parties and leg shows with me, when I wanted to. But since you've taken to earning your living again, you've become so ip-de-dee and independent that when I even suggest rushing a growler of beer you scowl at me, and as good as say you're too damn almighty good for Eddie Schwartz's lowbrow amusements. And you've taken to staying out all hours. Course it didn't matter whether I stayed here without a piece of change, or supper, or anything else, or any amusements, while you were out whoop-de-doodling around. You said it was with women."
She closed her eyes tight. Then, wearily, "You mean, I suppose, that you think I was out with men."
"Well, I ain't insinuating anything about what you been doing. You been your own boss, and of course I had to take anything off anybody as long as I was broke. But lemme tell you, from now on, no pasty-faced female is going to rub it in any more. You're going to try some of your own medicine. You're going to give up your rotten stenographer's job, and you're going to stay home where I put you. And when I invite you to come on a spree, you're going to be glad." Her face tightened with rage. She leaped at him, shook him by the shoulder, and her voice came in a shriek. "Now that's enough! I'm through! You did mean to insinuate I was out with men. I wasn't, but that was just accident. I'd have been glad to, if there'd been one I could have loved even a little. I'd have gone anywhere with him, done anything. And now we're through. I stood you as long as it was my job to do it. God, what jobs we women have in this chivalrous world that honors women so much! But now that you can take care of yourself, I'll do the same." "What do you mean?" "I mean this." She darted at the bed, yanked from beneath it her suitcase, and into it began to throw her toilet articles. Mr. Schwirtz sat upon the bed and laughed enormously. "You women certainly are a sketch," he caroled. "Going back to mama, are you? Sure. That's what the first Mrs. Schwirtz was always doing. Let's see. Once she got as far as the depot before she came back and admitted that she was a chump. I doubt if you get that far. You'll stop on the step. You're too tightwad to hire a taxi, even to try to scare me and make it unpleasant for me."
Una stopped packing, stood listening. Now, her voice unmelodramatic again, she replied, "You're right about several things. I probably was thoughtless about leaving you alone evenings, though it is not true that I ever left you without provision for supper. And of course you've often left me alone back there in the hotel, while you were off with other women."
"Now who's insinuating?"
He performed another characteristic peroration. She did not listen, but stood with warning hand up, a small but plucky looking traffic policeman, till he ceased, then went on, "But I can't really blame you. Even in this day, when people like my friend Mamie Magen think that feminism has won everything, I suppose there must still be a majority of men like you, men who've never even heard of feminism, who think that their women are breed cattle. I judge that from the conversations I overhear in restaurants and street cars, and these pretty vaudeville jokes about marriage that you love so, and from movie pictures of wives beating husbands, and from the fact that women even yet haven't the vote. I suppose that you don't really know many men besides the mucky cattle drovers sort, and I can't blame you for thinking like them."
"Say, what is all this cattle business about? I don't seem to recall we were discussing stockyards. Are you trying to change the conversation, so you won't even have to pack your grip before you call your own bluff about leaving me? Don't get it at all, at all."
"You will get it, my friend. As I say, I can see, now it's too late, how mean I must have been to you often. I've probably hurt your feelings lots of times."
"You have, all right."
"But I still don't see how I could have avoided it. I don't blame myself, either. We two simply never could get together. You're 2/3 the old-fashioned brute, and I'm at least 1/3 the new independent woman. We wouldn't understand each other, not if we talked 1,000 years. Heavens alive! Just see all these silly discussions of suffrage that men like you carry on, when the whole thing is really so simple. Simply that women are intelligent human beings, and have the right—"
"Now who mentioned suffrage? If you'll kindly let me know what you're trying to get at, then—"
"You see, we two never could understand each other. So I'm just going to clean house, get rid of things that clutter it up. I'm going, tonight, and I don't think I shall ever see you again, so do try to be pleasant while I'm packing. This last time. Oh, I'm free again, and so are you, you poor, decent man. Let's congratulate each other." Despite the constant hammering of Mr. Schwirtz, who changed swiftly from a tyrant to a bewildered orphan, Una methodically finished her packing, went to a hotel, and within a week found in Brooklyn, near the Heights, a pleasant white and green third-floor front. Her salary had been increased to $25 a week. She bought the blue suit and the crêpe de chine blouse recommended by Miss Beatrice Joline. She was still sorry for Mr. Schwirtz. She thought of him now and then, and wondered where he had gone. But that did not prevent her enjoying the mirror's reflection of the new blouse. While he was dictating to Una, Mr. Truax monologized, "I don't see why we can't sell that Boutell family a lot. We wouldn't make any profit out of it now, anyway. That's nearly eaten up by the overhead we've wasted on them. But I hate to give them up, and your friend Mr. Fein says that we aren't scientific salesmen if we give up the office problems that everybody takes a whack at and seems to fail on." More and more Mr. Truax had been recognizing Una as an intelligence, and often he teased her regarding her admiration for Mr. Fein's efficiency.
Now he seemed almost to be looking to her for advice as he plaintively rambled on. "Every salesman on the staff has tried to sell this asinine Boutell family and failed. We've got the lots. Give 'em anything from a $15,000 restriction, waterfront, high class development, to an odd lot behind an Italian truck farm. They've been considering a lot at Villa Estates for a month now, and they aren't " "Let me try them." "Let you try them?" "Try to sell them." "Of course, if you want to, in your own time, outside. This is a matter that the selling department ought to have disposed of. But if you want to try " "I will. I'll try them on a Saturday afternoon. Next Saturday." "But what do you know about Villa Estates?"
"I walked all over it, just last Sunday. Talked to the resident salesman for an hour."
"That's good. I wish all our salesmen would do something like that." All week Una planned to attack the redoubtable Boutells. She telephoned, sounding as well bred and clever as she could, and made an appointment for Saturday afternoon. The Boutells were going to a matinee, Mrs. Boutell's grating voice informed her, but they would be pleased to see Mrs. Schwirtz after the show. All week Una asked advice of Chas., the sales manager, who, between extensive exhortations to keep away from selling "because it's the hardest part of the game, and believe me, it gets the least gratitude," gave her instructions in the tactics of presenting a proposition to a client, convincing a prospect of the salesman's expert knowledge of values, clinching the deal, talking points, and desirability of location. Wednesday evening Una went out to Villa Estates to look it over again, and she conducted a long imaginary conversation with the Boutells regarding the nearness of the best school in Nassau County. But on Saturday morning she felt ill. At the office she wailed on the shoulder of a friendly stenographer that she would never be able to follow up this, her first chance to advance. She went home at noon and slept till 4. She arrived at the Boutells' flat looking like a dead leaf. She tried to skip into the presence of Mrs. Boutell, a dragon with a frizz, and was heavily informed that Mr. Boutell wouldn't be back till 6, and that, anyway, they had "talked over the Villa Estates proposition, and decided it wasn't quite time to come to a decision. Be better to wait till the weather cleared up, so a body can move about."
"Oh, Mrs. Boutell, I just can't argue it out with you," Una howled. "I do know Villa Estates and its desirability for you, but this is my very first experience in direct selling, and as luck would have it, I feel perfectly terrible today."
"You poor lamb!" soothed Mrs. Boutell. "You do look terrible sick. You come right in and lie down, and I'll have my Lithuanian make you a cup of hot beef tea." While Mrs. Boutell held her hand and fed her beef tea, Una showed photographs of Villa Estates and became feebly oratorical in its praises; and when Mr. Boutell came home at 6:30 they all had a light dinner together and went to the moving pictures, and through them talked about real estate; and at 11 Mr. Boutell uneasily took the fountain pen which Una resolutely held out to him, and signed a contract to purchase 2 lots at Villa Estates, and a check for the first payment. Una had climbed above the rank of assistant to the rank of people who do things. End of chapter 20. Part 3, Chapter 21 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 3, Man and Woman. Chapter 21. To Una and to Mr. Fein it seemed obvious that, since women have at least half of the family decision regarding the purchase of suburban homes, women salesmen of suburban property should be at least as successful as men. But Mr. Truax had a number of good, sound, conservative reasons why this should not be so, and therefore declined to credit the evidence of Una, Beatrice Joline, and saleswomen of other firms that it really was so. Yet, after solving the Boutel office problem, Una was frequently requisitioned by Chas to talk to women about the advantages of sites for themselves and their children, while regular and intelligent, that is, male, salesmen worked their hypnotic arts on the equally regular and intelligent men of the families. Where formerly it had seemed an awesome miracle, like chemistry or poetry, to close a deal and bring thousands of dollars into the office, now Una found it quite normal. Responsibility gave her more poise and willingness to take initiative. Her salary was raised to $30 a week. She banked $200 of commissions, and bought a Japanese blue silk negligee, a wristwatch, and the gown of black satin and net recommended by Miss Joline. Yet officially she was still Mr. Truax's secretary. She took his dictation and his moods. Her greatest reward was in the friendship of the careful, diligent Mr. Fein. She never forgot a dinner with Mr. Fein, at which, for the first time, she heard a complete defense of the employer's position, saw the office world from the standpoint of the bosses. "I never believed I'd be friendly with one of the capitalists," Una was saying at their dinner. "But I must admit that you don't seem to want to grind the faces of the poor." "I don't. I want to wash 'em." "I'm serious." "My dear child, so am I," declared Mr. Fein. Then, apparently addressing his mixed grill, he considered, "It's nonsense to say that it's just the capitalists that ail the world. It's the slackers. Show me a man that we can depend on to do the necessary thing at the necessary moment without being nudged, and we'll keep raising him before he has a chance to ask us, even." "No, you don't. That is, I really think you do, Mr. Fein, personally. But most bosses are so afraid of a big payroll that they deliberately discourage their people till they lose all initiative. I don't know. Perhaps they're victims along with their employees. Just now I adore my work, and I do think that business can be made as glorious a profession as medicine or exploring or anything. But in most offices, it seems to me, the biggest ideal the clerks have is safety. A two-family house on a stupid street in Flatbush as a reward for being industrious. Doesn't matter whether they enjoy living there, if they're just secure. And you do know, Mr. Truax doesn't, but you do know, that the whole office system makes pale, timid, nervous people out of all the clerks." "But good heavens, child, the employers have just as hard a time. Talk about being nervous. Take it in our game. The salesman does the missionary work, but the employer is the one who has to worry. Take some big deal that seems just about to get across, and then falls through just when you reach for the contract and draw a breath of relief. Or say you've swung a deal and have to pay your rent and office force, and you can't get the commission that's due you on an accomplished sale. And your clerks dash in and want a raise, under threat of quitting, just at the moment when you're wondering how you'll raise the money to pay them their present salaries on time. Those are the things that make an employer a nervous wreck. He's got to keep it going. I tell you there's advantages in being a wage slave and having the wages coming."
"But, Mr. Fein, if it's just as hard on the employers as it is on the employees, then the whole system is bad."
"Good Lord, of course it's bad. But do you know anything in this world that isn't bad, that's anywhere near perfect? Except maybe Bach fugues. Religion, education, medicine, war, agriculture, art, pleasure, anything, all systems are choked with clumsy, outworn methods and ignorance. The whole human race works and plays at about 10% efficiency. The only possible ground for optimism about the human race that I can see is that in most all lines experts are at work, showing up the deficiencies, proving that alcohol and war are bad, and consumption and Greek unnecessary, and making a beginning. You don't do justice to the big offices and mills where they have real efficiency tests, and if a man doesn't make good in one place, they shift him to another."
"There aren't very many of them. In all the offices I've ever seen, the boss's indigestion is the only test of employees."
Yes, yes, I know, but that isn't the point. The point is that they are making such tests, beginning to. Take the schools where they actually teach future housewives to cook and sew as well as to read aloud. But, of course, I admit the very fact that there can be and are such schools and offices is a terrible indictment of the slatternly schools and bad-tempered offices we usually do have. And if you can show up this system of shutting people up in treadmills, why, go to it, and good luck. The longer people are stupidly optimistic, the longer we'll have to wait for improvements. But believe me, my dear girl, for every ardent radical who says the whole thing is rotten, there's 10 clever advertising men who think it's virtue to sell new brands of soap powder that are no better than the old brands, and 100 old codgers who are so broken in to the office system that they think they are perfectly happy, don't know how much fun in life they miss. Still, they're no worse than the adherents to any other paralyzed system. Look at the comparatively intelligent people who fall for any freak religious system and let it make their lives miserable. I suppose that when the world has no more war or tuberculosis, then offices will be exciting places to work in, but not till then. And meantime, if the typical businessman with a taste for fishing heard even so mild a radical as I am, he'd sniff, "The fellow don't know what he's talking about. Everybody in all the offices I know is perfectly satisfied."
"Yes, changes will be slow, I suppose. But that doesn't excuse bosses of today for thinking they are little tin gods."
No, of course it doesn't. But people in authority always do that. The only thing we can do about it is for us, personally, to make our offices as clean and amusing as we can, instead of trying to buy yachts. But don't ever think either that capitalists are a peculiar race of fiends, different from anarchists or scrub women, or that we'll have a millennium about next election. We've got to be anthropological in our view. It's taken the human race about 500,000 years to get where it is, and presumably it will take quite a few thousand more to become scientific, or even to understand the need of scientific conduct of everything. I'm not at all sure that there's any higher wisdom than doing a day's work, and hoping the subway will be a little less crowded next year, and in voting for the best possible man, and then forgetting all the Weltschmerz and going to an opera. It sounds pretty raw and crude, doesn't it? But living in a world that's raw and crude, all you can do is to be honest and not worry.
"Yes," said Una. She grieved for the sunset-colored ideals of Mamie Magen, for the fine, strained, hysterical enthusiasms of Walter Babson, as an enchantment of thought which she was dispelling in her effort to become a good, sound, practical business woman.
Mr. Fein's drab opportunist philosophy disappointed her. Yet, in contrast to Mr. Schwirtz, Mr. Truax, and Chas, he was hyperbolic, and after their dinner she was gushingly happy to be hearing the opportunist melodies of Il Trovatore beside him. The Merryton Realty Company had failed, and Truax and Fein were offered the small development property of Crosshampton Hill Gardens at so convenient a price that they could not refuse it, though they were already carrying as many properties as they could easily handle. In a characteristic monologue, Mr. Truax asked a select audience, consisting of himself, his inkwell, and Una, what he was to do. "Shall I try to exploit it and close it out quick? I've got half a mind to go back to the old tent and brass band method and auction it off. The salesmen have all they can get away with. I haven't even a good, reliable resident salesman I could trust to handle it on the grounds."
"Let me try it," said Una. "Give me a month's trial as salesman on the ground, and see what I can do. Just run some double-leaded classified ads and forget it. You can trust me, you know you can. Why, I'll write my own ads even. View of Long Island Sound and beautiful rolling hills, near to Family Yacht Club with swimming and sailing. I know I could manage it." Mr. Truax pretended not to hear, but she rose, leaned over his desk, stared urgently at him, till he weakly promised, "Well, I'll talk it over with Mr. Fein, but you know it wouldn't be worth a bit more salary than you're getting now. And what would I do for a secretary?" "I don't worry about salary. Think of being out on Long Island, now that spring is coming. And I'll find a successor and train her."
"Well," said Mr. Truax, while Una took her pencil and awaited dictation, with a heart so blithe that she could scarcely remember the symbols for "Yours of 16th instant received." End of chapter 21. Part 3, Chapter 22 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 3, Man and Woman. Chapter 22. Of the year and a half, from March 1914 to the autumn of 1915, which Una spent on Long Island as the resident salesman and director of Crosshampton Hill Gardens, this history has little to say, for it is a treatise regarding a commonplace woman on a job. And at the Gardens there was no job at all, but one long summer day of flushed laughter. It is true that values were down on the North Shore at this period, and sales slow. It is true that Una, in high tan boots and a tweed suit from a sporting goods house, supervised carpenters in constructing a bungalow as local office and dwelling place for herself. It is true that she quarreled with the engineer planning the walks and sewers, usurped authority and discharged him, and had to argue with Mr. Truax for 3 hours before he sustained her decision. Also, she spent an average of 9 hours a day in waiting for people, or in showing them about, and serving tea and biscuits to dusty female villa hunters. And she herself sometimes ran a lawnmower and cooked her own meals. But she had respect, achievement, and she ranged the open hills from the stirring time when dogwood blossoms filled the ravines with a fragrant mist, round the calendar and on till the elms were gorgeous with a second autumn, and sunsets marched in naked glory of archangels over the Connecticut hills beyond the flaming waters of Long Island Sound. Slow moving, but gentle, were the winter months, for she became a part of the commuting town of Crosshampton Harbor, not as the negligible daughter of a Panama Captain Golden, but as a woman with the glamour of independence, executive position, city knowledge, and a certain marital mystery. She was invited to parties at which she obediently played bridge, to dances at the Harbor Yacht Club, to meetings of the Village Friendly Society. A gay, easy-going group, with cocktail mixers on their sideboards, and motors in their galvanized iron garages, but also with savings bank books in the drawers beneath their unit bookcases, took her up as a woman who had learned to listen and smile. And she went with them to friendly, unexacting dances at the Year-Round Inn, conducted by Charlie Duquesne, in the impoverished Duquesne mansion on Smiley Point. She liked Charlie, and gave him advice about bedroom chintzes for the inn, and learned how a hotel is provisioned and served. Charlie did not know that her knowledge of chintzes was about 2 weeks old, and derived from a buyer at Wanamacy's. He only knew that it solved his difficulties. She went into the city about once in 2 weeks, just often enough to keep in touch with Truax, Fine, Chas, and Mamie Magen, the last of whom had fallen in love with a socialistic Gentile Charities secretary, fallen out again, and was quietly dedicating all her life to Hebrew charities. Una closed the last sale at Crosshampton Hill Gardens in the autumn of 1915, and returned to town, to the office world and the job. Her record had been so clean and promising that she was able to demand a newly created position, woman sales manager, at $2,500 a year, selling direct and controlling 5 other women salesmen. Mr. Truax still "didn't believe in" women salesmen, and his lack of faith was more evident now that Una was back in the office. Una grew more pessimistic as she realized that his idea of women salesmen was a pure, high, aloof thing which wasn't to be affected by anything happening in his office right under his nose. But she was too busy selling lots, instructing her women aides, and furnishing a 4-room flat near Stuyvesant Park to worry much about Mr. Truax. And she was sure that Mr. Fein would uphold her. She had the best of reasons for that assurance, namely that Mr. Fein had hesitatingly made a formal proposal for her hand in marriage. She had refused him for 2 reasons: that she already had one husband somewhere or other, and the more cogent reason that though she admired Mr. Fein, found him as cooling and pleasant as lemonade on a July evening, she did not love him, did not want to mother him, as she had always wanted to mother Walter Babson, and as, now and then, when he had turned to her, she had wanted to mother even Mr. Schwirtz. The incident brought Mr. Schwirtz to her mind for a day or 2, but he was as clean gone from her life as was Mr. Henry Carson of Panama. She did not know, and did not often speculate, whether he lived or continued to die. If the world is very small, after all, it is also very large, and life and the world swallow up those whom we have known best, and they never come back to us. Una had, like a freshman envying the seniors, like a lieutenant in awe of the council of generals, always fancied that when she became a real executive with a salary of several thousands, and people coming to her for orders, she would somehow be a different person from the good little secretary. She was astonished to find that in her private office and her new flat, and in her new velvet suit, she was precisely the same yearning, meek, efficient woman as before. But she was happier. Despite her memories of Schwirtz, and the fear that sometime, someplace, she would encounter him and be claimed as his wife, and despite a less frequent fear that America would be involved in the great European war, Una had solid joy in her office achievements, in her flat, in taking part in the vast suffrage parade of the autumn of 1915, and feeling comradeship with thousands of women. Despite Mr. Fein's picture of the woes of executives, Una found that her new power and responsibility were inspiring, as her little stenographer's wage had never been. Nor, though she did have trouble with the women responsible to her at times, though she found it difficult to secure employees on whom she could depend, did Una become a female Troy Wilkins. She was able to work out some of the aspirations she had cloudily conceived when she had herself been a slave. She did find it possible to be friendly with her aides, to be on tea and luncheon and gossip terms of intimacy with them, to confide in them instead of tricking them, to use frank explanations instead of arbitrary rules, and she was rewarded by their love and loyalty. Her chief quarrels were with Mr. Truax in regard to raising the salaries and commissions of her assistant saleswomen. Behind all these discoveries regarding the state of being an executive, behind her day's work and the evenings at her flat when Mamie Magen and Mr. Fein came to dinner, there were two tremendous secrets. For her personal life, her life outside the office, she had found a way out such as might, perhaps, solve the question of loneliness for the thousands of other empty-hearted, fruitlessly aging office women. Not love of a man. She would rather die than have Schwartz's clumsy feet trampling her reserve again. And the pleasant men who came to her flat were just pleasant. No, she told herself, she did not need a man or man's love. But a child's love and presence she did need. She was going to adopt a child. That was her way out. She was 34 now, but by 6 of an afternoon she felt 40. Youth she would find, youth of a child's laughter and the healing of its downy sleep. She took counsel with Mamie Magen, who immediately decided to adopt a child also, and praised Una as a discoverer, and with the good housekeeping women she knew at Crosshampton Harbor. She was going to be very careful. She would inspect a dozen different orphan asylums. Meanwhile, her second secret was making life pregnant with interest. She was going to change her job again, for the last time, she hoped. She was going to be a creator, a real manager, unhampered by Mr. Truax's unwillingness to accept women as independent workers, and by the growing animosity of Mrs. Truax. Una's interest in the year-round inn at Crosshampton Harbor, the results obtained by reasonably good meals and a little chintz, and her memory of the family hotel, had led her attention to the commercial possibilities of innkeeping. She was convinced that, despite the ingenuity and care displayed by the managers of the great urban hotels and the clever resorts, no calling included more unimaginative slackers than did innkeeping. She had heard traveling men at Pemberton's and at Truax and Fein's complain of sour coffee and lumpy beds in the hotels of the smaller towns, of knives and forks that had to be wiped on the napkins before using, of shirt-sleeved proprietors who loafed within reach of the cuspidors while their wives tried to get the work done. She began to read the Hotel News and the Hotel Bulletin, and she called on the manager of a supply house for hotels. She read in the Bulletin of Bob Sidney, an ex-traveling man who, in partnership with a small capitalist, had started a syndicate of inns. He advertised, "The White Line Hotels. Fellow drummers, when you see the White Line sign hung out, you know you're in for good beds and good coffee." The idea seemed good to her. She fancied that traveling men would go from one White Line hotel to another. The hotels had been established in a dozen towns along the Pennsylvania Railroad, in Norristown, Reading, Williamsport, and others, and now Bob Sidney was promising to invade Ohio and Indiana. The blazed white line across the continent caught Una's growing commercial imagination, and she liked several of Mr. Sidney's ideas. The hotels would wire ahead to others of the line for accommodations for the traveler, and a man known to the line could get credit at any of its houses by being registered on identifying cards. She decided to capture Mr. Sidney. She made plans. In the spring she took a mysterious 2 weeks' leave of absence and journeyed through New York State, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana. The woman who had quite recently regarded it as an adventure to go to Brooklyn was so absorbed in her big idea that she didn't feel self-conscious, even when she talked to men on the train. If they smacked their lips and obviously said to themselves, "Gee, this is easy, not a bad little dame," she steered them into discussing hotels, what they wanted at hotels and didn't get, what was their favorite hotel in towns in from 1,500 to 40,000 inhabitants, and precisely what details made it the favorite. She stayed at 2 or 3 places a day for at least one meal, hotels in tiny towns she had never heard of, and in larger towns that were fumbling for metropolitanism. She sought out all the summer resorts that were open so early. She talked to travelers, men and women, to hack drivers and to grocers supplying hotels, to proprietors and their wives, to clerks and waitresses and bellboys and unconsidered observant porters. She read circulars and the catalogs of furniture establishments. Finally, she visited each of Mr. Bob Sidney's White Line hotels. Aside from their arrangements for accommodations and credit, their superior cleanliness, good mattresses, and coffee with a real taste, she did not find them preferable to others. In their rows of cuspidors and shouldering desks, and barren offices hung with insurance calendars, and dining rooms ornamented with portraits of decomposed ducks, they were typical of all the hotels she had seen. On the train back to New York she formulated her suggestions for hotels, among which, in her own words, were the following: 1. Make the offices decent rooms. Remember living room at Gray Wolf Lodge. Take out desks. Guests to register and pay bills in small office off living room. Keep letters there too. Not much room needed and can't make pleasant room with miserable old desk sticking out into it. 2. Cut out the cuspidors. Have special room where drummers can play cards and tell stories and spit. Allow smoking in office, but make it pleasant. Remember chintz and wicker chairs at $3 each. Small round tables with reading lamps. Maybe fireplace. 3. Better pastry and soup, and keep coffee up to standard. one surprise in each meal, for example, novel form of eggs, good salad, or canned lobster cocktail. Remember the same old pork, beans, corned beef, steak, deadly cold boiled potato everywhere I went. 4. More attractive dining rooms, especially small tables for 2 and 4. Cater more to local customers with a la carte menus, not long, but good. 5. Women housekeepers, and pay 'em good. 6. Hygienic kitchens, and advertise 'em. 7. Train employees, as Remember Traveling Man told me United Cigar Stores do. 8. Better accommodations for women. Remember several traveling men's wives told me they would go on many trips with husbands if they could get decent hotels in all these towns. 9. Not ape New York hotels, nix on gilt and palms and marble, but clean and tasty food, and don't have things like desks just because most hotels do. 3 hours after Una reached New York, she telephoned to the object of her secret commercial affections, the unconscious Mr. Robert Sidney, at the White Line Hotel's office. She was so excited that she took 10 minutes for calming herself before she telephoned. Every time she lifted the receiver from its hook, she thrust it back and mentally apologized to the operator. But when she got the office and heard Mr. Bob Sidney's raw voice shouting, "Yas, this is Mrs. Sidney," Una was very cool. "This is Mrs. Schwirtz, realty salesman for Truax and Fine. I've just been through Pennsylvania, and I stayed at your White Line hotels. Of course, I have to be an expert on different sorts of accommodations, and I made some notes on your hotels, some suggestions you might be glad to have. If you care to, we might have lunch together tomorrow, and I'll give you the suggestions." Why. Of course, I'm rather busy with our new Long Island operations, so if you have a date tomorrow, the matter can wait. But I thought you'd better have the suggestions while they were fresh in my mind. But perhaps I can lunch with you week after next if...
No, let's make it tomorrow.
Very well. Will you call for me here, Truax and Fine, Zodiac Building? Una arose at 6:30 next morning, to dress the part of the great businesswoman, and before she went to the office she had her hair waved. Mr. Bob Sidney called for her. He was a simple, energetic soul, with a derby on the back of his head, cheerful, clean-shaven, large-chinned, hoarse-voiced, rapidly revolving a chewed cigar. She, the commonplace, was highly evolved in comparison with Mr. Sidney, and there was no nervousness in her as she marched out in a $20 hat and casually said, "Let's go to the Waldorf. It's convenient and not at all bad." On the way over, Mr. Sidney fairly massaged his head with his agitated derby, cocked it over one eye and pushed it back to the crown of his head, in his efforts to find out what and why was Mrs. Una Schwirtz. He kept appraising her. It was obvious that he was trying to decide whether this mysterious telephone correspondent was an available widow who had heard of his charms. He finally stumbled over the grating beside the Waldorf and bumped into the carriage starter and dropped his dead cigar. But all the while Una steadily kept the conversation to the vernal beauties of Pennsylvania. Thanks to rice powder and the pride of a new hat, she looked cool and adequate. But she was thinking all the time, "I never could keep up this Beatrice Joline pose with Mr. Fine or Mr. Ross. Poor Una, with them she'd just have to blurt out that she wanted a job." She sailed up to a corner table by a window. The waiter gave the menu to Mr. Sidney, but she held out her hand for it. "This is my lunch. I'm a business woman, not just a woman," she said to Mr. Sidney, and she rapidly ordered a lunch which was shockingly imitative of one which Mr. Fein had once ordered for her. "Pret' hot day for April," said Mr. Sidney.
"Yes. Is the White Line going well?"
"Yump, doing a land office business."
"You're having trouble with your day clerk at Brockenfelt, I see."
"How'd you know?"
"Oh," she merely smiled.
"Well, that guy's a four-flush. Came to us from the New Willard, and to hear him tell it you'd think he was the guy that put the will in the Willard. But he's a credit grabber, that's what he is. Makes me think. Nev' forget one time I was up in Boston, and I met a coon porter, and he told me he was a friend of the president of the Pullman Company, and had persuaded him to put on steel cars. Bet a hat he believed it himself. That's about like this fellow. He's going to get the razoo. Gee, I hope you ain't a friend of his."
Una had perfectly learned the Boeotian dialect so strangely spoken by Mr. Sidney, and she was able to reply, "Oh, no, no, indeed. He ought to be fired. He gave me a room as though he were the superintendent of a free lodging house."
"But it's so hard to get trained employees that I hate to even let him go. Just to show you the way things go, just when I was trying to swing a deal for a new hotel, I had to bust off negotiations and go and train a new crew of chambermaids at Sansonville myself. You'd died laughing to seen me making beds and teaching those birds to clean a spitador, begging your pardon. But it certainly was some show, and I do, by gum, know a traveling man likes his bed tucked in at the foot. Oh, it's fierce! The traveling public kicks if they get bum service, and the help kick if you demand any service from 'em, and the boss gets it right in the collar button both ways from the ace."
"Well, I'm going to tell you how to have trained service, and how to make your hotels distinctive. They're good hotels, as hotels go, and you really do give people good coffee and good beds and credit conveniences, as you promise, but your hotels are not distinctive. I'm going to tell you how to make them so." Una had waited till Mr. Sidney had disposed of his soup and filet mignon. She spoke deliberately, almost sternly. She reached for her new Silverlink bag, drew out immaculate typewritten schedules, and while he gaped she read to him precisely the faults of each of the hotels, her suggested remedies, and her general ideas of hotels, with less cuspidors, more originality, and a room where traveling men could be at home on a rainy Sunday. "Now you know, and I know," she wound up, "that the proprietor's ideal of a hotel is one to which traveling men will travel 60 miles on Saturday evening in order to spend Sunday there. You take my recommendations and you'll have that kind of hotels. At the same time women will be tempted there, and the local trade will go there when wife or the cook is away, or they want to give a big dinner."
"It does sound like it had some possibilities," said Mr. Sidney, as she stopped for breath, after quite the most impassioned invocation of her life. She plunged in again.
"Now, the point of all this is that I want to be the general manager of certain departments of the line catering, service, decoration, and so on. I'll keep out of the financial end, and we'll work out the buying together. You know it's women who make the homes for people at home, and why not the homes for people traveling? I'm woman sales manager for Truax and Fine, sell direct, and 6 women under me. I'll show you my record of sales. I've been secretary to an architect, and studied architecture a little, and plenty other jobs. Now you take these suggestions of mine to your office and study 'em over with your partner, and we'll talk about the job for me by and by." She left him as quickly as she could, got back to her office,
and in a shaking spasm of weeping relapsed into the old timorous Una. Tedious were the negotiations between Una and Mr. Sidney and his partner. They wanted her to make their hotels, and yet they had never heard of anything so nihilistic as actually having hotel offices without desks. They wanted her, and yet they didn't quite know about adding any more overhead at this stage of the game. Meantime, Una sold lots and studied the economical buying of hotel supplies. She was always willing to go with Mr. Sidney and his partner to lunch, but they were brief lunches. She was busy, she said, and she had no time to "drop in at their office." When Mr. Sidney once tried to hold her hand, not seriously, but with his methodical system of never failing to look into any possibilities, she said sharply, "Don't try that. Let's save a lot of time by understanding that I'm what you would call straight." He apologized and assured her that he had known she was a high-class genuine lady all the time. The very roughness which, in Mr. Schwirtz, had abrased her, interested her in Mr. Sidney. She knew better now how to control human beings. She was fascinated by a comparison of her 4 average citizens, 4 men not vastly varied as seen in a street car, yet utterly different to one working with them. Schwirtz the lumbering, Troy Wilkins the roaring, Truax the politely whining, and Bob Sidney the hesitating. The negotiations seemed to arrive nowhere. Then, unexpectedly, Bob Sidney telephoned to her at her flat one evening. "Partner and I have just decided to take you on, if you'll come at $3,800 a year." Una hadn't even thought of the salary. She would gladly have gone to her new creative position at the $3,200 she was then receiving. But she showed her new training and demanded, "$4,200." "Well, split the difference and call it 4,000 for the first year." "All right." Una stood in the center of the room. She had succeeded on her job. Then she knew that she wanted some one with whom to share the good news. She sat down and thought of her almost forgotten plan to adopt a child. Mr. Sidney had, during his telephone proclamation, suggested, "Come down to the office to morrow and get acquainted. Haven't got a very big force, you know, but there's a couple of stenographers, good girls, crazy to meet the new boss, and a bright new Western fellow we thought we might try out as your assistant and publicity man, and there's an office boy that's a sketch. So come down and meet your subjects, as the fellow says." Una found the office, on Duane Street, to consist of 2 real rooms and a bare anteroom decorated with photographs of the several White Line hotels, set on maple-lined streets, with the local managers, in white waistcoats, standing proudly in front. She herself was to have a big, flat-topped desk in the same room with Mr. Sidney. The surroundings were crude compared with the Truax and Fein office, but she was excited. Here she would be a pioneer. "Now come in the other room," said Mr. Sidney, "and meet the stenographers and the publicity man I was telling you about on the phone." He opened a door and said, "Mrs. Schwirtz, want you shake hands with the fellow that's going to help you to put the line on the map, Mr. Babson." It was Walter Babson, who had risen from a desk and was gaping at her. End of chapter 22.
Part 3, Chapter 23 of The Job. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Job by Sinclair Lewis. Part 3, Man and Woman. Chapter 23.
But I did write to you, Goldie, once more anyway. Letter was returned to me after being forwarded all over New York, said Walter, striding about her flat.
And then you forgot me completely.
No, I didn't. But what if I had? You simply aren't the same girl I liked. You're a woman that can do things. And honestly, you're an inspiration to me.
Walter rubbed his jaw in the nervous way she remembered. Well, I hope I shall inspire you to stick to the white line and make good.
Nope. I'm going to make one more change. Gee, I can't go on working for you. The problem of any man working for a woman boss is hard enough. He's always wanting to give her advice and be superior, and yet he has to take her orders. And it's twice as hard when it's me working for you that I remember as a kid, even though you have climbed past me.
Well?
Well, I'm going to work for you till I have a job where I can make good. And when I do, or if I do, I'm going to ask you to marry me.
But, my dear boy, I'm a businesswoman. I'm making good right now. In 3 months I've boosted White Line receipts 17%. And I'm not going back to minding the cat and the gas stove and waiting.
You don't need to. We can both work, keep our jobs, and have a real housekeeper, a crack-a-jack maid at $40 a month, to mind the cat.
But you seem to forget that I'm more or less married already.
So do you. If I make good, listen, I guess it's time now to tell you my secret. I'm breaking into your old game, real estate. You know I've been turning out pretty good publicity for the White Line, besides all the traveling and inspecting, and we have managed to have a few good times, haven't we? But also, on the side, I've been doing a whale of a lot of advertising and so on for the Nassau County Investment Company, and they've offered me a steady job at $45 a week. And now that I've got you to work for, my Wanderjahr are over. So if I do make good, will you divorce that incubus of an Eddie Schwertz and marry me? Will you?
He perched on the arm of her chair and again demanded,
Will you? You've got plenty legal grounds for divorcing him, and you haven't any ethical grounds for not doing it.
She said nothing. Her head drooped. She, who had blandly been his manager all day, felt managed when his "Will you?" pierced her, made her a woman. He put his forefinger under her chin and lifted it. She was conscious of his restless, demanding eyes. "Oh, I must think it over," she begged.
"Then you will!" he triumphed. "Oh, my soul, we've bucked the world. You've won, and I will win. Mr. and Mrs. Babson will be wonderfully happy. They'll be a terribly modern couple, both on the job, with a bungalow and a Ford and 2 Persian cats and a library of Wells and Compton Mackenzie and Anatole France. And everybody will think they're exceptional, and not know they're really 2 lonely kids that curl up close to each other for comfort. And now I'm going home and do a couple miles publicity for the Nassau Company. Oh, my dear, my dear."
"I will keep my job. If I've had this world of offices wished on to me, at least I'll conquer it, and give my clerks a decent time," the businesswoman meditated. "But just the same, oh, I am a woman, and I do need love. I want Walter, and I want his child, my own baby and his." End of chapter 23. Recording by Michelle Harris. End of The Job by Sinclair Lewis.